Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. 2 Israeli embassy staffers are shot dead in Washington, D.C. as a suspect reportedly accuses Israel of atrocities. The British Prime Minister signs an agreement with Mauritius to hand over the Chagos Islands. The UK government proposes early releases for offenders to reduce a prison population. And introducing pro-doping sport, the first athletes to sign up to the controversial Enhanced Games. Now to our top story. And 2 Israeli embassy staff have been shot dead in Washington, D.C. Yaron Lynchinsky and Sarah Lynn Milgram were killed as they left an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum. 30-year-old suspect Elias Rodriguez from Chicago, Illinois, is in police custody. He shouted "Free Palestine" as he was arrested. In the past hour, US Attorney General Pam Bondi told reporters the suspect would be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
I can tell you security has been increased here as of last night. Our U.S. Marshals are working hand in hand to make sure the embassy is safe. Everything we know now, he acted alone. From everything we know now, this is an ongoing investigation. But you know, whether you're Jewish or not, be vigilant.
We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to former Israeli government spokesman Elon Levy. Elon, a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. What's your reaction to the events outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C.?
This is what globalizing the Intifada looks like. It's a shocking political murder, but no one should be shocked. The writing was on the wall. We've seen months of increasing radicalization among American youth, people chanting "globalize the Intifada" by any means necessary. And this is the result. There has been a vicious information war against Israel to paint it as uniquely evil. And so no one should be surprised that people are taking action into their own hands. Since the beginning of the October 7th war, Israel has been under attack, not on 7 fronts, on 8. We've seen a massive upswing in targeted political violence against Jews and Israelis around the world. You can remember Governor Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. His house was set on fire. A report of an attempted Iranian terror attack against the British embassy in London. So this didn't come out of nowhere. People said globalize the Intifada. The second Intifada was a wave of suicide bombings and terrorism against Israelis. And globalizing that means targeted political violence against Jews and Israelis. That's what we got yesterday. Now there's blood on the streets of the West.
Elon, President Trump has condemned the killings on social media and blamed them on anti-Semitism. As you were just mentioning there, are Jewish people around the world in imminent danger?
Yes, Jews around the world are feeling increasing anxiety because of the increasing extremism and radicalization within Western societies. The increasing protest, the vitriol against Israel, the attempt to paint it as genocidal rather than fighting against a genocidal regime called Hamas, all of this has increased hate against Israel. It's increased hate against Jews who are seen as affiliated with Israel, and it has increased attacks, verbal attacks, physical attacks. Synagogues in the United States increasingly look like synagogues in Europe with high security, not like other places of worship where people can walk freely. People are on edge because the writing was on the wall, and the vicious incitement against Israel and Jews has to stop because it's already led to political murders in the West. And I'm afraid if this carries on, if the chance of globalize the Intifada by any means necessary continue, this is only the beginning and it needs to be the end.
Elon, I do understand that this is a sensitive time. Israel's foreign minister has put some of the blame on leaders and officials abroad, especially in Europe, saying who surrendered to the Palestinian terrorist propaganda. You've touched on it there. You've said that this has been something that's been against the Israelis. It's been a wider problem. What do you make of his comments, which come during a week of tense relations between certain countries and Israel?
Yeah, this week we saw really an astonishing diplomatic betrayal by Israel's allies that have decided to use diplomatic pressure in order to force Israel to accept Hamas remaining in power in Gaza. Now, at the beginning of the war, they understood Hamas has to leave power or else a sustainable ceasefire is impossible, right? It's a jihadi regime committed to Israel's destruction. And if Hamas stays in power, the next war is only a matter of time. But those politicians have been pressured by the same violent public protests against Israel that we have seen, the same information warfare that we have seen against Israel that's poisoned public opinion. They're being affected by exactly the same trends. And that is why we've been saying it's so important to stand up to the increasingly deranged allegations being made against Israel, painting it as evil, because when you don't stamp out the lies about Israel, people decide to act on them. And it's leading to these sorts of political murders. That's why it's so important that people stand up against that hatred of Israel and attempts to glorify terrorism. These aren't just pro-Palestinian protests. It's glorifying Islamist terrorism on the streets of the West. And here is where it leads.
So no one is condoning this level of violence we've seen in Washington, but can you understand why people are angry about what's going on in Gaza in terms of the lack of aid? Israel's tough military offensive, which is coming. We actually spoke to a journalist, Mohammed Thabet, on the Strip last night. Here's what he had to say about the reality of the situation for people in Gaza. Take a listen.
Well, the situation in Gaza is extremely difficult. As we know, for the past 80 days, no aid have entered for the UN humanitarian organization, nor to the private sector. As recent reports by the UNICEF stated that we have 71,000 cases of malnutrition amongst children, 14,000 of whom might face death in the near future without intervention, as well as 300 cases of miscarriage by pregnant women.
Elon, I don't know if you can react to that, because that was pretty hard-hitting about the lack of aid and life in Gaza at the moment due to this blockade. And Israel can't really deny it when we're hearing from someone on the Strip.
Yeah, people are right to be upset in the Gaza Strip because war is hell. And they should divert that anger at the side that started this war and refuses to end this war by surrendering and freeing the hostages. Many Gazans are already bravely speaking up against Hamas. They have been risking their lives to protest against Hamas, saying, you brought this disaster on us with the invasion of Israel on October 7th. Just lay down your arms, give back the hostages, and go into exile. That's the deal that's been on the table since October 7th, and the war can end tomorrow. Now, Israel is now trying to get aid directly to people who need it, while making sure Hamas can't steal it. It announced the current blockade after letting in nearly 500,000 tons of aid into enemy territory in the space of 6 weeks. The problem is Hamas hijacked that aid. It stole it. That's why people in Gaza are buying the food for money at exorbitant prices in the markets, because it's been looted and sold to them for a profit. So Israel is now letting aid into Gaza, but working with an American-led initiative to get aid directly to the people who need it and bypassing Hamas, that has been using that aid in order to finance its war machine and prolong this war that it started and has been causing so much misery for Palestinians and Israelis alike.
Elon Levy, former Israeli government spokesman, I appreciate you joining me on this difficult day. Thank you very much for your insights.
Thank you. Anytime.
Thank you. We can now go live to Washington to speak to our correspondent, Tony Waterman. Tony, thank you for joining me. Police have a suspect right now in custody. Can you tell us a little bit more?
Sure. So this shooting took place just a little bit after 9 p.m. on Wednesday evening, so just last night, as people were leaving an event that was for young diplomats here at the Capitol Jewish Museum behind me. And police say that the suspect was pacing outside of the museum before the shooting took place. And then as people started to leave the event, he approached 4 individuals, shooting 2 of them at very close range. And now we know the victims of the shooting, of course, 30-year-old Yaron Lichinsky and his 26-year-old girlfriend, Sarah Milgram, both of them employees at the Israeli embassy. And officials say that after the shooting took place, that the suspect entered the museum, and eyewitnesses say that he tried to play himself off as an eyewitness himself before he was detained by security officials. And as he was being taken into custody, police say that he said, "Free, free Palestine." There is some video floating around on social media which would seem to confirm this. And officials are saying at this point that they believe that this was a targeted attack and that this suspect acted alone. That suspect, 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago, FBI agents searching what they believe to be his apartment in Chicago to try to get any sort of evidence about what motivated him in this attack. This investigation, of course, is still in the very, very early stages. Investigators are on scene here behind me, and they're trying to understand if he came here to this specific event intentionally, that he targeted those individuals intentionally. It's very much in its early phase right now, but we are expecting some press conferences to be taking place in just about an hour's time, including from lawmakers who are going to come down here to pay their respects.
And Tony, we've also been hearing that Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken to the parents of the victim. What more do we know about that conversation?
That's right. The Prime Minister says that he spoke to both sets of parents, and in a social media post, he said that he expressed just his profound grief with this family for all of the people of Israel. There's a lot of outrage over this shooting that took place, not just here in D.C., where we see people from the neighborhood coming. Obviously, there's a very large media presence here, but there's a lot of outrage around the world at what took place here. The victims themselves, 30-year-old Yaron Lichinsky, he worked as an analyst, a researcher in the policy department at the embassy. His girlfriend, Sarah, organized diplomatic missions and visits to Israel. And I just want to read you something off of her LinkedIn page. She said, "My passion lies at the intersection of peace building, religious engagement, and environmental work." And her friends have been saying that she was very, very dedicated to her profession and that she was just a kind individual. This was really meant to be a very exciting and joyous time for these two people. They had met just a year and a half ago when Sarah started working at the embassy. And according to the ambassador, her boyfriend had bought an engagement ring just earlier this week, and he planned to propose to her as they both went back to Israel to spend time with their families. She was going to be meeting his family for the very first time. So this was meant to be a very happy time in their lives, and it's ended in absolute tragedy.
Yes, indeed. Tony Waterman, we really appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Thank you so much for your update. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a wide-ranging tax and spending bill backed by President Donald Trump. The Congressional Budget Office estimates the bill would add about $2.3 trillion to the U.S. national debt over the next 10 years. The bill will now head to the Republican-led Senate for approval. A small plane has crashed into a residential area of San Diego. Around 15 homes and several cars in the Murphy Canyon neighborhood were set ablaze. As a result, the city's fire services have been asking people to evacuate. Flash flooding on Australia's southeast coast has killed 3 people and isolated tens of thousands of residents. More than 4 months' worth of rain has fallen in just the past 2 days. People across the state have been warned that the situation may get even worse between now and Friday. And a new law will block people from claiming Italian citizenship through their great-grandparents. Applications for an Italian passport must now have one parent or grandparent who was a citizen by birth. Minister of Foreign Affairs Antonio Ciangini said the system was outdated and the change could crack down on abusers attempting to overcome travel restrictions. Now, sex offenders in England and Wales could face chemical castration, and thousands of other offenders will be released after serving a third of their sentence. It's under new proposed laws by the UK government ministers in a bid to curb overcrowding in prison. The aim is to reduce the country's prison population by 9,800 people by 2028. Here's how the UK Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood broke the news.
I also asked the review to consider how we manage sex offenders. The review has recommended we continue a pilot of so-called medication to manage problematic sexual arousal. I will go further, with a national rollout beginning in 2 regions covering 20 prisons, and I am exploring whether mandating the approach is possible. Of course, it is vital that this approach is taken alongside psychological interventions that target other causes of offending, like asserting power and control.
Let's get the latest from our correspondent who's in London, Ollie Barrett. Ollie, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. Can you explain how this will actually work in practice and how it will reduce the number of prisoners?
Well, broadly, Leigh Ann, the government has taken the advice of a long-running review into sentencing in the judicial system, which has been led by David Gauke, who is a former Conservative Justice Minister himself. And he is recommending ways of bringing down the prison population by sentencing some offenders to shorter sentences, sentencing some offenders to no sentences at all, and using other measures in the community like tagging and other rehabilitation schemes, but also linking good behaviour in prison to earlier release. And that's why some of those offenders that you mentioned would see significantly shorter sentences than in previous years if they were behaving well while they were incarcerated. The government is stressing that for those who don't exhibit that good behaviour in prison, or who indeed exhibit bad behaviour in prison, sentences wouldn't be reduced and in some cases could actually be increased. The idea is to stop the complete overcrowding of the UK prison system, which has been really creaking in recent years. And the government today was saying that if you don't take some of the measures that are being proposed, you would see the complete overspilling of the prison system in this country. And they say that would lead to a complete breakdown, potentially, of law and order.
Yes, indeed, Ollie, but this was something that was a problem even under the Conservative government. But if we move on, this policy includes sex offenders and domestic abusers being released early. How will the government guarantee safety in the community if this does happen?
That's exactly the criticism that is being levelled at the government by the opposition Conservatives, for example, who worry about the difficulties that this could cause in the community. The government says that actually you should be able to avoid some of those issues with things like tagging to make sure that they know where prisoners are, with things like better rehabilitation schemes, all of that will mean much more funding needed for probation services to make sure that they can extend those services to offenders who are back in the community and make sure that it isn't something that leads to rising crime rather than falling crime overall. As I say, the opposition parties very sceptical, some of them, about whether that is actually what's going to happen. Victims groups as well have been expressing real concern about, particularly, for example, sex offenders being back in the community earlier than would have been the case previously. So this is very controversial. The government knows it is politically potentially very tricky, but they also really worry about the politics, obviously, of the prison system becoming completely overcrowded and overrun at a point in the near future. So this is the calculation that they are making, but there is going to be huge scrutiny about whether we do see an uptick in offending from people released from prison early when these plans are put into place.
And Ollie, just while we actually have you, the UK has agreed to sign over control of the Chagos Islands. Can you give me the latest on that?
The latest is that there was a brief pause in this process today when there was a court challenge, but that court challenge in a second court hearing eventually was put to bed. And so the government went ahead and signed this deal with Mauritius, which does sign over sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. But what it means is there is a long lease on the Diego Garcia military base, which is jointly run by the UK and the United States, which both countries see as hugely important for their own security and their abilities to run their security in the Indo-Pacific and the Middle East regions. Now, criticism from opposition parties here in the UK has described this as a sellout, as a surrender, as paying to give away territory to Mauritius, because there is a large financial element to this deal. The government insists that given legal challenges over the sovereignty of the Chagos Islands, that put in danger, in jeopardy, that military base on Diego Garcia. So their formulation here that they are trying to sell now to the British public is that they have safeguarded national security by safeguarding this military base, and they've had to give over sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius as part of that arrangement.
Ollie Barrett in London, always great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. Now, North Korea's newest warship suffered severe damage during what was meant to be a launch ceremony. Watched on by leader Kim Jong-un, Kim reacted with fury over the accident and said it brought, he claimed, the dignity and self-respect of the state to a collapse. Patrick Falk reports.
North Korean state media reporting on the botched launch, described by naval analysts as catastrophic and a major embarrassment for the country.
After watching the whole course of the accident, the respected comrade Kim Jong-un made a stern assessment, saying that it was a serious accident and criminal act caused by absolute carelessness, irresponsibility and unscientific empiricism, which is out of the bounds of possibility and could not be tolerated.
No images of the unnamed warship were released, and it's unclear whether the incident, which occurred on Wednesday, caused any injuries. But satellite images show the 5,000-ton destroyer docked at North Korea's Chongjin shipyard days beforehand. In a rare admission of failure, Pyongyang said a malfunction made the ship's stern slide prematurely into the water, crushing parts of the hull and leaving the bow stranded on the shipway. It marks a setback for the country's most ambitious naval modernization effort. In April, Kim, accompanied by his daughter, attended another ceremony to unveil the Choi Hyun, North Korea's first newly constructed destroyer in decades. At the time, it was presented with fanfare, with state media saying it would help strengthen preparedness against what Pyongyang called rising threats from the US and South Korea. Seoul says it had been tracking movements of the vessel that failed to launch.
Considering the size and scale, it is expected to be equipped with similar equipment to that of a Choi Hyun-class warship, and it is currently lying sideways in the water.
The blunder could now cast doubt on North Korea's ability to scale its navy. Kim has called for the ship to be repaired by the end of next month before a key meeting of the ruling Workers' Party. Experts say a rushed launch likely led to the accident and warn hasty repairs could cause more problems down the line. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
Now, a new sport competition allowing the use of doping substances will be launched in Las Vegas next year. The enhanced games will include events like swimming, athletics and weightlifting. However, critics like the World Anti-Doping Agency have opposed the project, warning athletes they risk bans and their health. Enhanced Game co-founder Christian Angermeyer says his competition can coexist with the Olympics. Take a listen.
So I would say using performance-enhancing substances should be fully legitimized if it's in a transparent way. So I actually think, because people always want to sort of pit us against the Olympics, I think we're going to be, over time, two very different events which can totally, very lovingly coexist with each other.
And I'm pleased to say I'm now joined in the studio by former Olympic speed skater Sarah Lindsay. Sarah, great to join you, have you and us in the studio. Great for you to join us. Let me get that out first of all. So as a former athlete yourself, what do you make of these enhanced games, and would you ever consider taking part at all?
No, I mean, I'm very long retired now, right? But I'm just waiting for somebody to jump out and tell us this is a big joke, or at least a PR stunt. Mm-hmm. I was really lucky that I managed to compete in a very clean sport with no pressure to use performance-enhancing drugs my entire career. And I got to enjoy sport for what it really is. And this feels like an attack on what sport and competition is really all about.
And that's interesting that you say it's an attack because, you know, athletes could face bans if they do this, and also their health is massively at risk if you think about it. So do you think they are prepared to do it for a massive fee and something that, or they prepared to do it to break world records? You don't have any idea what could possibly come of this.
Of course, but I mean, I heard that they're offering, I think it was £1 million to break records, which is so irresponsible. You've got young athletes, and yes, they may be adults and can make their own decisions, but they're being influenced, one, by huge amounts of money. You know, most amateur sports, even the top athletes in those sports, will never see that kind of money. So, of course, that's going to entice people to compete in this style. So, yeah, I just think it's so irresponsible, and the long-term effects of performance-enhancing drugs as well, that you're being told by doctors that you're going to trust and your superiors, as far as your coaches and performance directors go, if they're encouraging you to do this, then you're going to believe them.
And what's interesting is the organisers are arguing that they are trying to explore the boundaries of human potential while provoking this broader cultural conversation, because we know, Sarah, that doping happens in top-level sport and also even in amateur sport. Is there a conversation that needs to be had about doping and the dangers of performance-enhancing drugs? And is this bringing that to the fore?
Well, I think we have those conversations all the time, and I think put the money into, you know, protecting sport and stopping people doping rather than encouraging it. It just seems so backwards to me.
But these guys are basically saying that this is going to bring sport into the future because it's going to be done. You can choose. You can do the sport if you want to do it as just naturally, or if you want to use the performance-enhancing drug. But you'll be under medical supervision. And they're saying this is really the future. It's technology now when we look at sport. Do you still think that's just something that just doesn't fly, basically?
No, I'm hoping that this just gets laughed out of sport. It's not sport. This is human experiments. It's two very, very different things. And it feels to me, maybe I need to know more about it, but I think it just feels to me like a rich boys, you know, club of fun, just trying to do something for the sake of publicity, maybe.
So you don't think it's something that could actually compete with the Olympic Games at any level at all?
This is literally the opposite of what the Olympic Games is about. You know, it's supposed to be about fair competition. Everybody on the line is equal. And when you put performance-enhancing drugs into the mix, legally especially, then it's just going to become a competition of whose body can handle the most. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, there's a famous Australian swimmer, James Magnussen, a former two-time 100-metre freestyle world champion. He said he's going to compete in this. He's keen to do it. Everyone to their own. Do you think we'll see more swimmers or weightlifters or athletes possibly get involved in something like this to see how far they can push their bodies?
I think it will be less about how far they can push their bodies and more about the reward. That they're offering so much money, like we just talked about earlier, £1 million for people to break these records. So, of course, more people are going to do it, and for all the wrong reasons, I'm afraid.
And you've had a few Olympic golds in your life, Sarah, am I right? Yeah?
No, I'm a three-time Olympian.
And
I have world and European medals, but not Olympics.
OK, but Olympian?
Yes.
It's really difficult to reach that level.
Of course.
And, just give us a little bit of a snapshot on what you have to do, naturally to get to that level.
I mean, I trained for nearly 20 years. I competed on the World Cup stage for a long time, and you're training, on a 4-year cycle for the Olympics, but you're training 6 to 9 hours a day, every day. You get 3 weeks off a year at the end of season, and you might get a half day off midweek, maybe Sunday if you're too tired to train. So, you're putting everything into this, everything that you believe in. You'll sacrifice anything to be able to achieve your dreams ultimately, and this kind of crushes them.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But thank you so much for joining us. And we'll have to wait to see, because next year this has been touted as happening. We'll have to see if it actually happens or it's allowed to happen. But great to have your thoughts. Thank you so much. Sarah Lindsay there, former Olympic speed skater. Thank you once again. Now let's take a look at the top business news. Bitcoin rose to a new all-time high, breaking its January record. Today, the cryptocurrency climbed as much as 2.2% in early Asian trading and hit over $110,000 after a downward trend for several weeks in the midst of tariff-related uncertainty. Bitcoin has steadily climbed up 15% in May. Nike is planning to raise prices of some products from next week and will sell items on Amazon after 6 years. It's down to the company sourcing a significant proportion of its footwear from both China and Vietnam. With the critical back-to-school shopping season approaching, Nike says it will not raise prices for children's products. Turning to the sports news now, and Tottenham Hotspur have won their first trophy since 2008 and secured a place in the Champions League. It's after Brennan Johnson's goal gave the North London side the lead, beating Man United 1-0 in the Europa League final in Bilbao. Manager Ange Postecoglou has said he's never been more proud to be the manager of a football club. And in tennis news, star Carlos Alcaraz is heading to Paris to defend his French Open title. The Spaniard's fourth straight win over Yannick Sinner joins Rafa Nadal, Novak Djokovic, Gustavo Kuerten and Marcelo Rios as the only men to have captured all three clay court ATP Masters 1000. Now, the retail giant Marks & Spencer's is back online again today after leaving users unable to shop for several hours. The company is still reeling after a cyber attack which took down the website and left customers unable to make online orders. It's believed the company has lost around £300 million in lost profits, as well as significant damage to their reputation. Joining me now in the studio to discuss this further is consumer expert and also author Kate Hardcastle. Thank you so much for joining me, Kate. So we mentioned the massive loss in profits there, but how has this affected consumer confidence in the brand Marks & Spencer's?
Yes, thanks for having me. Understandably, when consumers are involved, it's their personal data, their card details, which have been reassured were not in any case leaked here, but of course that's front of mind. Consumers want to be able to trust brands. That's a huge part of the way we shop, and this evolvement of what we've seen in consumer shopping, multi-channel, speed is everything. So when it's a beloved brand, which Marks & Spencer is all around the world, but particularly in its home UK, this is so integral. And we shop emotionally. You know, logic and tech sit together, but our choices, our brand preferences often come from that emotional point. I think it's really important to explain that the brand itself, although it's over 150 years old, had been through a journey recently. It had rebuilt back. So it's seen its best financial health in 3 decades. And this blight of millions of pounds, an estimated 83 million pounds, has come in just a matter of weeks. And that just goes to show the fragility, really, of brands and how important it is to understand that this is certainly going to be a way of life for many tech brands going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And to think about all the data we give to these shops when we do shop in them, it's something that a lot of us have to take responsibility for in many ways.
Our data is ours to own, to look after, and to become as savvy as we can. And we are dealing with technologies that are almost invented on an hourly cycle, and it will get speedier too. So anything you can do to be aware, to make sure you feel comfortable and confident, is going to be knowledgeable and valued to you and your family, your household. That said, I completely understand why any consumer would want to feel safe in the brands that they trust, and that's why we must see retailers or all consumer organisations stepping up to make sure that not only they're doing everything they can to protect consumers and customers, but in these times that the process, how they repair and how they reassure the customer is front of mind and paramount.
So what I found interesting, actually, is what M&S replied with. They say they will accelerate its digital transformation and as a result of this cyber attack. But surely, you know, more help might need to be there to repair this damage, but they're pretty confident in some ways coming out of this.
As I say, they're in a sweet spot of being beloved. We have brands here in this region that have the same kind of rapport with customers. It takes a long time to build. It's very quick to lose. So Marks & Spencer have to be confident here. They must explain that they are going to invest, you're quite right. But at the same time, that's purely because of how we as consumers want to shop. We want something that's a blended and seamless channel to market. We want to browse on social media. We want to perhaps peruse online, and then we might want to buy in store. We want it all to converge and feel galvanised together. That means retailers are going to have to step up in digital investment anyway. They're going to have to make it easier for themselves and the people that matter the most to stakeholders, which is the spenders.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Do we know how this cyber attack occurred at all? Because sometimes it's very difficult to get to the root of these things for big companies. And if Marks & Spencer's would have had to pay a ransom, is there any information of that?
There's very little information confirmed. There's a lot being talked about. So I'd like to talk to what's confirmed. Marks & Spencer have said absolutely clearly and categorically they did not leave a back door open. And what they mean by that is they don't feel it's a system failure. They feel it's a sign of times. They feel that it's an issue that a lot of brands like them will be facing. They were certainly held to ransom. We know that's been confirmed. And we understand that the group behind this are actually quite as motivated, it seems, by the financial as they are the infamy, if you like. They want to be known. They want to be the frontline headlines talking on news channels like this. So I'm not going to give them any more airtime, but I do think as consumers, you're quite right to point out, we have to be very aware in terms of the way that the line of travel is here, which is sometimes legacy technology trying to keep up with the modern customer.
No, and it's a real fragile time for the industry. And if we think about it, the retail industry, and maybe more in the UK, because we're talking about Marks & Spencer's, but how are big brands coping now? Are we finding that the high street is sort of petering out and people are using the internet more and it's becoming more and more difficult?
You're in a high growth area for it comes to social media shopping and online shopping. I've been hosting at Seamless all week, a big event in the region celebrating the best of retail technology and fintech together. So I think it's a global piece that we're seeing consumers wanting to shop how they want, where they want. They want more experience in retail real life retail. So I'm not saying this is an end of mall or high street stores. It's an evolution. And I think we're in this platinum age of era. But unfortunately, through all golden times, through all times where we head to something brilliant, there can be pain points. And we're going to have to keep going through this pain point as technology tries to catch up in a time where we've seen probably more change in a matter of months than in a matter of decades in retail. It has evolved that quickly. So I'm thrilled to be part of the conversation. Really love helping brands as they move into this new era. But we always have to remember one core thing. The customer should be at the heart of everything we do, no matter how big or small your brand.
I'm definitely an emotional shopper. I was just going to tell you that because you mentioned it earlier and I was thinking, I'm definitely one of those people because I feel like when I shop online, I get exactly what I need. Right. But when I go into the shop, I just spend loads more money. I wonder if that's just something that all of us maybe do.
For sure. And 78% of purchase decisions are made on the spot still. Yeah. That's how much we can flex. So emotion does come into it.
No, absolutely. Great talking to you. It was lovely to have you on set. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kate Hardcastle, consumer expert and author there. Once again, thank you for joining us. A reminder of our top stories. 2 Israeli embassy staffers are shot dead in Washington, D.C. as the suspect reportedly accuses Israel of atrocities. The British Prime Minister signs an agreement with Mauritius to hand over the Chagos Islands. The UK government proposes early releases for offenders to reduce a prison population. And introducing pro-doping sport, the first athletes sign up to the controversial Enhanced Games. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Imagine this. The world faces a massive disaster, climate chaos, nuclear war, a global crop failure. Civilizations crumble, infrastructure collapses, and yet, far in the icy north of Norway, deep beneath the frozen mountain, lies a vault that could restart agriculture for the entire planet. Yes, this place actually exists. It's called the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, and it might just be the world's most important backup drive. So what is it exactly? Let's take a closer look on Pixel with me, Joanne Soria. The Svalbard Seed Vault is a secure underground facility specifically built to store backup copies of the world's crop seeds, millions of them. Its mission? To safeguard global diversity in case something goes terribly, irreversibly wrong. It's located on the remote island of Spitsbergen in the Svalbard archipelago of Norway, just over 1,000 kilometers from the North Pole. And that location is no accident. So why build it in such a remote place? Because Svalbard offers 3 key things: isolation, political stability, and natural refrigeration. Its extreme northern location means it's far from areas of conflict or political unrest. And thanks to the Arctic permafrost, even if the power fails, the seeds stay naturally frozen. That gives the vault a huge edge in long-term preservation. And get this, it's built 120 meters deep inside a sandstone mountain. That makes it strong enough to withstand natural disasters like earthquakes, floods, and even man-made threats like nuclear strikes. This place was built to survive the worst and protect the best of what humanity has grown. The vault officially opened in 2008, and it's been quietly receiving deposits ever since. Each deposit comes from seed banks and agriculture institutions around the world. Countries send their seeds there, kind of like uploading your hard drive to the cloud, but for agriculture. Once inside, the seeds are stored in sealed packages, stacked neatly in boxes, and placed on shelves inside the vault's frozen chamber. And here's the key part. Once seeds are deposited, only the country or institution that sent them can access them again. No one else can take or touch them. It's a one-way door unless you're the depositor. And the vault's capacity? It can hold up to 4.5 million seed varieties. That's more than 2 billion individual seeds. And no, it's not for just some far-off apocalyptic future. The seed vault has already proven its worth. In 2015, researchers withdrew seeds from the vault to help rebuild a gene bank in Syria, which was damaged during the country's civil war. And that's not science fiction. So why does all of this even matter? Because crop diversity means survival. Diseases evolve, climates shift, wars disrupt supply chains. And if we rely on just a few staple crops like corn, wheat, or rice, we're playing a dangerous game with global food security. The Svalbard Seed Vault protects thousands of varieties of those crops and much more. Ancient grains, drought-resistant beans, heat-tolerant vegetables, every option we might one day need to keep feeding the world. And what does this ultra-secure vault look like inside? Surprisingly, it's a bit underwhelming. No flashing lights, no hazmat suits, no dramatic security doors. Just a long, icy hallway with metal shelves and plain seed boxes, each carefully labeled, quietly waiting for the future. But in many ways, it's one of the most hopeful projects on Earth, a silent promise to future generations that even if we fall, we've saved something that can help us rise again. They call it the Doomsday Vault, but maybe it's not about the end of the world. Maybe it's about beginning again. I'm Joanne Soria. I'll see you next time on Pixel.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Free speech campaigner and renowned evolutionary psychology professor Gad Saad is a proud provocateur with unconventional takes on politics and society. We'll discuss everything from student protests to the demise of left-wing parties on Thursday, right here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. News of the shooting and killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington dominated the front pages of newspapers today, while the confrontation between President Trump and the South African president in the Oval Office received a lot of attention, especially in America. However, most media outlets continue to analyze and report on President Trump's changing position on the war in Ukraine and the war in Gaza. We'll start with Le Monde, whose editorial depicts the most recent change in the European position regarding the continuing war in Gaza, saying that the Israeli government must no longer act with impunity. Le Monde's editorial strongly criticized the Israeli government's actions in Gaza, arguing that its stated goals of destruction and depopulation amounts to policies outside the bounds of international human rights. It also highlights the deliberate use of hunger, mass bombings, and forced displacement of Palestinians, warning these could be classified as genocide by international courts. The editorial calls out the international community's passive or complicit response, especially from countries that continue to support Israel unconditionally. While acknowledging Hamas's responsibility for the conflict, the article insists that the time has come for clear, decisive opposition to Netanyahu's extremist coalition and its annexationalist agenda, urging Israel's allies to end their indulgence and hold the government accountable for its actions. More on the war in Gaza, as while many newspapers talked about President Trump's growing frustration with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, contending that Israel is getting increasingly more isolated, voices have risen inside Israel, calling for a new Israeli strategy independent of the U.S. Eric Mandel, for one, wrote in the Jerusalem Post, reviewing the changing dynamics of the U.S.-Israeli relationship under President Trump's second term, emphasizing a shift from traditional alliance to a more contractional and transactional approach. The author, drawing on extensive discussions with policymakers and first-hand experience in Israel, argues that the Trump administration now prioritizes deals and financial interests over shared democratic values, as he says. Mandel also says that Israel finds itself increasingly sidelined as U.S. negotiates directly with regional actors like the Houthis and relaxes sanctions on adversaries as Syria. The article urges Israeli leaders to adapt by seeking new partnerships, especially with countries like India, and to prepare for more independent security strategies. The article concludes that while the U.S.-Israel bond remains important, Israel must now navigate a less reliable and more self-interested American foreign policy. Moving on, the New York Times published a news analysis reviewing President Trump's Oval Office meeting with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, where Trump repeatedly claimed white South Africans are being targeted and executed. Despite police statistics showing otherwise, also Trump's remarks echoing white supremacist talking points overshadowed Ramaphosa's calls for civility and accurate context about crime in South Africa. The analysis also highlights Trump's history of framing himself as a protector of white people, both in the U.S. and abroad, and notes his administration's recent moves to roll back diversity initiatives and civil rights oversight. Critics indeed condemned Trump's comments as racist and dangerous propaganda. The analysis concludes that Trump's focus on white victimhood continues to shape his domestic and international agenda. The stalled peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine received a lot of attention from the media. The Wall Street Journal published an exclusive report on its front page on President Trump's recent diplomatic efforts on the Ukraine war, focusing on his 2-hour call with President Vladimir Putin and subsequent conversations with European leaders. Trump acknowledged to European allies that Putin believes he is winning and is not ready for peace, a view Europeans already held but had not heard directly from Trump. The report highlights also how, despite earlier threats of new sanctions, Trump backed off and instead proposed lower-level peace talks at the Vatican, also signaling a reduced U.S. role in shifting responsibility to Europe and also Ukraine. The piece also cites European leaders who expressed disappointment, recognizing they must now take the lead in supporting Ukraine and pressuring Russia. The Vatican has shown interest in hosting talks, but prospects for real progress remain uncertain. The Europeans are certainly disappointed with the Americans when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, and that was evident in many opinion articles published in European newspapers today. Robert Clark wrote in The Telegraph saying President Trump is at risk of once more being outsmarted by Putin, and not for the first time in his second term. The article addresses Trump's shifting and increasingly passive approach to the Ukraine war, noting that after promising to end the conflict quickly, he has failed to secure a ceasefire and now appears to be stepping back from U.S. leadership on this issue. Despite a lengthy call with Putin, Trump apparently offered economic incentives rather than pressure, and ultimately told European and Ukrainian leaders that U.S. would not impose new sanctions or directly mediate further. The author highlights the disappointment and surprise of European leaders at as Trump's stance effectively leaves negotiations to Russia and Ukraine and grants Putin more leverage. The article concludes that this approach risks emboldening Putin, weakening Western unity and undermining support for Ukraine at a critical moment. President Trump's big, beautiful tax bill was the focus of some American newspapers today, with many saying it certainly is big, but most definitely not beautiful. The editorial board of the Washington Post held that opinion and went even further by saying that it might ruin America's finances. The editorial reviews the financial turmoil triggered by President Trump's fiscal agenda and the recent U.S. credit downgrade by Moody's. Despite alarm from markets and experts, Trump and House Republicans are advancing a massive tax and spending bill that would extend the 2017 tax cuts and new tax breaks as well, and increase spending, pushing deficits up to or by up to as much as $4 trillion over the next decade. Now, the national debt, the U.S. national debt, that is, already stands at $36 trillion and could reach historic highs, with interest payments consuming a growing share of government revenue. Critics argue the plan relies on unrealistic growth projections and fails to address the structural deficit, raising concerns about America's fiscal stability and global economic leadership. Martin Kettle wrote in his column in The Guardian asking whether 21st century Britain now is becoming an unsustainably divided house. The author draws a comparison between the UK today and the United States just before the Civil War and found striking similarities. The article reviews Britain's deepening political and economic divisions, questioning whether the UK is now as sustainably divided as Lincoln's house divided. It also highlights how devolution and also regional tensions, especially after recent local elections, have made the country more fragmented, and public trust in government has hit record lows. The focus is on Prime Minister Keir Starmer's Council of the Nations and Regions, an initiative meant to foster collaboration between the UK government, developed administrations and English mayors. While the Council's purpose and powers remain unclear, experts argue that genuine cooperation is essential for tackling national challenges. The article concludes that only through meaningful partnership can Britain hope to restore public confidence and address its growing internal divides. And we'll end with the Financial Times, where Peggy Hollinger published an article today asking about the dominance of Elon Musk's satellite over the battle for the future of global connectivity. She explains how Amazon and Chinese rivals are working hard to catch up. The article reviews the fierce global competition to dominate low Earth orbit satellite internet, focusing on Amazon's newest project, Kuiper, and SpaceX's Starlink. It details how Amazon's recent satellite launches marks its entry into a market led by Starlink, which already serves over 5 million customers in 125 countries and benefits from rapid low-cost launches. The rivalry also extends to other players like China's SpaceSail and the EU's Iris, with governments seeking sovereign control over digital infrastructure for economic and also security reasons. While Starlink's scale and speed give it a major lead, Kuiper leverages Amazon's vast resources and retail reach. The article predicts intense price wars and innovation, but also warns that this battle could reshape global connectivity and strain the satellite industry. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to the dressing room with our Arabiya news. Right, we finished up on Man United. We might as well go over to Spurs, didn't we?
Yeah.
What we saying about these?
Well,
they rested
Villa versus Spurs, because both of these teams
Spurs,
have. There's a story to it.
Yeah.
Right. So Villa, up to 5th, level on points with Chelsea and Newcastle.
Yeah.
So first of all, we start on.
I
Villa.
think that was an obvious call.
The game wasn't obvious.
No,
I thought
it
Spurs
wasn't obvious.
did okay.
They did all right.
But Spurs have that uncanny ability to lose games of football at the moment, don't they?
Yeah.
It's the 21st loss of the season for Tottenham Hotspur, and they sit 17th in the table with 38 points. It's definitely their record, so that's one thing.
Oh, come. Okay.
Right.
Is that level of Ipswich, by the way? That's just gone down?
No.
What's Ipswich? 22?
22
lost 22 defeats, something like that. Isn't it?
Yeah, but Spurs have obviously got the European campaign where they've been getting tucked up in Europe a few times as well, so that adds to it.
You know what's mad?
Oh, God, there's layers to this.
Continental. Lick him up. Sorry. Chris Eubanks. The gift that never stops giving. I love him.
We need to get him on the pod.
I'd love to. That's my dream guest.
That is my dream guest.
I think we should start on here. Give Chris Eubanks Senior a knighthood.
Who does he support?
I don't care.
I'd love to know who he supports.
I don't care who he supports.
I'd love to see it. Imagine having two. Yeah. Mate, get him a knighthood. Get him a knighthood. Chris Eubanks Senior.
Yeah, he needs one.
Anyway, we digress.
He's a sheriff, though.
You know that?
He's actually he's a sheriff. That's why he wears the sheriff badge.
I'm just like.
Did you know he's a sheriff? He's actually a sheriff.
Sheriff of what?
I ain't got a clue, bruv. But he's claiming it.
I shot the sheriff.
He's claiming it.
I think he's a sheriff. I think he's done the badges.
This has got to be a wind-up, isn't it?
I'm going to find that.
Are we going to have to put...
Shall find that for me? I know, look.
Yeah, find that for us.
Is Chris Eubanks Senior a sheriff?
We can have... Geez, do we have a legal team at the dressing room? Because we are just dishing out fake news left, right and centre. Accusations. Cole's got to find them all the VAR system.
Not to take it too seriously.
Chris Eubanks Senior is a certified law enforcement marshal in Louisiana.
I told you!
I can't believe it.
You thought I was joking,
bro. It's a wind-up. I want to become a sheriff now.
Louisiana.
How long does it take to do that?
I've got a Scooby.
You know what, though, Coley?
You thought, listen, I got some knowledge, you know.
Imagine being pulled over in the car in Louisiana.
And then Chris Eubank Senior, he bumps out. And you get out the car, please. As I better, how do you? You can get out the car. Get out of your vehicle. That's probably a poor Chris Eubank.
That's hurt my belly, man. That's hurt my belly.
He is actually a sheriff, bro.
That's mad. That's mad. But listen, we would love to get him on the show, please.
Anyway, let's go on. Let's move on.
How did we get on?
I don't know, bro. It's our ADHD. Just move around, don't we? Go on. Sorry.
Spurs won it.
Sorry.
Spurs.
Villa versus Spurs.
Villa versus Spurs.
Villa. I'm going to throw it out there now because I want this. Someone screenshot this. Villa. Villa.
It's going to be outrageous. This.
No, listen. I did it with PSG, and they didn't believe me. But if you know, you know. Villa will mount a title challenge next year if they manage to keep all their big players. And by big players, I mean Morgan Rogers. What a player he is!
He's turning into a great player.
He's turning into a great player, and obviously they need to keep hold of Martinez. He looked like he was leaving.
So Villa to win the Premier League next year.
Mount a challenge,
Bridgie.
Don't try and put words in my mouth.
Okay. So that's not really.
So you're saying second?
I'm saying by
third.
January, February, March, we'll be talking Villa will still be in a title race.
Right, okay.
And that's a big shout. I think that's a big shout. No?
I don't think it's a big shout.
You don't?
I'm kind of expecting it.
All right, Coley's expecting it.
It's like kind of natural progression.
Yeah.
Because they've done so well so far. They've dropped off a little bit, but I think they got the play. As you said, if they just can keep and retain their players and add to it, then I don't see why not. I don't think they're going to be keeping Marcus Rashford, though.
No, I wouldn't. I don't think they need Marcus Rashford.
No, I don't think they need him. So.
I think that's just smart business. We'll get onto Marcus.
Gave them a little boost at that time.
I think it gave him a little bit of swagger. I think what he done to the dressing room in January was like, wow, we mean business. You know, because them players.
Wow.
Yeah, because when there's a player in his, he's not 27 years of age, Bridge. He's in the prime of his career, coming from Manchester United to Villa. And everyone going, oh, that's a great move for him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that gave them that little boost. I thought they were brilliant against PSG, who are going to win the Champions League, is another thing I believe.
Yeah.
But I think everything at the club, the young players, your Ramseys of this world, Constance, I think, is underrated. Asensio, I don't know what's happening with him and whether it's permanent or what. I think they'll be brilliant.
Yeah.
So I think
unmentioned hero.
Yeah. McGinn. Again, we know how important it is to have a McGinn in the dressing room as well as what he does on the pitch. So I think that. But getting on to Spurs, Carlton, we'll talk about Manchester United preparing for their final. Spurs, where are they? Where are they in this final? What do you think?
Well, judging by that performance, they're keeping their cards quite close to their chest.
Yeah.
Because actually, they weren't that bad, but I won't know who he's going to start in the final, because I think he's played it a little bit different to what Manchester United have done. You know what I mean? I think the boy up front, Odegaard, he was decent.
Should have scored though.
Should have scored, but he looked lively. Do you know what I mean? But is he going to start? I'm not sure. You know what I mean? There's a few other players that started that I probably won't start in the final.
Yeah.
So I think I don't know what to expect with Spurs. Ange is quite unpredictable. Even Spurs fans think sometimes when he needs to keep his team, he'll change it and tinker with it, and then everyone's thinking, why'd you do that?
Yeah.
It's like so you don't know what you're going to get with Spurs at the moment. So I can't call it. I cannot call it.
I think it's a hard one to call.
Yeah.
Isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is hard.
Both their season, I think it's hard,
It's hard. You don't...
Who turns up, really?
The bookies...
It's on the day, innit?
Yeah. The bookies... what do you think about this then, Bridgie? Bergvall, Maddison and Kulusevski look like they're going to miss the final. That's three creative players. And the way that they play... I mean, I think that's got to be a factor, surely.
Yeah, it has, definitely. I just think it's too hard to call. Son, I think Son could turn up and win it for them.
Yeah.
Depending on how Man United play. I think it's really, they're so inconsistent. They've both been poor.
Yeah.
And it's just one of them. You just don't know, do you? And for me as well, personally, I look at it and think Spurs, Man U. I don't want either of them to win it, really.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think if Man U win it, I'll be like, oh, gutted.
Yeah.
If Spurs win, I'll be like, oh, gutted. Do you know what I mean? It's one of them.
It's a no-win.
Yeah, it's a no-win personally. But and again, I think it's just like a hard call, isn't it? Look at them, they're both, what are they, 16th and 17th, like 1 point between them both.
I've had,
it's mad, isn't it?
It's mental.
It's mad, isn't it? And both of them,
well, what world are we living in when one of these are going to qualify for Champions League on the back of a poor season in the domestic season?
Yeah.
Imagine
it's crazy, isn't it?
Imagine you're a player and you're sitting in the dressing room of Brentford, Brighton, Fulham, and you've put 10, 15 points more on the table than them this year.
Yeah.
And you'd be fuming, wouldn't you?
I feel like you could make a case for both of them, but anyone could go and win it.
Yeah. But
I think
we say that they don't deserve it, but they do actually. Innit? It's weird.
The rules are the rules.
To get there, yeah.
They do deserve it because they're there. They're there. And they represented the Premier League on the back of a poor Premier League, I'd say, in a long time. So, but
I'm swaying a bit more to United.
Do you think so?
A little bit.
Experience in
Bruno in there.
Yeah.
I don't know what. I just want a little bit with him.
I think Spurs win the game.
I think Spurs win.
Yeah.
I want Ange to win. I know this is. We're standing out.
Yeah. Do you know what? For everyone, I'm with you actually. Just for Ange, but it's still Spurs.
But you know what he said? Just for Ange, you're right. You know what he said, though?
Yeah.
And what the romance of it would be for me is that Ange said at the start of this season, I always win something on my second season.
Yeah.
If he wins,
he's right.
And then drops Mike, see you later, I've done my job, innit?
Yeah.
Like I said I was going to win something, and you lot have been berating me all season, and you made it hard for my team to progress and play the style of football I want to play. But I've won something, so I'm going to leave it here, lads. See you later. I want my statue outside. I want my statue outside by next year. Because TikTok, clock is ticking. Because that would be a great signing off, innit?
Yeah, mate. Listen, they've won it. I think they won the UEFA Cup, the Europa League, back in the 80s with Bridgie's favourite person in the world, Glenn Hoddle.
40 odd years ago. 40 odd years ago. And do you know what revelation for Spurs this season would be?
What?
Jed Spence.
Yes.
He's been brilliant.
Yeah, he has.
So, big up Jed Spence. Oh, mate. I did look at him when he went on to Rio Ferdinand's podcast, and he went on there with the shades on. I was thinking, that's a little bit strong there. He thinks he's a rapper. But he's backing himself up because he can do what he wants at the moment because he is actually that guy.
He's doing it.
He's doing bits on the pitch. That's all we want to see.
I want Spurs to win out of two, and simply because I've got friends, I've got them tickets going out there. Charlie Imes.
You want Spurs to win?
Yeah, it's bad.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I know, mate.
For you, to say that.
No, but because of my friends. Only because of my friends. Yeah. That's it. Like, I don't want to see him crying again.
He's choosing.
I don't want to see him crying again, Bridgie.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? You got them friends, and you're just like, it's all right, mate. Don't worry. But I don't want to do that again. I'm just tired of giving out empathy. Yeah. So I want him to win. They're going all the way out to Bilbao. I don't know, spent a fortune, and
Problem is,
you've heard it
Man United have played at Bilbao and done well over there, so they're quite familiar with the dressing rooms and the surroundings and the temperature, you know. So,
another asterisk on it, Coley. Yeah. Sorry to jump in. I saw a stat, I can't remember exactly the numbers, but when Spurs have had Porro, Van der Ven, Romero, Udogie and Vicario, the back five, settled, I think 21 games, and they've had 21 games and they've won 15 of them. So that is crucial. They haven't had it a lot, but when them boys are in the team, they tend to.
Do you reckon both teams are going into it? This saves our season a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Do you reckon it makes them more nervous?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is like a playoff, Wembley playoff final on steroids. You played playoff finals.
Right. I know what you mean. Playoff finals are horrible.
I've never played in it. I've never played it.
For them it is.
Yeah, I played for Brighton.
Did you?
Did you not win?
No, we lost to Palace.
How did that feel?
I was gutted, it was gutted.
Yeah, but you were at the back end of your career, right?
Yeah, back end. So you're gutted. But those playoff finals, I think it's horrible. someone finishes third and you think, they should just go up, really. Shouldn't they?
Yeah.
But Bridgie, like,
I know it's great. It does keep it going.
For the
it's
fans.
great aspect, but I am a little bit like, if you finish third and don't go up.
That year that we done it at Wembley, we finished third by far. We was closer to second than fourth.
Right.
Yeah, but the sixth place, Blackpool, they got to the final, so it's third and sixth.
Oh no!
So the two in the middle.
Oh mate!
Oh, that's worse. That's so bad, man. Like how does six almost get into the Premier League?
Yeah. Can I just say, talk about jeopardy in the game? I don't actually. This game isn't as much jeopardy for the players, right? The playoff finals are worse because. Tell me about this, Coley, because I've never played in one, but for them, like them young lads, there's like contracts that get doubled, so it's a massive financial incentive for them players.
Yeah.
And obviously the dream, a lot of them haven't even played in the Premier League.
Yeah.
So it's life-changing for a lot of players.
Life-changing,
So to be able to play and perform on that day, you know, you have to be strong-minded, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. But look, this game, it's for me, I think Spurs, if they can go and win this, I think also on top of that, you've got to look at what it means to the managers as well. So as I said, Ange drops mic, see you later.
Yeah.
But even if Ruben Amorim misses out on this, I don't think it affects him going into next season. I think he's still be at the club. I don't think he gets sacked. I don't think it saves him, because remember, he came at a point from Man United when he said he didn't want to come because he was all over the place. But the only problem with what I have with Ruben, and it's not a problem, so I don't really care. But I just wanted him to just be a little bit more flexible with your formation and who you're playing with. And that's why I'll go back to being a good manager. You've got to kind of change your style. Change.
Maybe he does for the final, no, or not?
No, he's not going to do it now. He's just going to play the same way. Very predictable. And so's Ange. So that's why you can't really call it. Because they don't flex. Both of these managers, they're at 16th and 17th for a reason. Because they've not been flexible. So this is for the stiff man. This is stiff man's stiff man's final as managers. No, they're not flexible enough.
That's true, Coley. I love your logic.
Stiff man's final.
I love your logic. I love your logic.
Don't mean it's right though. My logic don't mean it's right. Stiff man's final.
It's good.
One dimension. One dimension man's final.
It's good enough. I think we'll talk more about the Europa League final and Chelsea's Conference League final next week.
Yeah.
Right, because there's this fifth place thing. We'll go on to that. But we'll quickly go the Newcastle Arsenal game. Now, you know, Declan Rice, arguably Arsenal's player of the year. They secured Champions League in what can only be, you know, it's a disappointing season from Bridgie, isn't it? But, you know, Declan Rice, what more can you say about him? He's gone up another level, hasn't he?
Oh, even brilliant, isn't he?
Yeah. Do you like him further forward?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't say further forward. I just think box to box.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if he's got a licence to do both.
Break it.
Get up, get back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got...
I don't know if you can... I wouldn't want to compare him to Stevie G, but that player that can do a bit of everything, I think.
Yeah.
I think he's got a bit of everything in him.
I'm with you.
I don't think box to box. I think he needs someone... So... I don't want him focusing on defending,
right?
Because remember, like
no, but he's good at it. He's good at it, but he's good at driving forward the ball. So he's got to have that license to get forward.
Really good. So Partey gives him that license to do that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So he needs someone like that with him, and to worry about the mopping up, worry about the getting back, because you want his energy going that way, because he can creates, gets forward, drives with the ball, and as we see on the weekend, he's got that whip. He's got that whip, but I want his energy to be focused on that, because that's what will make him world class. But if he's exerting himself in going too much the other way, and it'll take a little bit away from him going forward, because he's thinking about other things subconsciously. Anyway,
I think he's got good energy though. He's got a good engine, isn't he?
Yeah, but he can't do it all alone. That's what my thing.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
so
you've got to have someone to help.
They've got to have Partey.
Midfielders do. You've got to have
So there's that. I think they've got that relationship. So Zubimendi's coming in, and he does that Partey thing as well. So it'll be good for him to even go forward as well.
But he looks so good when he picks it up deep and he drives with the ball.
Really good. And Partey don't do that. I'm not sure about Zubimendi. I've not seen much of him.
He's more of a
much of a passer,
he can
popping it off.
yeah.
But Dec's got that drive going forward, and now you can see he's adding finishing to his game.
Yeah.
At a great time for him, so that gets him to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, so Arteta, we didn't give him a little bit, but how he reacted after the PSG game, he doubled down on his beliefs, didn't he? And he was, he wouldn't flex, he wouldn't change, and then they went 2-0 down at Anfield, then they come back, which is a great result for them, really. 2-0 down at Anfield, come back, and then they beaten Newcastle. So you've got to give them their credit now. They just need a centre forward, Bridgie. Surely.
Oh yeah,
it's as simple
100%
as that.
they do. Yeah.
It's just need a centre forward.
More than
who
obviously.
You got in mind, Bridgie?
Yeah, who you got in mind?
Well, Harry Kane.
We're still going there, Harry Kane.
No, it's hard, isn't it? It's hard because who can you get? It's all about who you can get.
Yeah,
it's got to be the right person to complement Saka.
Well, listen, no Isaac. Sorry, Isaac. Yeah. He didn't play. His scan showed a bit of swelling, so he would be. I think he would be.
He'd be great for them. Can they get him?
Yeah. Well, now Newcastle are probably going to get in the Champions League as well. I think. No. I think he's off the table.
It's him wanting out.
Harry Kane,
really, him saying he wants out. They ain't going to want to sell him.
We joking like Harry Kane. He's not going to.
He's not going to.
He's not going to go there.
But you never know.
Have we given him his flowers for winning the league? Did we do that last week?
Yeah,
Harry Kane, we did.
Did we?
Yeah,
buzzing for him and die. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and
he's probably going to want another trophy.
Yeah.
Is there more chance of getting it there than at Arsenal?
We'll talk about Isak. Isak
exactly.
going to be going to. The only reason Isak will come because to London, it'll just be because of London.
London, yeah.
It was just because of that.
Because there's no difference in the clubs at the moment.
There's no difference really, is there?
Not really.
And potential. They're trying to win something.
Yeah.
So I can't see it. And he's already settled up there. So why would he? The only problem would be is just that he wants to move to London. His family wants to move to London, and that'd be it.
Yeah.
Which is like London will be the pool.
How mad is that? You'd probably how well have Newcastle done? Let's talk about Eddie Howe and Newcastle. The fact that we're talking now, we think Arsenal and Newcastle is a sideways step now. Well, that's So how well has he done at that project? Because remember when he got the job,
everyone was calling for.
People were going, "What we want Eddie Howe? We want Unai Emery, or we want Jose Mourinho, or something like that." Like
it's been managed very well.
That club's been managed superbly well.
Yeah, really well.
Yeah,
midfield's been great.
Midfield's great.
Great and midfield for the Vengeance as well.
Yeah,
big lads.
Yeah,
big boys, a lot of them. Tonali gets around the pitch. Gimaraish, Joe Linton, and then
Joe Linton surprised me, mate. Joe Linton, he was a forward. He came as a striker. I don't know how Eddie found out he was a.
Mate,
he'd never played there in his life, and all of a sudden he must have played there in training or something.
Yeah,
and said, "Oh no, he's a midfielder."
Yeah, that's mad.
How do you identify that so late on in his career? He's been bought as a striker,
playing for Brazil. He's in and amongst the squad. I mean, I'd have him in my team. I've watched him live a few times this year. I've been lucky enough to go up to Newcastle and watching them play, and he's been fantastic every time I've watched him. So listen, we'll see where they are. We'll see how that ends up. But I can see Newcastle and Arsenal both, well, Arsenal secured it, but they're both in the Champions League spot. I just want to quickly go a little bit off piste there, back into world football. My old manager, my last manager at Chelsea, Carlo Ancelotti, his time's up at Real Madrid. He'll leave as an absolute legend of the club. But what a job he's walked into here. In a struggling, by the way, they've had an absolute mare. You speak to Brazilians and they just can't believe their team. And they've called for big Carlo Ancelotti to come and manage the national team. What a coup that is.
Great job, innit?
Oh.
Great job.
He deserves
Imagine
it.
that. Where are you going to live?
He deserves it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Don Carlo on the Rio Copacabana beach with a big Cuban. Oh, my God.
The swag on him is just going to be unbelievable.
Oh, mate.
He can't wait to get over there.
Nice tan, nice bottle of red wine.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Great for them.
Great for them.
And I wonder how, you look at the Rodrigos and the Vinicius Juniors. Vinicius Junior's obviously the star player of Brazil now, so I'm sure the federation would have contacted him and he would have sung the praises of Carlo Ancelotti.
Didn't need to, really, does he?
Didn't need to, but it's like.
Do you get along with him? Yeah, I do.
But
he has cigars like me.
And having worked with Carlo,
what was he like?
Mate, you'd love him.
Yeah.
You would love him. The first night I was late for a team dinner, right? It was in one of the restaurants in London. I was late, and it was like he got everyone together early on. And you know when you go in, I'm thinking, I don't know how I was late. I've been living in London. I walked there.
I'll tell you how you were late. You're always late.
No surprise there, then, eh?
All right, Keith.
Go on then, anyway.
Right,
Carry on.
Carry on.
I think it's something to do with our names.
No.
Cole, something to do with this Cole thing.
Yeah, we need to look into that. Need to look into our ancestry.
Just relaxed attitude, isn't it?
Same number of letters. Cole, late, C-O-L-E, 4
People
letters.
stress a lot about being late, don't they? I think sometimes. I don't think you stress too much about it.
I do.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
I don't like.
Well, not enough because you're always late.
With me,
can I make my point about
Go on,
Carlo
make your
Ancelotti?
point.
I don't like being late.
Yeah,
but I can't stand someone else that is late to come and see me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a little life lesson in that, Coley.
Yeah. What is it, Coley?
I don't know.
I just got to remember the feeling. So what I do, I tap into the feeling of how I felt when someone was late to come and see me. So that's where I get the dynamics from. And I don't want to see your face when you go, oh, Colton. And then you still rub it in my face later on.
Yeah.
No,
Shut up, Bridgie.
No, I don't.
Right, do you want to be Carlo's story?
You do. You do. You keep it going on this group chat afterwards.
Yeah, because you keep giving me loads. Elton John.
You did call him Elton. That's
called me a silverback.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was it. But I didn't call you a silverback.
It's the robustness of a silverback. Funny.
Anyway, let's talk football.
Yeah, come on.
Let's talk football.
Right, Carlo Ancelotti. So I've turned up late for this restaurant.
Yeah.
And you know, like, think of all the managers you've played with. I don't really know him that well. And I'm thinking, I've walked into the restaurant and there's one seat left next to the gaffer. I'm thinking, oh no, I'm going to have to sit next to the gaffer for the whole meal. And he's just like, I thought he was going to batter me for being late. Just poured me out a little bit of grappa. You know the Italian shots?
Yeah.
I like him already.
And everyone's like, don't know, because he's like, you know. And I'm like, and I'm thinking, is this a test? No, I don't drink, gaffer.
That's what he done?
No, he went, no worries, man. And I thought, all right. And I think, is this a test?
Yeah.
I thought, I'm going to do it anyway. Bang.
He bought you another one straight away.
He poured another one. Ended up, mate. I was a bit ropey when we got out, and like, you know, like his mannerisms around the group. Yeah. You know, and his way that. And one thing he done to me.
Remember, he was a player as well, so he gets it.
A top player as well, by the way. I had to go in for a little knee operation. I missed the start of the season of my big knee operation, and then I had to go in for a little clean up, right, which I was disappointed about because I thought I'd got over it. But it was only like out for 6 weeks, right? So, but my head was falling off, and I remember I was going down to surgery, and it's never nice going down to and I think Carly or my mum or my dad give me my phone, and it was Carlo. Ray Wilkins just want to speak to us. Listen, don't worry, Joe. Take your time. You're a big part of, you know, like just relax, be positive. You know what I mean? I just thought, you know, that's
it's nice touch.
Nice touch, and that's what he's full of little things like that. Very calm. Very thoughtful, like, and everyone seems
Ashley Cole loves him, innit?
Ashley loves him.
Yeah.
Ashley absolutely loves him.
He
come into. I was only there for a year. My last season was his first season.
Yeah.
And we were successful. We won the double, and he was brilliant with me. Honestly, like, he didn't play me all the time. Like I said, it was after my knee injury, so I built myself back into it. But played me in the big game, the big games at the end of the season when we had to play Manchester United to win up there, and that's just a great geezer. And I this changes the dynamics now. And this is how good Carlo is. This makes me think about the next World Cup. They've got a chance. Yeah. That's how good he is.
So Villa to win the Premier League and Brazil to win the World Cup.
This geezer's just like
yeah.
The press association.
Yeah.
No one ever said that. I said it gives them a chance. Makes me second guess because they had no chance before they got beat 4-1 by Argentina.
That'd be the headlines.
We've got to spin it. Make sure that's cut. That he said that. Yeah, it's cut out.
Have a double. Villa to win the league.
That's a great hit.
I might get on that. It's going to happen now.
Yeah. This is Joe Cole's predictions.
And here's another thing. Here's another one on the flip side of that. It looks like Xabi Alonso is going to Real Madrid. Now, he's had a faultless, seamless transition into football management.
Yeah.
What he done at Leverkusen, I covered his team when they went nearly the whole season unbeaten. They won the Bundesliga 2 years ago, and they lost to Atalanta in the Europa League final. And we interviewed him because they beat West Ham. Remember, Coley? They beat West Ham. We interviewed him, and I played against him a lot of times. Know what a top player he was, but straight away
they wouldn't let us near him though, did they? Because he was on the pitch.
No, he come over to the thing after, and he was gracious. And
I remember now. Yeah.
He was gracious.
I was there.
You had a heavy weekend, mate.
No, I didn't. Where were we?
But did you get the impression?
No, not that weekend. This weekend.
I don't know what I'd done yesterday. I don't know what I'd done 2 years ago. But Coley, do you remember our? We was.
You keep on laughing at me.
I was laughing because I mean you had a heavy weekend this weekend, and that's why you couldn't remember
I thought you meant that
chatting
weekend.
with him. No, this weekend.
No, I was all right. I'm all right this weekend.
Oh,
but yeah, go on.
He was impressive.
He was impressive. Like you can see that he was going places, innit?
Yeah.
He was someone who was buzzing with him. No, do you know who was buzzing? Oh, that's what it was. I remember now. And he's a smooth guy as well.
Go on.
Owen Hargreaves.
Yeah. And
Owen Hargreaves is a smooth guy, he's a smooth operator.
So smooth.
But he was commenting on how smooth he was.
Yeah,
it was like,
mate,
Zabi Alonso.
Too smooth.
I remember, I think, who was it? When I made my England debut over in, I think it was Seville. Yeah. He was the one in the middle of the pitch, right at the end. He was like, "Listen, you staying out here because we're going out." Wow. He offered for me to go out.
Really? That's how your reputation precedes you. People just want a little.
I thought I was
Carlton
special.
Cole.
I actually thought I was special. Yeah.
Xabi Alonso was asking him for a night out.
Yeah, he said if you're staying there, we're all going. He
legend.
said we're all going out. If you're staying, I think we had to fly him that same night, innit? Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, he asked me to go on the night out. I don't know if I remember. No, I didn't, because we had to leave. I would have been there, definitely. What? Xabi Alonso asking me to go out on a night out with the Spanish team who just beat us. I was there. I might have learned a few things. You know what I mean? Anyway, and we'll talk about that, right? But moving on, I predicted about Huijsen going to Real Madrid. Do you remember?
You did. Yeah, you did.
Everyone looked at me sideways.
Yeah,
I'm in the business, bro. Hey, listen.
What have you seen in him to think Real Madrid?
He's young.
Yeah.
He's a centre half that can play out from the back.
Yeah.
He's aggressive. He's very, very good. But because he's playing for Bournemouth, like people are not really looking at him like that. But it's only his performances has got him in that shop window. And he actually came in the team because of an injury.
No.
Yeah, so he wasn't he wasn't a starter at the start of the season. He came in, he's built himself up, and now you can look at him now and say this guy's a serious player.
Serious guy.
And then the thing about, I was looking at him thinking, do you know what? This boy's got loads of potential. So if you saw that, and any team in the world would have a look at that and think, we can build him in here.
It's early though.
It's early.
It's early, isn't it? His career, like to go to Real Madrid, that's a massive step. Bournemouth to Real Madrid.
But he's obviously he's playing Premier League.
Yeah.
But we
know that. We know. Listen, no doubt he's
So you're talking about the pressures.
I'm talking about 12,000 Bournemouth fans. You know, who are not. You know, he's probably. You know, it's a different pressure cooker going to Real Madrid. You must have remembered. Like, it's not quite as big, but Southampton to Chelsea, coming to London. Did you feel
overwhelmed?
Not overwhelmed. This guy don't get overwhelmed. Look at him.
No. It's. I was a homeboy, wasn't I? So I enjoyed it. But there's pressure. There's always pressure whenever you go to a club. There's pressure.
But you took it in your stride.
I wouldn't say I take it in my stride, but I don't. I think once the whistle goes, you just play, don't you?
Yeah. Because West Ham, Southampton were same. Like you had good seasons.
Yeah.
Stiff but like West Ham, as you've played for as well. Whether it be a London club, it's just there was just a little bit more pressure than I would imagine.
There's pressure, and then when you've been at a club for a few years, and you're playing well, it's the fans get to know you, and they know how good you are. But then a new set of fans, and you want to hit the ground running. The last thing you want to do is start off with a bad game, innit? And the fans be like, "Oh my god, what have we got here?"
Yeah, I remember coming to Chelsea, and because of the Roman money, the pressure of winning. Like every week, I was like, at West Ham, you know, it's like Coley. It was like you weren't going to win every game. You know,
so you kind of accept that.
So you like it wasn't.
And the fans ain't going to be putting pressure on you to do that.
Yeah, but Chelsea.
The good thing being at Chelsea was they signed so many players.
Yeah.
So you could kind of hide.
Well, not hide, but there's a lot of new players that you know the team's changing and it's.
Yeah.
I guess.
Bridgie, what year what year did you join Chelsea?
2003.
2003.
Yeah.
Same as me. I mean, for me, it was
2003. Why is that?
Because I could have gone on loan. I think in 2002.
You weren't there for the first season.
I could have gone to Southampton. I went. Dave Jones was the manager.
Dave Jones, yeah.
Yeah, because I went there. I went down to
trying to go there.
St. Mary's.
You would have done all right there.
I went down to St. Mary's to go and have a look. Smell the air.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Dave Jones then.
Who was it?
Strachan was then. 2000.
It might have been Strachan. It might have been Strachan then.
Yeah.
I went down there to go.
You've been good under him.
And
he was a good coach.
There's just something in the air that didn't sit right with me over there.
Yeah. Really?
No.
Don't know what it was.
He came after Glenn. Glenn was brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing, and then Gordon come along, and we were doing well as well. Totally different way of playing, but he done well there.
I ended up going Charlton in the end. I think.
That was it.
Yeah.
Probably closer to London.
Close to London.
Yeah.
I think that's what.
You got seasick. You got seasick down there.
I wasn't used to the air. It's too fresh.
You got seasick. You would have.
Yeah, I went there. That's what I think it was. It was the sea.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway,
and should we go back to top four?
Yeah.
Where we were, and we went well off somewhere. I don't know how.
Well, no, we're talking about going to a big club.
No, sorry,
going to a big club.
Yeah, we was.
We're on top four. We went Ancelotti. That's it.
We haven't quickly done. I think there's an important game for in comparison, but Jamie Vardy had a weekend, didn't he? We've got to give him his props, Jamie Vardy.
Yeah.
Legend.
You know, legend of the game. What he's, the story, like it could be a Netflix special. Coming up the leagues, non-league. Winning the Premier League in that incredible season, and to sign it off, a script writer would have done it.
His whole story.
His whole story is 500th game, scored his 200th goal for Leicester. I think it's common amongst Leicester fans that they consider him their greatest ever footballer.
Yeah.
And he's still going, nearly 40, or he's turning 40 soon. You just
fair play to him. Hats off. What a player! Started so late in your career and then to achieve all of that, mate. Bravo, man. No one can tell you nothing.
Yeah.
Like you've come here, you've conquered, and you've just I've done enough now. Let me crack on. And I think nice round number as well.
Yeah.
Nice rounded number to finish on.
Where do you think he goes next year?
501 and 201 would have been a nice number as well.
Why?
Why?
Well, it's just nice. I don't mind 501. What's 501? Oh, darts, isn't it?
501.
Is it 501? No, Levi's.
No. Levi's.
501, that's it, Levi's.
What the hell, man?
Where does your brain go?
It's a nice number, I think, 501 and 201.
Why 501?
Well, it's over 500 and 200.
It's not a rounded number then. It's not a rounded number.
No, but it's still a nice number.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's good. It's good anyway. But
you're only talking because of the fashion sense of it.
Is that it? He's not playing next game then?
He's not playing next game. He decided on his own accord, I'm finishing off my
I would have
Leicester
talked him
career.
into it. Imagine 501 and 201.
Really?
Yeah. So it's over the number.
Okay.
Mate, he's in the south of France now, isn't he?
Yeah, actually, fair play. Enjoy it, mate.
Enjoy
it.
He's sitting on the beach listening to the dressing room.
And you're telling him to play.
Telling him to play. No chance.
Just to get to 501 and score one more goal. No, it might not work out for him.
Enjoy it. No, it's good. It's amazing, isn't it?
It's
amazing.
Yes.
It's not like you say. It's just amazing. It's great. He must be buzzing. Like.
Where does
and
he
what
go?
a good send off, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's leaving the country. I think he still wants to play football.
Right.
Otherwise he'd have come out and said it. So
well, if you can, why not? I say.
Is it? Does he go to Saudi? Do they? I know they're not in the business of signing players.
Pensioners.
Wow.
They're not in the business of signing pensioners.
I think Jamie Vardy's a different character because I think the hunger. Oh, Bridgie.
Little
Arsenal.
backup one.
Mate,
fancy coming along?
Mate, see, that's an old school way of thinking, and I like it.
Yeah.
An old school. Alex Ferguson
mate.
might have produced something like that.
Yeah.
Come here.
No, but there's got to be a plan afterwards.
Do you know what? It'd be nice to have. We might need you.
We can't give you loads, but we can give you that.
Give you that.
Come here.
Yeah.
Be a big character in the dressing room.
Come on.
Be a leader. Coming off the bench, sniffing round like he got his goal the other day. No.
Imagine that. Harry Kane.
Look at this guy. Know what this guy is?
Vardy.
He's a project guy.
Yeah, project
Project
guy.
Carlton.
Mate, no, do you know what it is? Well, you were right. It's something Ferguson might do. Go, do you know what? You got another year in you.
Who's he done that with?
He's done it with Michael Owen.
Michael Owen. There you go.
Michael Owen.
And he's popped up and scored a few as well.
Scored a few for them.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It's sold.
That's the only one.
Yeah.
Arsenal.
Arsenal. What about Van Persie?
That word, no.
Mate, Van Persie.
He's still playing, is he?
No. He's managing. But Van Persie was like.
I was like, when is he still playing?
Van Persie went from Arsenal to Man United. Arsenal won him, and Man United went, we'll take it. He had 3 of his best years.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, when he went to Arsenal, yeah.
I mean, I've seen it.
Man U.
You've seen it happen before.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it happen, but I don't think he's on the beach now. I'm not thinking about that. He'll probably go to America. I don't even
Saudis.
I think the dynamics of signing older players have changed now.
You're signing for a year.
No league wants
just
to be
a year.
No league wants to be a retirement home.
Yeah.
I just think it's that now. I think
a year. If you can offer him a little something, he's got that in him that he could come on, still.
One of the newly promoted teams, but does he want to be fighting?
No, I don't think he'd do that.
He don't need a relegation battle.
Yeah, exactly.
He scored goals this year. Chev, how many has he got in the league? But we'll come back to it. But quickly,
he's quick, isn't he?
He's still.
Do you know what I mean? Imagine if Arsenal had him this year, right? And they're in the position they're in now, and you can bring him on for the last 25 minutes against PSG. He's got.
Sorry, Bridgie, 9 league goals. Right, Chev,
I'll take him at West Ham.
9 league goals. There's no player in Southampton or Ipswich or Delap. Has he got that? And how many goals has Delap got? There's league goals, please, because this is going to make our point, right? Because and 12. Delap's got 12 league goals. Yeah. Jamie Vardy's got 9 league goals. Delap's a young lad, and Chelsea and Man United are chasing him and all that, and he's a good player and he's got potential. Why not have That's everything's too much project and financing.
No, I get what you're saying.
I personally think he could come in a top side, come and be that player that comes on and makes an impact. But if Saudi, we could quickly go over there for a moment. The Pro League champions, led by Al Ittihad, led by Laurent Blanc. You have Benzema, Bergwijn, Kante, Fabinho. These are big names who walk into most teams in the Premier League. So the standard there is growing, and you've got to say fair play. And I think Jamie Vardy over there at one of these teams will still be a problem for.
I don't think none of them walk into a Premier League team anymore.
Really?
They're of age now.
Benzema, mate. Benzema plays. Let me tell you, Benzema still plays.
Yeah.
Benzema still plays. Kante could still play. Fabinho. Mate, Fabinho's my age. It took Liverpool a long time.
How old is Fabinho? How old is he now?
He must be.
I'm just talking about because right now, most clubs are on
31. Fabinho.
What?
Fabinho's 31.
Is he?
Yeah.
I thought he was way older.
Yeah, well,
it's because of his hair, innit? He's losing that quite early. I thought he was 30 years ago.
Yeah. Look, they're building over there. I think it'll be a good home for Jamie Vardy to land. And like you said, he started late, so you still want to play football, wouldn't he, Bridgie?
Yeah,
you still want to play football.
So what? Are you touting him to Saudi?
I'm touting him to Saudi, and I'm happy and willing to take 5% of any agent's fees can be paid to the.
Do you want to be his agent? Yeah.
I'd love to be Jamie Vardy's agent.
All right, fair play. So let's make contact. Yeah.
We can do the deal.
Yeah, we could do the deal.
Oh yeah. Make a few phone calls after.
Come on in.
Yeah,
we'll get on the phone. Listen, I think that's enough for today.
Fair is it. Thanks for listening to the Dressing Room with our Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Free speech campaigner and renowned evolutionary psychology professor Gad Saad is a proud provocateur with unconventional takes on politics and society. We'll discuss everything from student protests to the demise of left-wing parties on Thursday right here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Welcome to a special interview on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Dr. Gad Saad is a professor of marketing at Concordia University and a trailblazer in applying evolutionary psychology to consumer behaviour. He's the best-selling author of the book The Parasitic Mind, a fearless critique of ideological extremism, and also the host of the popular YouTube series The Sad Truth. Loved by his fans for his wit and championing of reason and science, and perhaps equally loathed by his critics who disagree with his takes on society and politics, Dr. Saad is a fierce advocate for free speech and intellectual freedom. Dr. Saad, thank you for making time and joining us here on Counterpoints.
Well, I'm delighted to be with you. Thank you for having me.
You published The Parasitic Mind back in 2020, but it's still being talked about and critiqued across multiple platforms as if it's a new release. Why do you think it continues to resonate with readers?
I think it's because many of the parasitic ideas that I discuss in the book, and I'd be happy to expand on why I use the term parasitic, still hold true today. Many people thought that with the victory of Donald Trump, many of these ideological parasitic ideas would somehow cease to exist. But it took between 50 to 100 years for these ideas to proliferate, first in academia and then in every nook and cranny of society. So it's going to take a lot more than just Donald Trump coming for a second term for all of this nonsense to disappear. So I think that's why it's still so relevant.
So do you think that you could be in for another 50 to 100 years of people expanding on your psychology then, for you to, or for society to maybe come back to what you would consider a sense of normalcy?
I mean, I'd like to think, fingers crossed, I'd hope to think that it won't take as long to eradicate those ideas. And maybe it might be worthwhile for your viewers and listeners to get a sense of what I mean by parasitic ideas. So, for example, postmodernism, which is a philosophical framework that was developed in academia, say, about 50 years ago, purports that there are no objective truths. Everything is shackled by subjectivity. Everything is shackled by idiosyncrasies, by personal biases. Well, if there are no objective truths, that's how you can get up is down, left is right, war is peace, slavery is freedom, men are women, women are men, because there are no objective metrics by which we can judge reality. Cultural relativism is another idea pathogen, which basically says, who are you to judge the conduct of people in other cultures? You don't have the right to do that. Social constructivism is another idea pathogen. It basically says that we are born with empty minds, we don't have biological imperatives, and it's only socialization that makes us who we are. So this cocktail of departure from reason has led us down the abyss of infinite lunacy. So hopefully it won't take 50 to 100 years to redress the ship, but as I said, it'll take a lot more than an anti-woke president to set things straight.
So one of the first parasitic thoughts you mentioned there is around truth. And the quest for truth is something that you talk about a lot. You call yourself a truth defender. Is truth ever subjective? Are there instances when you accept that your version of the truth could differ from my version of the truth?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it depends what kinds of, epistemologically speaking, which types of truths we're talking about. It may be true that I prefer Japanese food and you prefer Mexican food. Now, that is based on a sensorial aesthetic preference, so that truth can be subjective. But is it true that on average men are taller than women and heavier than women? That is an absolute, incontrovertible biological truth, even though your Aunt Jenny is taller than your Uncle Roscoe. It is a truth, right? 2 + 2 is equal to 4. My background is in mathematics. There are axiomatic truths that are inviolable. So no, we're not always shackled by subjectivity. By the way, you couldn't get up as a scientist in the morning to do your work if you didn't think that there were objective truths to be discovered in the natural world. Now, truth can change in science, right? What was true 300 years ago, we've revised it. So there are provisional truths, but epistemologically speaking, there has to be truth. Otherwise, all scientists are wasting their time.
Where do you think this idea of fake news plays into the idea of truth then? It's almost as if now we have politicians, and if they don't like the way that perhaps something's being phrased or something's put to them, they just call it fake news. Are they distorting truth?
Right. Well, there are all sorts of ways by which people who are in power seek to eradicate those pesky other folks who might be attacking their foundational ideas, right? And so in the worst case scenarios, we kill people who don't think like us. In the West, luckily, we're not quite there yet, so we come up with other mechanisms. If you say something that I don't like, it's hate speech. If you say something that I don't like, it's misinformation, it's disinformation, it's fake news. And so I've challenged people. So for example, when someone comes out with some idea about settled science, I will repost or retort by saying, which is the true statement? Can men menstruate or can men not menstruate? And usually they run away. And so the idea that there are absolute settled science truths is a very dangerous idea. What's beautiful about science is that it is always autocorrective. We're always seeking to better approach truth. So anybody who tells you that they have a complete hold on what is true or not is probably a fan of Orwellian reality.
When you talk about hard truths maybe in society, what do you think are some of the hardest truths that society is having trouble swallowing these days?
So that's a great question. My original idea of writing The Parasitic Mind came to me nearly 30 plus years ago when I first finished my PhD and I was trying to incorporate biology into an understanding of human nature. I was shocked to see that so many of my social scientist colleagues thought that I was insane. How dare you argue, Professor Saad, that human beings are shaped by biological forces? Apparently, biological forces apply to every species on Earth except one species called human beings. That's insane, right? I mean, somehow when you are a consumer, you know you are no longer purview to your biological imperatives. And so this is probably, at least in my academic career, has been the most difficult thing for my academic colleagues to swallow, namely that we are not just a cultural animal, we're also a biological animal.
Do you believe in nature versus nurture? Is it one or the other, or is it a mix of the both?
It's exactly what you just said. And let me what you just said when you said it's a mix of both. Actually, that's called the interactionist framework. If you start and you want to bake a cake, before you bake the cake, each of the ingredients are separated. There's the butter, there's the sugar, there's the flour, and so on. Once I bake the cake, if I were to tell you, please point me to where the eggs are or where the sugar is, you wouldn't be able to, because now it's been baked into this inextricable mix called the cake. So for most human phenomena, we are an inextricable mix of our biology and our environment. It is both nature and nurture. But I should just add one more point. Nurture exists in its form because of nature. So yes, it is true that men and women are socialized into their roles, but they are socialized into those roles precisely because of biological imperatives. So it doesn't exist outside of biology. We are taught what we are taught because of biology.
Staying with biological imperatives, as you call them, why do you think that the subject of gender has generated such an impassioned response from people on either side of the argument? Why is it that one issue that seems to be the topic that people can't get past or continue to go back to?
There are several answers to that, but I'll start with one manifestation of what you're asking. So take, for example, equity feminism. Equity feminism is a great idea. It basically says that there should be no institutional reasons under the law why men and women should be treated differently. They should be equal under the law. Based on that definition of feminism, most of us would say, yeah, sign me up. I'm an equity feminist. Then radical feminists come along and say, well, in the service of squashing any sexism in society, let us now promulgate the idea that men and women are indistinguishable creatures. There is nothing that men could do in a superior way to women or vice versa. All sex differences must be due to social construction, and therefore, by promulgating this idea, hopefully it will allow us to battle sexism in society. Well, I always remind people that in the service of a noble goal, we don't murder and rape truth. So I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can be all for equality of the sexes while also recognizing that men and women do have evolved sex differences.
Why does it matter to you or to me how someone else identifies? Isn't that an issue for them and not an issue for us?
Yes, great. So I'm assuming you mean, for example, transgender issues,
Indeed.
Right? Gender ideology. Yes. So I went up in front of the Canadian Senate to give some expert testimony in 2017. At the time, Canada was debating a bill called Bill C-16 that sought to incorporate gender identity and gender expression under the rubric of hate speech laws. And I said, look, to your point, I believe that anybody should live free of bigotry and have a dignified life. And so sign me up for that laudable goal. But again, in the service of that noble goal, we don't get to murder and rape truth. So identify however way you want. That doesn't mean that I need to put gender pronouns next to my bio. Because until 15 minutes ago, the 117 billion people who had existed on Earth seem to have been able to very easily navigate through the conundrum of identifying who is male or female. But it's only 15 minutes ago that a bearded guy who's 6'4", 280 pounds has to put he, him next to his because he doesn't want to marginalize some transgender person. So I can be both very socially progressive whilst ensuring that I don't murder and rape truth.
So an offshoot of the quest for truth is your assertion of the importance of being able to admit you're wrong. Do you think world leaders, as equally as your average person on the street today, has a problem with admitting when they're wrong? And if so, why? Why is it so hard for us?
I'm smiling because it reminds me of a question that I was asked by a British psychiatrist. I had appeared on his show maybe a year ago, and he was the first host to ever ask me the following question. He said to me, I'm paraphrasing, I don't have his exact words. He said to me, what is the singular, most surprising phenomenon that you have witnessed in your study of human nature and human behavior in the 30 plus years that you've been a professor? And so I paused for a minute, and then to your question, Melinda, I said, probably the inability of people to change their opinions once it is anchored, irrespective of how much information I might throw at them. And so to your point, I think it's a regrettable feature of the architecture of the human mind that people never wish to admit that they're wrong, or very few people wish to admit that they're wrong. And actually, there's a great book, and maybe I should start charging them some royalties for being such a promoter of their book. There's a book by Dan Sperber and Hugo Mercier titled, these are two French psychologists. The book is titled The Enigma of Reason. In the book, they argued that our ability to reason did not evolve to seek some objective truth, but rather it evolved to win arguments. So as I provide you with evidence, hopefully to change your opinion, your reflex is to go, la, 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 I don't want to hear it because I don't want to lose the argument. So I think it's a very, very challenging and difficult task, never mind to change the mind of world leaders, to change the mind of my local, barber. So that's the challenge that I face every day in the public arena.
What about challenging yourself in the regard of when's the last time you have admitted you're wrong or maybe changed your opinion? Do you equally find it as difficult as someone who's studied this for their career?
I mean, it's tough to answer this question because it's going to seem as though I'm engaging in ego defensiveness myself. I'd like to think that if I am an objective truth defender, that if incoming information comes in that invalidates my positions, I will be more than happy to readily admit that it's time to autocorrect. But by the way, I do that every time that I test a hypothesis in my scientific work. I've had many papers that I've published where the final findings turned out to be contradictory to what I had hypothesized at the start. So if I am an honest academic and an honest scientist, it has to be baked into my epistemology that I'm open to change.
Well, if and when that ever happens, I hope you come back onto Counterpoints and tell us all about it. Do you think the denial of truth, this ability to admit that maybe our opinions are flawed, has played a role in the polarizing nature of party politics that we're seeing these days? Republicans versus Democrats, the Remain versus the Brexiteers. It's almost become a team sport. Can we no longer admit that the other side has something that we could benefit from?
Yes, regrettably, yes. And I would even add a more pessimistic bent to what you just asked. Oftentimes, when you demonstrate to someone that their position is incorrect and you present them with evidence to the contrary, that only solidifies their position. So, I mean, imagine how disheartening that is, right? You'd like to think that if you take position A and I show you that it actually should be not A, that if you're an honest interlocutor, you'd say, okay, fair enough. Maybe I need to change my opinion. No, you will even be more emboldened in your position. So that's one of the things that is both exciting about the work that I do, but also so disheartening, is that when I engage people on social media, oftentimes I quickly realize that irrespective of how much information I share, I could never move them an inch, which is exactly the reason, Melinda, why I often refuse to debate certain folks. It's not because I'm too afraid to debate them, but I know it's a futile exercise. We're just going to talk past each other and no one is going to move 1 millimeter. So what's the point of engaging you?
All right. Well, looking ahead to your next book then, coming out, it's called Suicidal Empathy. I'm not sure if that's the full title or an abridged version. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Thank you for that question. So in The Parasitic Mind, I argued that our cognitive system could be parasitized, could be zombified. Our cognitive system is just a fancy way of saying our ability to think. But we are both a thinking and feeling animal. And therefore, suicidal empathy completes the story and says, here is what happens when our emotional system is hijacked. And I use empathy as the key value here because while empathy is a beautiful value to hold, right? We are a social species. It makes perfect sense that we be empathetic to the people that we are interacting with. Aristotle explained to us more than 2,000 years ago that all good things in the right amount, at the right place, in the right measure. So empathy is good, but when it targets the right people at the right measure and so on. Suicidal empathy is where you become so orgiastic in your meting out of empathy that it no longer serves a valuable objective. And so let me, if I may, draw an analogy. When I scan the environment for environmental threats, that makes perfect evolutionary sense. So, for example, if I have the pleasure of meeting you, Melinda, and in person, and I notice that you just sneezed into your hand, and then you put out your hand to shake my hand, I realize, oh boy, I better go and wash my hands after I finish shaking the hand of the lovely Melinda because she may have a cold. That makes evolutionary sense. If I then spend 8 hours in the bathroom because I have germ contamination, what started off as an adaptive reflex becomes maladaptive, and it's called obsessive compulsive disorder, right? So when an adaptive process misfires, it becomes dysfunctional. That's my argument in suicidal empathy. Empathy is great when it is properly regulated. It becomes really problematic when it becomes dysregulated.
And I know that you've admitted in interviews in the past that you're a bit of a germphobe, so I won't take offence that you spend 8 hours washing your hands after I sneeze. Can you give me an example in modern society of where you think you see suicidal empathy?
Right. So we can break it up either in domestic policy or foreign policy. Let me give you one or two, say, from domestic policy. To argue that all illegal immigrants have a right to experience, the United States liberties is a form of suicidal empathy. To say that MS-13 gang members should be more worthy of our empathy than American vets who might have lost limbs defending the liberties of the United States is probably suicidal empathy. To argue, for example, that all immigrants are equal in their proclivity to be able to assimilate into a host nation is suicidal empathy. That's simply bafflingly untrue, right? There are some cultures that are more aligned with the values of the host society than others. And to recognize that doesn't make you bigoted. It makes you someone that has a functioning brain. And so again, the reflex to be endlessly orgiastically empathetic, while it might make me feel good in the moment, it has some really dangerous downstream effects.
Mm-hmm. Let's move on to truth and freedom of speech. You're a free speech absolutist, I think, if I'm interpreting that correctly. Are you concerned about threats to free speech, either from censorship or self-censorship? Do you think there should be any limits to free speech? And is self-censorship becoming more of an issue than perhaps an overarching censorship by the government?
Right. So let me start first by what I mean by an absolutist stance on freedom of speech. I'm Jewish. I grew up in the Middle East. I've had some very difficult realities in my childhood because we had to escape Lebanon. So I'm very much wedded to my Jewish identity. Yet I support the right of Holocaust deniers to spew their nonsense. There's almost nothing that could be as insulting and offensive as to deny the Holocaust. But if you wish to live in a free society, you have to be able to bear the imbeciles, the racists, the bigots. Where I draw the line as to what constitutes freedom of speech is already what's enshrined in the First Amendment, which is there can't be a direct incitement to violence. So I can perfectly say Judaism is one crock of nonsense. It's all garbage. And I would say I support your right to say that. On the other hand, if you say, let's go on the corner of Broadway and 7th Street, and when the Jews are coming out of the synagogue, let's beat them up and kill them, then that becomes direct incitement to violence, and you're not allowed to do that. But you can criticize any ideology, any belief systems. You can be scornful. You could mock it. You could satirize it. That's the price you pay to be in a free society. Regarding your other point about self-censorship, I exactly agree with you. The greatest threat to freedom of speech in the West doesn't come from the government. It comes from creating a zeitgeist that causes people to self-regulate, right? So when the student says, I don't feel comfortable saying that I like Donald Trump in a classroom because maybe my professor will downgrade me on my essay. That's the danger, right? So I don't think in the West the danger comes from, the big Orwellian big brother stopping us from speaking. But if you create an environment where people are afraid to express themselves freely, then the fascists have won the game.
There's a recent example that I want to get your take on. I'm sure, as I'm sure you've seen, you're very active across social media. Kanye West, or Ye, has released a new song titled Heil Hitler. Do you think it was wrong for Spotify and other platforms to ban it, or do you think it should have been allowed online?
Now I'm going to get tons of hatred from fellow Jews who are going to say, how dare you? I think that fits under my free speech absolutism, right? Is it grotesque? Yes. Do I wish that he wouldn't glorify Hitler? Yes. In a free society, do we have to tolerate imbeciles? Yes. And so, from my perspective, I support the right of him to be an idiot.
You said you'll probably get a lot of feedback on it. You've gained a lot of notoriety and publicity thanks to your image as this controversial thinker who's not afraid to say exactly the truth as you see it. Do you like that image of yourself? Is that notoriety part of what drives you now?
It's a fair question for you to ask, but absolutely not. What drives me is the following. I have a very exacting code of personal conduct. I'm my worst critic. Therefore, when I go to bed at night and I put my head on the pillow, the only thing that stops me from having insomnia is to know that I never modulated in my defense of truth. My mother told me many, many years ago when I was a young man, she told me, Gad, the quicker that you realize that the world doesn't abide to your purity bubble, the happier you'll be. Well, guess what? What drives me is perhaps a naive perspective on living in a purity bubble. And so if I were to stop from speaking, then I would feel as though I'm fraudulent. I would feel as though I'm a charlatan. So I don't do what I do because I get the ego strokes of being notorious and famous. I do what I do because if I don't, then I would consider myself to be a fraud.
Okay, well, let's put some of those famous views to some current global events, because there's a lot of things happening that I'm sure our viewers, your viewers, will be interested to get your take on. You've spoken and written at length about intellectual terrorism, as you call it, on university campuses. So as a self-proclaimed free speech absolutist, how do you feel about the current US administration's crackdown on student protests?
So again, if the student protests are, we think that this particular policy by this foreign government is wrong, go at it, have fun. If that means that Jewish students are afraid to walk to class, or they can't walk to class because there are blockades, if they feel harassed, intimidated, and so on, then that crosses the line into incitement to violence. I've said this before, but I'm happy to repeat it. I took a leave of absence from my home university in Montreal, and I'm currently a visiting professor at Northwood University in Michigan, because it became quite dangerous for me to be at my home university. This is not happening in Yemen or in North Korea or in Chinese communists in the 1950s. It's happening in Montreal, Canada. That's probably not a good thing. So protest as much as you want because we believe in free speech. That doesn't give you the right to infringe on the rights of others. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Elon Musk is a fan of yours. He went all in with Trump's campaign, taking on responsibility for cutting government waste, for example. But there was some considerable backlash, and now it seems as if he's pulled back a little bit. How do you think that history, society will remember his involvement in politics in Trump's second term?
I'll answer that in a second, but I went on record as soon as I had found out that Elon was going to purchase what was then Twitter. I went on my channel and I produced a clip where I said, of all things that Elon Musk has done or will ever do, none will be remotely as consequential as him having done that, because he has allowed a proliferation of voices, including mine, that would have been, if not silenced, much lesser amplified had he, and I know this for a fact because until he came along, my reach was lesser. I mean, it was big, but it was lesser than after he, unleashed freedom. In terms of his politics, I think from the perspective of someone who's written The Parasitic Mind, I wholeheartedly supported the fact that he went all in on Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, for better or worse, whether you like him or not, is very much anti-woke. And there is nothing in life that is as dangerous as a parasitized mind. So the fact that, for example, I no longer apply for research grants because I'm not willing to give diversity, inclusion, and equity statements as part of my application, that doesn't bode well for science. And so I'm thrilled that he chose the right candidate. But as I said, the most important thing that Elon Musk will ever do is his staunch defense of freedom as per his purchase of X.
You've said that he deserves a Nobel Prize for his purchase of X. Is that just a Nobel Prize for someone who has a lot of money and can splash it around so that he can have the things he wants to hear on his own platform?
I mean, I wouldn't say that the Nobel Prize is just for having purchased X, but certainly for having promoted a proliferation of ideas. And but in that sense, yes, you're right, that came about through his purchasing X. Look, from a straight commercial economic perspective, many people were saying that he was an idiot for having purchased X at the price that he did. So one could argue that commercially speaking and economically speaking, he took a huge hit in order to do that, which exactly proves the purity of his objectives, which is notwithstanding the fact that he knew that he would lose a lot of money, potentially, that he would create a lot of enemies. That has turned out to be true. He was willing to put his neck out. And so from that perspective, he certainly deserves it much more than Prophet Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm. Donald Trump won his historic term despite legal woes, despite being no stranger to controversy. Why do you think that he was a more appealing choice to people rather than Kamala Harris?
Well, first, because Kamala Harris is a lobotomized fool that can't complete a sentence, so that could certainly have something to do with it. But beyond that, I think that most people had had enough with having to nod politely when a 6'4" male was sharing the locker room with their 12-year-old daughter, right? And so, common sense has a way of catching up to all of your ideological capture at some point. And so to the extent that Donald Trump was an exemplar of a return to reality, a return to common sense, most people said, look, I've had enough with, bile. And I mean, I keep saying the transgender issue, but it's hardly only that, right? There are many, many other issues. For example, Kamala Harris was, even though she didn't call herself that, she is an avowed communist in her ethos. When she says we have to create policies whereby all people end up at the same place, that is literally the definition of socialism/communism. No, we don't have to end up at the same place. We should start with equal opportunities, but that doesn't mean that we all have equal talents, equal ambition. Some of us are taller, shorter, better looking, less better looking. And so E.O. Wilson, the famous Harvard biologist, when he was famously asked about his views on communism, he said, great idea, wrong species. And he studied social ants. Ants are communistic, human beings are not. And the United States is a capitalist country, so it doesn't surprise me that most people said, given those two choices, I'm going to go with Trump over lobotomized Kamala.
The almost exact opposite seemed to have happened in your home country, in Canada, What did you make of this apparent dramatic turnaround of the fortunes of the Liberal Party, reportedly as a direct reaction to the rhetoric of Donald Trump?
Well, what an amazing question. Thank you for that. I think if I can tie it back to an earlier segment that we were chatting where I said it is so difficult to get people to change their opinions, Canadians perfectly exemplify that, right? So they had one mandate under Justin Trudeau, and most people complained that it was disastrous. So then they went to the ballot box and said, hey, let's vote for Justin Trudeau a second time. And then when that happened, they said, here's a great idea. Let's put him back in power for a third time. And when that ended, let's bring the next guy who is just Justin Trudeau in what appears to be a slightly less woke skin. And so I was baffled by it, but perhaps not surprised in that, and not to be critical of Pierre Poilievre, I think that he didn't do all that he could have done, which resulted in him losing. I can't remember what the exact numbers were. I think he was ahead by 30 points or whatever it was, some insurmountable lead, and then he lost it. It speaks precisely to our earlier point. Once people commit to a particular course of action, it's difficult to dislodge them. And I'll just mention one other thing. I will often be approached by fans on the street and they'll say, oh, I love your work. I love everything you stand for. And then I'll look at them politely and say, so who did you vote for? Oh, Professor Saad, I voted for the Liberal Party, of course. I say, but do you realize that almost every position that you're saying that you support in me is contrary to that of the Liberal Party? And then they sort of scratch their heads. It speaks to the fact that most people don't necessarily put in all of the cognitive effort when they're casting their votes.
Can it not be viewed the other way, though, that if you looked at the polls, yes, the opposition had this insurmountable lead. People were going to vote for him, but then they did have the ability to change course, to change their mind, because they didn't like the way that that was going.
I mean, of course, I don't have the empirical evidence to counter what you just said, but certainly from the anecdotal evidence that I have from interacting with many people who come up to me and chat with me and so on, I didn't get the sense that what you said is what was happening. But who knows? We'd have to let the political scientists test that hypothesis.
I'm sure that they will. All right, on the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas. As Jews in Lebanon, your family was displaced and forced to flee during the civil war in the 70s. So how do you view President Trump's plan to then displace Palestinians from Gaza to build what he calls the Riviera in the region?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the optics of how he went about it is going to make a lot of people in the region happy. So I might have chosen a slightly different stylistic approach, but that's what Donald Trump does. Look, in an ideal world, I would love for both peoples to coexist. That's only going to happen when both people recognize the right of the other to exist on that land. From my perspective as a Jewish person who had to wear some really good running shoes to outrun those who wanted to do bad things to me, I know where the lack of acceptance of the other comes from. Once all peoples in that region say, I want a world where my neighbor can exist, it will unleash a new era in the Middle East that is absolutely unbelievable. And I'm glad to see that many of the Gulf countries, by the way, are starting to demonstrate that reality, right? I mean, if you see Saudi Arabia, if you see Dubai, if you see Abu Dhabi, you're seeing a real rapprochement with Israel. And so, inshallah, as we say, we will see some love flowing in the Middle East soon.
We're almost out of time. I just have two questions for you. One parasitic thought that you highlight is this idea of ostrich syndrome, burying your head in the sand. Like you were saying, la, 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 I don't want to hear it. There are many people and many international organisations accusing Israel of genocide and starvation in Gaza. Do you see this ostrich syndrome as the behaviour of some of Israel's ardent supporters?
You mean in the sense that those Israeli supporters are denying a reality that the other camp is saying? Is that what you mean?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Look, have there been an untold number of people killed? Yes. Is it tragic when any innocent person dies on either side of the aisle? Absolutely, yes. That said, when the Hamas directory comes out with their casualty figures, it may not be a manifestation of ostrich parasitic syndrome to maybe question the veracity of their data, right? And so it is undoubtedly probably true what you're saying, which is some people on the Israeli side are not going to be willing to accept any evidence that is contrary to their narrative. But I would also urge people to realize that maybe the other side is not always fully accurate when they report their data.
And again, just to balance that question out, on the flip side, there are probably supporters of the Palestinian cause of Hamas who are equally not willing to see the Israeli side. Is it a bit of a case of one person's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist?
I mean, there is a bit of that. And it's also, look, I was mentioning earlier about empathy and misguided empathy and suicidal empathy. One of the ways that you really are able to do horrible things to the other, irrespective of who is in Camp A or Camp B, is to lose your ability to empathize with the other, because then that allows me to do horrible things to the other, right? And I'll give you a good example that actually I discuss in my forthcoming book. So you're getting some preview, some
great news.
Exclusive
We love that
content.
on Counterpoints. Give us an exclusive, Dr. Saad.
There you go. Do you remember when in, I think it was maybe 2014, I can't remember the exact date, but I do have the reference in the book, where there were, I think, 1,500 Shia Iraqis that were being led in a long, orderly queue by ISIS, and they were being summarily executed. Well, when I watched that clip, I was filled with rage. Why? Because I didn't see those Shia Muslims as my enemy. I saw them as human beings, and I just couldn't believe that one set of human beings can do that to another set of human beings, right? And therefore, I had the right empathy in my heart to recognize that it didn't matter that they were Shia Muslim or Sunni Muslim. Anytime someone innocent is being killed in such a grotesque way, they are deserving of my empathy. And so what I'd love to see is for the Israelis to recognize that when the other side feels pain, we should empathize with them, and vice versa. And if we can get that, then we can find our common humanity.
Well, on that positive, optimistic note, let's end on some happiness. You wrote a book called The Sad Truth About Happiness, 8 Secrets to Leading a Good Life. It was one of your earlier books. To round out our conversation, what is the most important rule to happiness for you?
And it's not because she's within earshot. I would say that choosing the right spouse is certainly going to, give you a heads up or headway in terms of climbing Mount Happiness. Because if every morning I wake up next to a person and I look and I go, oh God, not her again, that's probably not going to make me happy. But if I wake up next to that person and go, yes, what have I done in life that I can deserve to wake up to such an angel, then I'm probably going to have a good day. So I would say choosing the right spouse and choosing the right profession that gives you purpose and meaning, which certainly the profession that I have chosen has given me that purpose and meaning, is one of the reasons why I'm referred to as the happy warrior, and I always have a smile on my face.
Well, whether people agree or disagree with you, I think that is one topic that people can get behind. I think that's a wonderful way to finish our conversation. It's been really interesting to get your thoughts, to challenge you on some topics, and to have your really unique perspective. Dr. Gad Saad, evolutionary behavioural scientist and author, thank you for your time here on Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you so much. It was a delightful conversation. Thank you so much.
And as always, thank you to you at home for joining us on this special Counterpoints interview. You can, of course, catch all our debates on Al Arabiya English on our YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Delhi. India's capital, Delhi is known for its captivating sights and rich history. The city is beautified with mosques, forts, and monuments, and the popular landscaped gardens. There is the bustling Old Delhi and the well-planned New Delhi, each with their own attractions and both worth the exploration. One of the most popular in Delhi is the Jama Masjid Mosque. You must catch the breathtaking view of Old Delhi that you'll see from the top of the minaret in the mosque. The long and winding, strenuous climb to the stairs will all be worth it. The Jama Masjid is indeed a treasure of the old city and is the largest mosque in India. It was built in 1650 and in fact took 13 years to build. The Red Fort, Delhi's most famous monument, is one of the most popular remnants of the Mughal emperor's rule. It stands for a stretch of up to over 2 kilometers or 1.2 miles. It was built in 1638 to keep out invaders from entering the city. The Red Fort is a great way to see the very ancient historic side of the city. Another historical site worth a visit is Gandhi Smriti. It is where Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation, was assassinated on January 30, 1948. The legendary man lived in the house for 144 days up until the time of his death. You can visit these places as they are open to the public. Historical feats aside, there are also many places in Delhi for sports, recreation, food, and shopping. There is also the Chandni Chowk, the main street of Old Delhi. It's a shocking contrast to the wide, orderly streets of New Delhi. Vehicles of all sorts crowd the space. With the pedestrians and animals, there are cars, cycle rickshaws and hand-pulled carts everywhere you look. But the trip is worth the narrow winding lines full of things to buy: affordable jewelry, fabrics, and electronics. Plus, you can also sample the local street food here. Last but not least are of course the famous Lodi Gardens. It's a fitting balance to the bustling city life in old and new Delhi. It's a serene retreat from city life, a place to rest, reflect, and relieve yourself from a tiring trip. Tourists also visit to see the birds, eat along the restaurants, or simply enjoy the nature escape. Shanghai. The most prosperous city in China, Shanghai. It is in fact the largest city, teeming with vigor and vitality. Shanghai may not be the typical destination, brimming with sightseeing venues, but it's definitely got a lot to offer in experience. For one, you can choose to cruise along the Huangpu River and stroll along the Bund. The Bund is known for its marvelous display of Shanghai's classic skyline views. You can also witness the rare treasures of the city at the Shanghai Museum. It has a vast collection of rare cultural relics, reaching up to 120,000 pieces on display. Most popular are its beautifully decorated bronzes, which reach up to 400 pieces. Want to see the city with a bird's eye view? Then head over the World Financial Center, the 5th tallest building in the world. It will give you the best elevated views in the Shanghai metropolitan. You can view the scenery from various floors, but a must-visit is the Skywalk, which is the world's highest observatory. This is perhaps the best spot you can be in the middle of Shanghai. It's definitely where you should be if you're watching the sunrise or the sunset. Now, for a dining experience you'll never forget, try the revolving restaurant at the famous Oriental Pearl TV Tower. The building is in fact an outstanding landmark, and the revolving hotel is a popular tourist destination. You can also view the Chinese metropolis from above through its space module, its highest observatory level set at 350 meters or 1,148 feet from above the ground. The attractive building has 3 legs, 11 spheres, and 15 observatory levels. Meanwhile, take a break from the city's modern wonders and stroll around in Zhujiajiao. Zhujiajiao Watertown offers a relaxing ambiance and view. You can opt to stroll around by foot, or take the boat or a ferry ride to see and appreciate the rows of canals, bridges, and genius architecture in this old water town in Shanghai. One of the most popular is the Fangsheng Bridge. It is the largest arch bridge in Shanghai. Finally, complete your experience with a walking tour and shopping along Nanjing Road. It is the place to be to experience the hustle and bustle of Chinese trade. Mexico City. It's got cultural attractions and a gastronomy scene you won't be able to resist. Aside from the sights to see and things to do, Mexico is hailed for many other achievements. In the city, crime is down and the air is clean. Plus, the capital city has already gone through many achievements. Its commute system is very efficient and accessible too. It's got a green movement that balances out the modernity of the metropolis. Biking is very much welcome here, that on weekends, some roads are closed to make way for cyclists. Inviting, with pep and vigor and buzzing with energy, Mexico City is definitely one to get to know. Mexico City's historic center includes Coyoacán, which is the original settlement for the conquistadores. Today, it has become an enclave of artists and writers such as Frida and Diego, and it exudes colonial charm. A worthy place to visit is Zocalo, which is the center of the city. It is a vast plaza flanked by the Cathedral of Mexico City, the National Palace, and the Colonial Arcade. Zocalo is in fact one of the world's largest city squares. Also nearby are a cluster of vendors. Among their products are shawls, knitted sweaters, pottery, beaded jewelry, and intricately carved figures in stone, obsidian, and all manners of trinkets. Calle Madero is a pedestrian destination that connects the Zocalo with other iconic places. You'll find the Banco Nacional de Mexico nearby. Within the greenery of Bosque de Chapultepec, Mexico's Central Park is the Castillo de Chapultepec. It is called the Castillo de Chapultepec and is one of the city's gems. It is known for its gilded rooms, sweeping marble staircases, sprawling terraces, and Versailles-like carriages. One of the world's great museums is the National Museum of Anthropology. It features one of the most important collections of hard-to-find pre-Hispanic artifacts. Other noteworthy places include the Frida Kahlo Museum. Then, there's also the Diego Rivera Studio, where you'll see brushes, jars of pigments, and skeletons of demonic figures there. Mexico City is also a place to eat. Must-tries include enchiladas, short ribs or turkey, tostadas, carnitas de pescado, and other seafood creations. The city is a good place to enjoy the scene, the people, and culture as you dine. There is simply a bevy of culinary feats in Mexico City. Osaka. There's just so much to learn, see, and do. Osaka has a population of about 2.5 million. Often, Osaka is considered the anti-capital of Japan, where Tokyo is its capital. It is the central metropolis of the Kansai region and the largest of the Osaka, Kobe, Kyoto trio. However way you regard the city, there are many opportunities for you to discover it. Enter the city and you'll immediately get a feel of its commercial-centric vibe. To be able to tour around it better, know how the city is divided into 24 wards. There's Kita, the newer center of the city. Umeda is where the main terminal is located. You'll find the huge department stores and boutiques there, as well as theaters for entertainment. Just look for the shops clustered around the JR Osaka Station and Umeda Station. Namba is the main railway station, also surrounded with department stores and endless places for shopping. Meanwhile, Minami is the traditional commercial and cultural center of Osaka. It is further broken down into two wards, Chuo and Naniwa. Shinsaibashi and Hori are the fashion wards, while Dotonbori is the best place for eating and dining. Semba is where you will find the business districts of Yodoyabashi, Duojima, and Homachi, as well as the financial district of Kitahama. Tennoji is the area around the main subway stations and rail lines. The ward was named after the historical Shitennoji Temple. You'll also find the zoo and the park here, as well as the Tsutenkaku Tower. Then there's the Shinsekai, known as the amusement area in the old days. Of course, there's the Osaka Castle, one of the most visited tourist attractions in Japan. Kyobashi nearby is where you will find the Osaka Business Park. The north includes the Shin, Osaka, and Juso wards, while the east houses Osaka's suburbs. the southern suburbs of Osaka, containing various districts, which has the Sumiyoshi Taisha Grand Shrine. And finally, the Bay Area is where you'll see the gigantic facilities. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. 2 Israeli embassy staffers are shot dead in Washington, D.C. The UK government proposes early releases for offenders to reduce a prison population.
The review has recommended.
And introducing the pro-doping games. The first athletes sign up to the controversial enhanced games. Now to our top story, and 2 Israeli embassy staff have been shot dead in Washington, D.C. Yaron Leninsky and Sarah Lynn Milgram were killed as they left an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum. 30-year-old suspect Elias Rodriguez from Chicago, Illinois, is in police custody. He shouted "Free Palestine" as he was arrested. Earlier, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi told reporters the suspect would be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
I can tell you security has been increased here as of last night. Our U.S. Marshals are working hand in hand to make sure the embassy is safe. Everything we know now, he acted alone. From everything we know now, this is an ongoing investigation. But you know, whether you're Jewish or not, be vigilant.
So thank you so much for joining me to discuss this and all of today's stories. I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Great to have both of you on the show. Thank you so much. So we've had a lot unfolding since this incident that did happen in Washington, D.C. What's been the reaction, Shane? And we've heard from President Donald Trump.
Yes, he sent out a tweet, well, it's not really a tweet, it's on Truth Social, where he said these horrible DC killings, based obviously on anti-Semitism, must end now. NO capital exclamation mark. Hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA. So I think, like, I would even go further to say, like, this is not even horrible. It's you know, everybody, you know, has to condemn this, because, you know, the killing of any humans, regardless of the cause, is just not acceptable, regardless of, you know, your political persuasion, is the first thing I would say. The other thing I would say is that it's probably not surprising that that it's happened, but I'm surprised that it's only happened now, because, you know, if you think about it, it was late October 2023 when we had the initial Hamas attack. And there have been attacks in Germany, we've had attacks in sort of in France, and anti-Semitism has been on the rise. So I'm surprised that it hasn't happened before, to be honest.
And Gemma, there's been a whole lot of what looks like the changing of political rhetoric right now towards Israel in regards to what's been happening in Gaza. And I feel like this has also been ramping up in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it almost changes on a, I'd say daily, but almost hourly basis, it feels like now. And yes, as you said, the rhetoric has changed. The tension has ratcheted up. You can really feel it. So the Israeli minister, Amichai Chikli, he's accused the leaders of the UK, France and Canada of emboldening the forces of terror. Now, his words come as Keir Starmer, Macron and Carney. Earlier this week, they threatened concrete action against Israel if it continues its egregious military operations in Gaza. Obviously, this was said before this tragic shooting in Washington. But so after the shooting, Chikli said he was shocked and heartbroken, but he doubled down on his accusations against the UK, France and Canada, who, we have to remember, are allies of Israel. And when the Hamas attack happened last year, they were very committed to saying that Israel did have the right to defend itself. But now it seems that Israel is seeing that their calls for an end to what's happening in Gaza, they're seeing that as these countries coming against them. So we've not only seen a change in rhetoric, we've seen an absolute refusal to acknowledge any nuance, any changing in stance, any grey areas. It's either black or white. It's either you're with us or against.
Yeah, absolutely. And Netanyahu was speaking this evening, and he says Starmer, Macron and Carney are on the wrong side of history after Washington, D.C. killings. He's actually held a phone call with Donald Trump, and they have discussed what has happened with the shooting of the Israeli embassy.
Yeah, like I did see, like Trump said, he expressed deep sorrow in the call with the Israeli leader, and I kind of think if you compare it to sort of Zelensky and the Ukraine, I think, you know, Trump has said that, you know, he would solve the Ukraine, you know, in 24 hours, which is obviously, it's been a couple of 24 hours since then. But I think, you know, he needs to use his power as the, you know, as the leader of the free world and, you know, the most powerful man to sort of, you know, come down on Netanyahu, I think, in the same way that he has with Zelensky. And I think he should, the attitude towards the two conflicts has been sort of radically different. And I think, you know, he needs to sort of maybe bring him to the Oval Office and sort of give a dressing down and see, because it's his policies that have led to these two unfortunate people in Washington losing their lives.
Do you think it was a missed opportunity that Trump didn't meet Netanyahu on his recent tour of the Middle East?
Yeah, I think so. And I think there needs to be a sort of recalibration and maybe sort of say, look, like my opinion is like, you know, up until October 7th, there was anti-Semitism, but Israel had the opportunity on the back of the Hamas attacks to garner global sympathy, which it did initially, and I think there was consensus that it had its right to defend itself, but I think now it's completely that's just completely gone now. There's probably, other than the US, I don't think there's many countries in the world that would support Israel, and I think anti-Semitism is wrong as well. Anyone is kind of wrong, but I also kind of think on the flip side of it is that in America itself, I think the clampdown on pro-Palestinian protests has also been bad because it's just heightened the radicalism, which then leads to acts like this out of sort of almost desperation. So I think the US kind of needs to learn that maybe free and safe protests should still be allowed on both sides.
Yeah. Well, it's actually really interesting because earlier I spoke to a former Israeli spokesman, Elon Levy, about the comments made by Israel's foreign minister, who's put some of the blame on leaders and officials abroad. Here's just what he had to say.
Yeah, this week we saw really an astonishing diplomatic betrayal by Israel's allies that have decided to use diplomatic pressure in order to force Israel to accept Hamas remaining in power in Gaza. Now, at the beginning of the war, they understood Hamas has to leave power or else a sustainable ceasefire is impossible, right? It's a jihadi regime committed to Israel's destruction. And if Hamas stays in power, the next war is only a matter of time. But those politicians have been pressured by the same violent public protests against Israel that we have seen, the same information warfare that we have seen against Israel that's poisoned public opinion. They're being affected by exactly the same trends. And that is why we've been saying it's so important to stand up to the increasingly deranged allegations being made against Israel, painting it as evil, because when you don't stamp out the lies about Israel, people decide to act on them. And it's leading to these sorts of political murders. That's why it's so important that people stand up against that hatred of Israel and attempts to glorify terrorism. These aren't just pro-Palestinian protests. It's glorifying Islamist terrorism on the streets of the West. And here is where it leads.
So there we are, Gemma and Shane. We just heard from Elon Levy there. And I did also speak to him a lot about the aid and Hamas, the aid blockade into Gaza. And, maybe that's a reaction and people are very upset about that. But of course, he was saying it's Hamas's fault. So I wonder where we lie right now when it comes to, is it time for Hamas to release the hostages? Could that possibly happen? Or is this just going to spread? Is this the beginning of, hatred that we might see in different countries?
The aid has gone through, hasn't it? Or 5. There's a big disagreement now as how many trucks have actually gone through and then how many trucks actually made it to the warehouse. But the UN is saying that none of the trucks have actually been opened. So it's almost like a fake olive branch. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't like to be the leader of a country for many reasons. But I think when you're trying to deal with a situation like this, the way I look at it is kind of like back in sort of the 90s when you had like sort of playing hostages in that regard, because you've had this attack on these two people now in Washington. So if there's concessions seem to be made over in Gaza, then that's sort of setting a precedent that if you want to get something done in Gaza, then you attack an Israeli citizen in a Western country, and that's not something that we want to see happen either. So when you're a leader and you're trying to balance all of those sort of different variables, it's not something I'd like to be making a decision on, and when you're dealing literally with people's lives.
And Gemma, really, we're talking about this because 2 young people lost their lives, and they were about to get married. They had attended a charity event, and it's just quite a tragic situation.
Yeah, it is. They were just living their lives, and apparently they were, or the woman was involved in. She talked about how Israel and Palestine can sort of come to an agreement, can come to a truce. She was of that mind, thinking that way. So to have this happen, it's shocking, it's terrible. 2 more people have lost their lives, added to the toll that this war has already taken. Yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, 2 more people have been murdered.
Absolutely. And it just seems to be something they're going to ramp up security across places like synagogues and in different places, just to make sure people are safe. And I think a lot of embassies, Israeli embassies around the world, are going to have the same thing happen. But once again, Shane, it just there seems to be no calming of rhetoric.
Yeah.
No, I think it's just going to be escalated. Like the interviews, like you just saw there. There needs to be a de-escalation of it. Yeah. I think, we need to know more about these 2 people in Washington. There's been a lot of early details in terms of the gentleman had got an engagement ring, and I think we just need to humanify sort of these people, because I think there has been a lot of deaths obviously in Gaza, but I think any death is one too many.
No, absolutely. I'm sure we could speak about this for a lot longer, but thank you so much for your thoughts on that. I really appreciate it. Stay right there, and we'll be back with you in just a minute. North Korea's newest warship suffered severe damage during what was meant to be a launch ceremony watched on by leader Kim Jong-un. Kim reacted with fury over the accident and said it brought, he claimed, the dignity and self-respect of the state to collapse. Patrick Falk reports.
North Korean state media reporting on the botched launch, described by naval analysts as catastrophic and a major embarrassment for the country.
After watching the whole course of the accident, the respected comrade Kim Jong-un made a stern assessment, saying that it was a serious accident and criminal act caused by absolute carelessness, irresponsibility and unscientific empiricism, which is out of the bounds of possibility and could not be tolerated.
No images of the unnamed warship were released, and it's unclear whether the incident, which occurred on Wednesday, caused any injuries. But satellite images show the 5,000-ton destroyer docked at North Korea's Chongjin shipyard days beforehand. In a rare admission of failure, Pyongyang said a malfunction made the ship's stern slide prematurely into the water, crushing parts of the hull and leaving the bow stranded on the shipway. It marks a setback for the country's most ambitious naval modernization effort. In April, Kim, accompanied by his daughter, attended another ceremony to unveil the Choi-hyun, North Korea's first newly constructed destroyer in decades. At the time, it was presented with fanfare, with state media saying it would help strengthen preparedness against what Pyongyang called rising threats from the US and South Korea. Seoul says it had been tracking movements of the vessel that failed to launch.
Considering the size and scale, it is expected to be equipped with similar equipment to that of a Cho-hyun-class warship, and it is currently lying sideways in the water.
The blunder could now cast doubt on North Korea's ability to scale its navy. Kim has called for the ship to be repaired by the end of next month before a key meeting of the ruling Workers' Party. Experts say a rushed launch likely led to the accident and warn hasty repairs could cause more problems down the line. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
Now, sex offenders in England and Wales could face chemical castration, and thousands of other offenders will be released after serving a third of their sentence. It's under new proposals by UK government ministers in a bid to curb overcrowding in prisons. The aim is to reduce the country's prison population by 9,800 people by 2028. Here's how UK Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood broke the news.
I also asked the review to consider how we manage sex offenders. The review has recommended we continue a pilot of so-called medication to manage problematic sexual arousal. I will go further. with a national rollout beginning in 2 regions covering 20 prisons, and I am exploring whether mandating the approach is possible. Of course, it is vital that this approach is taken alongside psychological interventions that target other causes of offending, like asserting power and control.
Shane, the overcrowding of prisons in the UK has been a hot topic for a long time on the political agenda, and if you live there, you know all about it. Explain how this will work in practice. So exactly what Labour want to do.
Okay, so I dug up went to the government website and dug this up. So they do say it's an independent review, but it was commissioned by the government, so that sounds like an oxymoron to me, for starters. But anyway, over the last 14 years, when the Tories were in power, they added 500 places, which sounds obviously ridiculously low. And over the last 30 years, the prison population has doubled to almost like 90,000 people. And if you think about how much is that going to cost, so the average prisoner costs 53,000, nearly 54,000. And the Labour government is putting aside almost like £5 billion into building all of these new prisons, which apparently they've said is the largest sort of prison building since, I think, Victorian era. But the problem is that this is not going to come until about 2030. So at the same time, by 2028, there's going to be, I think, 9,500 places more than they have to allocate. So it's kind of like, yes, we don't want to let people out of prison, but where are you going to put all of these extra criminals coming through the court system? So they've got a couple of ideas that they put forward. One, I don't think too many people will object to, is that foreign prisoners in the UK are going to be sent home earlier. I think it was previously, once they've done 50% of their sentence, now it's going to be 30%. Then the other one is what is called the progression model, which sounds like a PR expert came up with this sort of tactic. So as you said, it's going to, where your sentence is divided into third. And obviously this is based on sort of good behaviour. So the first third, you'll be in prison. The second third, then you'll be in the probation sector. And then the last third, presumably if you haven't reoffended and you've been a nice guy or gal, depending, then you'll be out and about. Then the other initiative they're putting in place is that they've asked judges to try and refrain from giving less than 12-month sentences, because they noticed that if you were put into jail for less than 12 months, 60% of people reoffended. So they're looking at more like, community-based sort of, curfews and sort of electronic tagging. So that's the plan. As you can imagine, there has been a lot of backlash against this. But you got to look at one aspect, is that the reason that there's more prisoners in jail is because the sentences were extended during previous governments. So that meant there was more people in prison for longer. So now they're trying to sort of retrofit that. But at the same time, if you're a victim and you've been a victim of any crime, then you're not going to be particularly happy about this at all, I'd imagine.
No, absolutely. And Gemma, interestingly, this policy includes sex offenders and domestic abusers being released early. This is a little bit of where this backlash is coming from. How will the government actually guarantee safety in the community? Because that would be frightening, Shane, as you said, for the victims.
Yeah, I mean, in short, they can't. There can't be any guarantees here. And yeah, especially for victims who are most likely to be female. The only way to protect the community from sex offenders, and it really depends if you believe in that they can be rehabilitated. But chemical castration, it only works for as long as the medication is taken. So there's so many aspects around this. So first of all, you're trusting that the person that is taking the medicine on a regular basis. And secondly, there has been research into the use of these drugs. And the research, it's still quite small, to be honest, but it said that it's only really effective when done with psychotherapy as well, quite intense psychotherapy. So again, this is where the can they be rehabilitated kind of question comes in. Now, we read if you're from the UK, you read every day that there's the strain on the National Health Service, and already non-criminals accessing mental health, psychiatrists and therapists, there's a couple of years wait for that. So again, this is another aspect to it, is where are all these psychotherapists going to come from in order to treat these criminals? So for me personally, I believe that a sex offender is always going to be a danger to the community. I know in America they have registrations, you know, you can go online and you can look at people who are living in your area.
Yes.
I don't know if they have that in the UK, but I don't know if that's... I don't think that they do.
I think there is a sex offenders register.
Yeah.
But I'm not 100% sure. Can you look up
Go online and look,
lives
yeah.
within your community? I think that is definitely in the States.
Yeah.
I could be possibly wrong, but I wasn't aware of that being in the UK. But also just what you touched on there, Gemma and Shane, I don't know if you agree with me, but we've heard about cuts to policing.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard about cuts to jail guards in jails. No one wants to do those jobs because things have got so out of hand.
Yeah.
And now you're saying that people could go on community service and, you know, if, they have this elective castration, they might be let out into the community earlier. But there's no one to police this, really.
No, and also, you know, I'm of the opinion that, yes, I think, you know, people can be rehabilitated, but also I think the biggest deterrent is the fact that you can go to jail and you can get a hefty sentence, and that is a deterrent. But if you're a sort of petty criminal by occupation in whatever part of the UK, then if you think, oh well, I'm not going to get the 12-month sentence, I'm just going to, you know, be around the community, have a bit of a curfew, and wear an electric tag. I don't. That deterrent then, you know, is not there at all. So it's just encouraging you to keep, you know, on a life of petty crime. So I think the deterrent, but. You know, I'm a business journalist at the end of the day. You have to look at the numbers. So if it's costing like nearly £54,000 per prisoner and the number of them is going up, then the government has no option. You know, they're trying to build more, but if they're going to build them more and quicker, where are you going to take that money from? Out of the British government, out of the budget? You know, you can't take it from the NHS. You're putting more into the defence. So where's the money going to come from to do this? So it's, you know, again, being a leader of a country is not something I want to do, and making these kind of decisions is tough. But I think not having that deterrent is not. Crime rates are going to go up, as far as I would predict in the UK.
I think for me, what we know now about crimes of a sexual nature is that it's never about sex. It's not about sexual attraction. It's about power. And that's why sort of the main victims are women and children who are perhaps perceived as being powerless. So the fact that if you're not going to tackle that absolute core aspect of these offences, it is just putting a Band-Aid on the problem rather than going into the actual problem. So there were recent clinical trials in Sweden of one of these drugs. It was a small trial, 52 men. And the results showed after 2 weeks of the first injection, because you continue to take the injections, the men said they had a significantly reduced risk of committing child sex abuse. Now, predators, by their very nature, are liars and they're manipulators. So I don't know how you get results from this research. Are you talking to the people involved in it? Because how can you trust what they're going to say? If you're measuring hormones that, you know, with regards to the lowering of sexual, hormones and sexual attraction.
Testosterone is what it lowers, yeah.
That's still nothing to do with the inherent power that is at the root of this issue.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
And also, I think when I Googled this story before we came on air, all of the headlines were sort of about, you know, the castration and of sex offenders. So I think that should have been taken out of the equation. And you know, I'm surprised that whoever, you know, looks after communications for these reports didn't realise that. And it should have been on a tiered system where, so. Yeah, and you know, the BBC, all of these reports focused on the sex offenders issue, and then you know, forget about, you know, just the day-to-day crime,
yes.
Which is, you know, going to be prevalent and hit a lot more of the population.
Absolutely, and I think that has become a big problem in the UK. If it's crime when it comes to shoplifting, if it's mobile phone crime, there's been a massive rise of that. But I just wonder right now where the UK is at the moment, where Labour is. I don't know if this is a question that you could answer, or maybe I'm just thinking way too out of the box here. But I feel like we see the Labour government and they're making decisions and they're putting ideas out there, but this is nothing concrete in this policy here. And like you said, Shane, it's not long until these prisons are at capacity.
No. It's quite Trumpian, isn't it, to just kind of say things and then perhaps hope a bit later on, see what sticks. But I don't think that's Labour Party's MO.
Yeah, I suppose it could be in the sort of, yeah, you're right, it could be Trumpian. Maybe they are being, maybe I'm wrong, maybe they are being smart. You know, everyone's going to talk about the sex offenders and then they'll take that out like it's a concession. And then everyone go, oh, well, thank God for that. There's no sex offenders getting out early. And then focus on the actual policy itself. So it takes over sort of the agenda, like we're talking about it right now. So I think, yeah, you know, I don't want to get into Labour versus Tory, but it was a Tory problem, like I said before, because they didn't invest in the prison systems over the last 14 years. And I have seen a lot of Tories in reports sort of condemning this, saying that, you know, electric tags aren't as good as bars. But I'm thinking, well, you're in government for, what was it, 14 years and only added 500 spaces. So.
And David Gork, who actually commissioned this review, was Conservative, which I thought was quite interesting because they said it was an independent review. So actually it did come from someone who is from within the Conservative Party. So maybe Labour are trying to possibly get it right this time round. But lots to speak about there and lots of interesting points. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. A new sport competition allowing the use of doping substances will launch in Las Vegas next year. The enhanced games will include events like swimming, athletics and weightlifting. However, critics like the World Anti-Doping Agency have opposed the project, warning athletes they risk bans and their health. Enhanced Games CEO co-founder Christian Angermeyer says his competition can coexist with the Olympics. Take a listen.
So I would say using performance-enhancing substances should be fully legitimized if it's in a transparent way. So I actually think, because people always want to sort of pit us against the Olympics, I think we're going to be, over time, two very different events which can totally, very lovingly coexist with each other.
Oh, Gemma, will you be watching these games?
I will not.
What an event it would be.
Kind of, they're like a prelude to Hunger Games for me, this kind of thing. I'm frequently horrified by what billionaire tech entrepreneurs come up with for their own entertainment. So one of the co-founders as well is a guy called Aaron D'Souza. He's an Australian tech billionaire. And the games are backed by Donald Trump Jr. and PayPal founder Peter Thiel. So lots of billionaires here doing something for their own entertainment, in my opinion. Now, for Aaron D'Souza, on his Instagram bio, he says he's on a mission to build a new superhumanity. That sends shivers down my spine. Superhumanity, my goodness. Now, I did see he's only got about 2,000 followers on Instagram, so you know, I'm very surprised. Mark Zuckerberg has 15.7 million, so I'm a bit like Aaron. Are you just upset that you don't have lots of followers and you're trying to drum up,
trying to make
you know, excitement? Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So the word superhumanity is kind of, I don't like that at all. It just sounds genetically modified. It sounds like eugenics, to be honest with you. And there's this notion at the moment among the super wealthy that they can somehow defy age or cheat death. There's the guy the billionaire who's spending lots of money. His name escapes me for a moment, but he's spending millions to cheat death. And I find it horrific. I do, like I say, I wasn't joking about Prelude to Hunger Games. I find it quite dystopian. I don't find it entertaining.
And I guess that is absolutely, legitimate. It's doping, it's putting drugs into your body, it's trying to get you to a level that naturally you just possibly couldn't get to. Yeah. And that's difficult. But there is an argument for this, I think.
Well, yeah, I'm really sorry, Gemma, but I love this. I can't wait till this comes out. When is it? May next year, I think, in Las Vegas.
I will also be watching it. I'm kind of with Shane on this.
Oh, I can't wait. Like, since I was, I don't know, could speak, I remember watching the Olympics going, and there was unfortunately we've had a couple of Irish Olympians who've fallen foul of drug tests, and it's been very tragic and upsetting. But I always thought, why couldn't we have a version where you can just pump them full of drugs and then see how far they can run and how fast they can run?
I agree,
how fast
and
they
what
can swim.
world records they could break.
I know,
It
exactly.
would be so interesting.
I'm against makeup testing on rabbits, but I can give humans loads of drugs all they want and let them run as fast as they can and see how far they can go. It's wrong, I know, but...
Well, rabbits can't give their consent, can they?
That's true,
Humans can give their consent, yeah.
Yes, that's true. And, I would just like to see how far can they go, and then you could maybe get Usain Bolt to go against the
top doper.
Top doper, yeah.
But I'll tell you something. This is what I thought about. So you and I probably have a similar thought to this. Gemma, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But I've always thought that. I've always thought in sport, let them dope, and if they want to. But what these guys are saying with the enhanced games is you can dope, but it's going to be monitored. It's going to be regulated, and we're going to have doctors with you all the time.
Because you don't want someone to get to the finish line and have a heart attack.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think it's going to be like they can just... It's a free-for-all. I think it's going to be monitored, and they're going to have to declare what they're taking and how much. So it's actually, it can't just be like these guys are just going to take whatever they can.
You'll see them all like massive necks and stuff like that, and looking absolutely distorted. But in a purely viewer point of view, entertainment value will be immense, and it'll get huge ratings, and I don't know who's going to sponsor it. I can't imagine what brands are going to sign up for something like that, but I will definitely be watching it. And I don't know if I'd want to go to Vegas and see it in person, but I would definitely watch it on TV.
Well, it's actually really interesting because I want to let Gemma feel a bit included here, because earlier I spoke to a former Olympic speed skater, Sarah Lindsay. Here is what she had to say. Take a listen.
I heard that they're offering, I think it was £1 million to break records, which is so irresponsible. You've got young athletes, and yes, they may be adults and can make their own decisions, but they're being influenced, one, by huge amounts of money. Most amateur sports, even the top athletes in those sports, will never see that kind of money. So, of course, that's going to entice people to compete in this style. So, I just think it's so irresponsible, and the long-term effects of performance-enhancing drugs as well, that you're being told by doctors that you're going to trust, and your superiors, as far as your coaches and performance directors go, if they're encouraging you to do this, then you're going to believe them. Money into, protecting sport and stopping people doping rather than encouraging it. It just seems so backwards to me.
I thought it was interesting that she brought up the money, because it could be $1 million if you break a record, and that is a lot of money, especially if you're an Olympian and you're part of a whole team. So I wonder if this is going to be the attraction.
I mean, the money will be... the money in sport in general is quite mind-blowing, really.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's... It is at sort of if you're Federer or if you're at the higher level, but during the last Olympics... they did a report on sort of general British Olympians who were competing, and a lot of them were on like really low wages. Like some of them had to set up,
So they have day jobs as well.
Or OnlyFans accounts. Some of them, in fact.
Was it the divers?
Probably, yeah. You can look that up yourself if you want. So a lot of them are not really well paid. That's an illusion that a lot of people think.
Yeah.
So the millionaire sports stars are the creme de la creme. So. There is a case, that if you're sort of on, like an Olympian sort of diver and you're only on like £35,000 or something, and then if you can get $1 million by doping yourself up and getting all of this attention and media attention, and maybe get a sponsor and a blogger, there is that attraction. I can see how it will attract people. I just wonder where the financing for this is coming from. Maybe you said it's just tech billionaires.
It's tech billionaires, and I almost picture it like Running Man, or, I picture all the tech billionaires around some sort of cage throwing money into the cage. That's how I see it, in the young adult dystopian novel I'm going to write about this. That's one of the scenes.
Yeah.
And it's interesting you mentioned the creme de la creme of, people in sport. Because as well, for me, this throws up the question of sometimes you're just not good enough. We've all had things in our lives that we've perhaps wanted to do that would have been amazing, but we just didn't have the talent, we didn't have the skill, we just couldn't get there. And understanding your limitations is part of being human. And I don't buy into this aspect that any one of us can do anything. We simply can't.
Yeah, but if you could take a pill that would get you that extra 5-10% that you of whatever particular sort of dream that you have, would you take it?
But the pill
like the Matrix.
in this case is so, like the side effects that we know of these steroids and the doping, we know, doctors know, the research is there, that it's terrible.
But then the flip side of it is, like you did mention, the world was an anti-doping agency, so they're against it, which is understandable. But then the flip side is that, are we assuming then that the normal games are completely like 100% clean?
But we
like
know
the surveys we've done that is not the case.
And we know that's not the case.
Yeah.
I mean, we just saw the world #1 tennis player, Yannick Sinner. He came off a recent doping ban in tennis. Maria Sharapova played tennis at a high level, the same thing. We saw a lot of the famous 100-metre athletes.
Lance Armstrong
famously too. So is this happening, but the technology is not catching up with it, or the testing is not as advanced as the doping? There's a whole lot of questions around this, but I do think it's really interesting. And I do agree with you, Gemma. I think sometimes we forget our limitations. We can't live forever, and we can't always be that 5% better. I don't know. I agree. Great topic, though. And finally, we've reached that point in the show where Shane and Gemma tell us their quirky stories of the day. And Shane, yours is about the singer Jim Morrison.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was just thinking on your last point, like if I could take a pill to be a good singer, I probably would. Actually.
Do you want to be Jim Morrison?
I do, of course. Who does?
He's super cool.
I know.
But he died at 27.
And I'm a lot more than 27.
Yeah, and we're glad that you're still here.
Yeah,
so,
thanks very much.
So, don't take that pill.
So basically what happened was in 1971, Jim Morrison was in a bathtub in Paris and he died. We don't know why, we don't know how, let's not go into that. But when he was buried in Paris, there was a marble bust put on his grave, and in 1988 it went missing. We don't know how, we don't know why either. It was rumoured that it was carried away, but it's 128 kilograms. So on the shows that I've done, we've done various things where people have found random things in their attic, and the Magna Carta version turned out to be real.
Yes, we spoke about that, yeah.
So then the police were doing a raid on an apartment in Paris, and what did they find? This marble bust of Jim Morrison, and so this is shown up after 37 years. So I love these stories where some sort of cultural icon or something like that is found hidden away that's been sort of gone for years. So I really like the story. And like I was saying before, I would twist it around to ask you guys that which dead celebrity, obviously, his grave would you like to go and visit? Obviously, they're dead.
Gemma's been to Jim
I've been to Jim Morrison's
really?
grave, yes. It's in Père Lachaise in Paris.
She's been.
Oscar Wilde is there as well. There's a lot of very famous people there.
Do you like going to graveyards or something?
It's what I do in my spare time.
Oh, very good.
Yes, very much so. And it is like a shrine. We had a little toast. We did I love the Doors. Back then, I was very, it was cool to be into the Doors as well as a teenager.
Yeah, Riders on the Storm.
Very much, So, that people have written Doors lyrics, around the grave. They go, they visit. It's a real place for people to go and just kind of, pay their respects. So it's a pretty cool place. Are they going to put the bust back?
Well, the most recent report, they said that it hasn't been decided.
Okay.
But also whoever had it knocked the nose off, which is quite tragic as well. So I don't know.
Well, we're going to have to move on because we are fast running out of time. And Gemma, you've come up with a story about a wedding trend that I have never, ever heard of in my life, but apparently it ends in divorce. So
yeah, it's the wedding trend where the bride and groom sort of smush the wedding cake in each other's faces, which is quite an American tradition. And so this is a story online, and a guy went to a wedding with his wife, and the bride and groom had cut the cake, and at the last minute, as the groom was lifting a forkful of cake to his new wife, he decided to smear it all across her face, but he stabbed her in the face with the fork. And the guy said then there was this awkward 5 minutes where the bride is basically bleeding on her dress and holding a napkin to her face. And it kick-started a whole discussion about whether people who do that are more likely to get divorced.
Well, to be honest...
That's not Shahari.
That's not official research, by the way. This is just internet theory.
Chit-chat.
But, yeah, I find it bizarre that a bride would have spent all her money on her hair and her makeup and her dress, and obviously the groom in his tuxedo or his suit, and they're just going to smear cake in each other's faces. I think it's bizarre.
I wouldn't do it. I don't know.
No,
I've never been married, but I can't imagine that being my kind of jam.
I did not do that.
Did you do that, Gemma?
No.
No.
But you would both have to agree with it, right? But in this wedding, the bride is just waiting for a bit of cake and the groom just decided to go rogue.
That's mad. That is so funny, isn't it?
That is when you're like, who did I marry?
Yeah.
It literally happened 10 minutes ago, but who did I marry?
And then it didn't last much longer after.
No, they were divorced after 10 months.
10 months? That's all?
That, yeah.
I thought it'd be quicker than that now, too.
You thought it would be the next morning, did you?
10 minutes, probably.
Annulment. But that, thank you so much for that. I really enjoyed that. Great show today. Thank you so much for those quirky stories. And that's all we've got time for today. Thanks to today's guests, correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Insights. G&T with Michal Prendergast is coming up next. Goodbye and have a lovely evening.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope. We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Delhi. India's capital, Delhi is known for its captivating sights and rich history. The city is beautified with mosques, forts, and monuments, and the popular landscaped gardens. There is a bustling Old Delhi and the well-planned New Delhi, each with their own attractions and both worth the exploration. One of the most popular in Delhi is the Jama Masjid Mosque. You must catch the breathtaking view of Old Delhi that you'll see from the top of the minaret in the mosque. The long and winding, strenuous climb to the stairs will all be worth it. The Jama Masjid is indeed a treasure of the old city and is the largest mosque in India. It was built in 1650 and in fact took 13 years to build. The Red Fort, Delhi's most famous monument, is one of the most popular remnants of the Mughal emperor's rule. It stands for a stretch of up to over 2 kilometers or 1.2 miles. It was built in 1638 to keep out invaders from entering the city. The Red Fort is a great way to see the very ancient historic side of the city. Another historical site worth a visit is Gandhi Smriti. It is where Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation, was assassinated on January 30, 1948. The legendary man lived in the house for 144 days up until the time of his death. You can visit these places as they are open to the public. Historical feats aside, there are also many places in Delhi for sports, recreation, food, and shopping. There is also the Chandni Chowk, the main street of Old Delhi. It's a shocking contrast to the wide, orderly streets of New Delhi. Vehicles of all sorts crowd the space. With the pedestrians and animals, there are cars, cycle rickshaws, and hand-pulled carts everywhere you look. But the trip is worth the narrow, winding lines full of things to buy: affordable jewelry, fabrics, and electronics. Plus, you can also sample the local street food here. Last but not least are of course the famous Lodi Gardens. It's a fitting balance to the bustling city life in Old and New Delhi. It's a serene retreat from city life, a place to rest, reflect, and relieve yourself from a tiring trip. Tourists also visit to see the birds, eat along the restaurants, or simply enjoy the nature escape. Shanghai. The most prosperous city in China, Shanghai. It is in fact the largest city, teeming with vigor and vitality. Shanghai may not be the typical destination, brimming with sightseeing venues, but it's definitely got a lot to offer in experience. For one, you can choose to cruise along the Huangpu River and stroll along the Bund. The Bund is known for its marvelous display of Shanghai's classic skyline views. You can also witness the rare treasures of the city at the Shanghai Museum. It has a vast collection of rare cultural relics, reaching up to 120,000 pieces on display. Most popular are its beautifully decorated bronzes, which reach up to 400 pieces. Want to see the city with a bird's eye view? Then head over the World Financial Center, the 5th tallest building in the world. It will give you the best elevated views in the Shanghai metropolitan. You can view the scenery from various floors, but a must-visit is the Skywalk, which is the world's highest observatory. This is perhaps the best spot you can be in the middle of Shanghai. It's definitely where you should be if you're watching the sunrise or the sunset. Now, for a dining experience you'll never forget, try the revolving restaurant at the famous Oriental Pearl TV Tower. The building is in fact an outstanding landmark, and the revolving hotel is a popular tourist destination. You can also view the Chinese metropolis from above through its space module, its highest observatory level set at 350 meters or 1,148 feet from above the ground. The attractive building has 3 legs, 11 spheres, and 15 observatory levels. Meanwhile, take a break from the city's modern wonders and stroll around in Zhujiajiao. Zhujiajiao Watertown offers a relaxing ambiance and view. You can opt to stroll around by foot, or take the boat or a ferry ride to see and appreciate the rows of canals, bridges, and genius architecture in this old water town in Shanghai. One of the most popular is the Fangsheng Bridge. It is the largest arch bridge in Shanghai. Finally, complete your experience with a walking tour and shopping along Nanjing Road. It is the place to be to experience the hustle and bustle of Chinese trade. Mexico City. It's got cultural attractions and a gastronomy scene you won't be able to resist. Aside from the sights to see and things to do, Mexico is hailed for many other achievements. In the city, crime is down and the air is clean. Plus, the capital city has already gone through many achievements. Its commute system is very efficient and accessible too. It's got a green movement that balances out the modernity of the metropolis. Biking is very much welcome here, that on weekends, some roads are closed to make way for cyclists. Inviting, with pep and vigor and buzzing with energy, Mexico City is definitely one to get to know. Mexico City's historic center includes Coyoacan, which is the original settlement for the conquistadores. Today, it has become an enclave of artists and writers such as Frida and Diego, and it exudes colonial charm. A worthy place to visit is Zocalo, which is the center of the city. It is a vast plaza flanked by the Cathedral of Mexico City, the National Palace, and the Colonial Arcade. Zocalo is in fact one of the world's largest city squares. Also nearby are a cluster of vendors. Among their products are shawls, knitted sweaters, pottery, beaded jewelry, and intricately carved figures in stone, obsidian, and all manners of trinkets. Calle Madero is a pedestrian destination that connects the Zocalo with other iconic places. You'll find the Banco Nacional de Mexico nearby. Within the greenery of Bosque de Chapultepec, Mexico's Central Park is the Castillo de Chapultepec. It is called the Castillo de Chapultepec and is one of the city's gems. It is known for its gilded rooms, sweeping marble staircases, sprawling terraces, and Versailles-like carriages. One of the world's great museums is the National Museum of Anthropology. It features one of the most important collections of hard-to-find pre-Hispanic artifacts. Other noteworthy places include the Frida Kahlo Museum. Then, there's also the Diego Rivera Studio, where you'll see brushes, jars of pigments, and skeletons of demonic figures there. Mexico City is also a place to eat. Must-tries include enchiladas, short ribs or turkey, tostadas, carnitas de pescado, and other seafood creations. The city is a good place to enjoy the scene, the people, and culture as you dine. There is simply a bevy of culinary feats in Mexico City. Osaka. There's just so much to learn, see, and do. Osaka has a population of about 2.5 million. Often, Osaka is considered the anti-capital of Japan, where Tokyo is its capital. It is the central metropolis of the Kansai region and the largest of the Osaka, Kobe, Kyoto trio. However way you regard the city, there are many opportunities for you to discover it. Enter the city and you'll immediately get a feel of its commercial-centric vibe. To be able to tour around it better, know how the city is divided into 24 wards. There's Kita, the newer center of the city. Umeda is where the main terminal is located. You'll find the huge department stores and boutiques there, as well as theaters for entertainment. Just look for the shops clustered around the JR Osaka Station and Umeda Station. Namba is the main railway station. also surrounded with department stores and endless places for shopping. Meanwhile, Minami is the traditional commercial and cultural center of Osaka. It is further broken down into two wards, Chuo and Naniwa. Shinsaibashi and Hori are the fashion wards, while Dotonbori is the best place for eating and dining. Samba is where you will find the business districts of Yodoyabashi, Duojima, and Homachi, as well as the financial district of Kitahama. Tennoji is the area around the main subway stations and rail lines. The ward was named after the historical Shitennoji Temple. You'll also find the zoo and the park here, as well as the Tsutenkaku Tower. Then there's the Shinsekai, known as the amusement area in the old days. Of course, there's the Osaka Castle, one of the most visited tourist attractions in Japan. Kyobashi nearby is where you will find the Osaka Business Park. The north includes the Shin, Osaka, and Juso wards, while the east houses Osaka's suburbs. The southern suburbs of Osaka, containing various districts, which has the Sumiyoshi Taisha Grand Shrine. And finally, the Bay Area is where you'll see the gigantic facilities. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello
and welcome back to Global News Today here at Arabiya English. I'm your host, Michal Prendergast. And coming up in today's show, I'll be joined by the Republican strategist Amanda Mackey for a political roundup live from Washington, D.C. But first, I'm delighted to say I'm joined by the one and only Kevin O'Leary, the Shark Tank star, Mr. Wonderful. Thanks so much for joining us again, Kevin. Obviously, I have to start at what Trump has called his big, beautiful bill, a new landmark tax bill for the US. I'd love to hear your take on the affairs.
Well, it's still over an increase to the deficit of $3 trillion, so it's going to get a lot of pushback in the next phase of negotiations because there's a lot of fiscal hawks in the U.S. that don't approve of this bill conceptually because there's not enough cutting of spending. And so we're at the beginning of a process. I don't anticipate this will become law until sometime in July or August. So there's a tremendous amount of negotiation to go on now. You've really got a lot of debate about when does the U.S. balance its budget? And we just had recent downgrade in Moody's on the Treasury, which is putting pressure on rates on both the short and long end. So it's not over yet. It's the beginning of something, but I would say it's really only in the second inning.
One thing that stood out to me is the national debt of the US. It's going to balloon up to $3.3 trillion over the next 10 years. What are the implications of this?
Debate. That's what's going to happen here. There's a fraction within the Republican Party that is not on board for this increase. And how to satiate those individuals so that they get on board for the final passage of this into law sometime in July or August, that's going to be what everybody's going to be watching. This is really sausage being made. You're actually seeing this occur because you've got a debt ceiling issue. You've got a lot of members that are not interested in increasing the deficit. You've got people within the administration that want to see a balanced budget, a cut in spending. It's raucous, to say the least. And so this is the beginning. And the fact that it got through the vote last night, that's great. But again, I don't know what it's going to look like by the time it gets to the end game, and nobody does.
And in terms of clean energy tax credits have been hit as well. Trump is doing what he said he was going to do, and that's drill, baby, drill.
Yes, that's true. But what's really going on with the drill, baby drill and Doug Burgum as the energy czar is the idea of deregulation, about allowing access to federal lands, about changing the policy on pipelines coming out of Canada, all kinds of new initiatives to export LNG, natural gas, compressed gas. I mean, all of this is happening at the same time towards getting the U.S. energy independent. And that's not really affecting the budget too much. It is affecting the optimism around the idea that there won't be an energy debate. But even on that score, there's quite a bit of concern that right now Trump has to choose between two factions. Does he keep households with low-cost energy and starve off industry growth? Or, does he do the reverse? Does he give the power to it? Because right now the grid in the United States is tapped out. You can't get another gigawatt anywhere. And so the initiative now is what other sources of energy can they get? And that's why they're focusing so much on stranded natural gas in states like North Dakota, Virginia, West Virginia, Louisiana, Kentucky. I mean, they're looking for every drop of energy they can find. They're going to need turbines to convert this into electricity, but there's a crisis emerging on energy, and it's not really reflected in the budget because we haven't got to that place yet, but Burgum is sounding the warning cry right now about this, and I don't think it's going to land on a deaf ear with the president.
And turning to China, one thing that has definitely not fallen on deaf ears is tariffs. He has said many times again, it's a beautiful word. You yourself said retailers should not be expected to eat the tariffs. What do you mean by that?
Well, the president has been putting pressure on Walmart specifically when they came out saying, wait a second, maybe a third of our products are somehow sourced or components are sourced in China. And those prices going up will be passed through to consumers. So prices will go up. It'll be inflationary on prices. And he pushed back and said, no, you should eat it. Unfortunately, he can say that, but you know, most businesses aren't going to eat it. They're just not going to do that. They may take some of the margin, but they're going to pass these prices on. And none of this has happened yet. You haven't seen this yet in any of the data because we basically have a pause in these tariffs. But by the time the 90 days is over, these prices will probably reflect a higher price point because of input costs. I mean, at the end of the day, this is very, very simple. These tariffs are no different than the price of sugar going up or coffee or cinnamon going into a carrot cake. It's going to be inflationary. And that's what Trump is trying to avoid, because the last thing he can afford now is to have energy prices spike on consumers or to have eggs and butter and milk skyrocket because of tariffs in some way, or any kind of toy, for example. He's even spoken about that because the midterm elections are coming up. So Trump is in a tight space here. He wants to put tariffs on, but he can't stop prices from going up. So we're in an interesting, delicate narrative right now. And that's why he paused the tariffs to see if he could work out a deal with China on a reciprocal basis, maybe at 10%. That probably can be absorbed a lot easier than 25, 30, 40, or right now 145%.
Yes, of course, and one of your contemporaries, Ray Dalio, has been raising the alarm over China, saying Trump, he must negotiate in a very tough manner with China. Do you share this view?
I do, because it's not just about tariffs. It's about IP theft, access to their markets on a reciprocal basis, access to their legal system to resolve trade disputes, which we don't have. You know, issues like TikTok. There's no American social media product that is spyware in China. And so we have all of these issues boiling up on the China front, which are completely different than the negotiations going on in places like India, Japan, the EU, or England, Canada, or Mexico. They're all different. So you've got a lot of these different pain points happening at the same time. No administration's tried to resolve 60 trade deals at once, and Trump is trying to do that. And that's why there's a fair amount of skepticism, particularly from political rivals, but also the market itself. Now, the fact that there is some kind of rationale, and the Chinese have come to the table in Geneva, brought a lot of hope back into financial markets and services. And it's now really, you have to watch two markets, the debt markets and the equity markets, and they kind of trade off each other. And every day, if there's another tweet out of Trump, it can produce instability in those markets. So it's a rather interesting time, and there's volatility, that's for sure.
Speaking of volatility, alarm bells, they seem to be ringing in Europe at the moment. BYD, the Chinese EV firm, has overtaken Tesla in Europe for the first time. What do you make of that?
Competition exists amongst electric vehicles. I'm sure Elon Musk is watching this. It's a price point issue as well. The Chinese have an advantage in producing batteries. One of their companies just went public on Hong Kong and got a huge market cap. Batteries are essential. It's a massive component of EV. And the Chinese government at any time, if they wish, can subsidize to gain market share, which they do. And that's one of the complaints that various markets have, including Europe, the dumping of product at lower prices. And those are issues that should have been resolved in the World Trade Organization starting back in 2000 when China joined. And it's one of the big issues that is being debated in the US and in Europe about China. They don't comply with the World Trade Organization. So whether this market share gain is because of dumping or whether it's because the product is superior or a combination of both, you don't really know right now. But I'm sure Tesla will be competitive. But the game is on, because it's not just electric cars, it's autonomous driving that's at stake here. And that's why people are concerned about theft, IP theft in China. All of this technology, much of it will find its roots in American code or European code or German code. And the Chinese just ripped it off and then developed from there. And so that's got to stop as well.
Moving to Canada, Mark Carney has pulled off a pretty miraculous victory against all odds there. We know they're facing some pretty huge economic challenges. What did you make of his victory, and how much do you think Trump has played a part?
Carney was very successful in playing the fear of Trump that occurred in Canada during the the Trump suggesting that Canada should be purchased by the United States. That was very unpopular in Canada. Carney basically said, look, don't look at our party's track record. We know we've put Canada into an economic coma. We have lost on every market share across the G20. We have no GDP growth anymore. Per capita debt is the highest ever. And of course, 25% of the population of Canada is now at the poverty line. The party was a disaster under the previous Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, and he got kicked out by his own party. He was replaced by Carney. But Carney was very smart in using Trump as the fulcrum, the leverage, to put fear into Canadian hearts and get himself elected. Unfortunately, he did not win a majority mandate. Parliamentary history in Australia, England, Canada, if you don't win a majority mandate on your first go round in the parliamentary system, it's not a great outcome. 12 to 18 months is usually another election. And that's probably what Carney faces if he doesn't turn the economy around. Now, on the other hand, it couldn't be worse. It'd be very hard to make it worse. So everything he does now could be better. He's got to try and figure out how to get people to reinvest in Canada. Nobody wants to do that anymore. There's a bill in Canada called C-69, which is a no pipeline bill, no environmental projects bill, no mining bill, no anything bill. And so as a result, no money comes to Canada anymore. And the Canadian dollar collapsed almost 40% during the 10 years that the Liberals were in power, or at least under Justin Trudeau. So everything's in the worst place it's ever been. And so from there, he could be successful in building it back. Everybody's willing to give him a chance. He's not as stupid as I hate to say those words, but it's true. Trudeau is an idiot, and Carney is not. And so hopefully the idiot king is gone, replaced by somebody who has a better track record. And now it's all up to him. Can he do anything? He's got 18 months. If he doesn't deliver, the Canadians will kick him out and hire somebody else.
Would they hire you? Would you like to see a run as Prime Minister in Canada?
I gave that a shot back in 2016. I don't think I want to go through that again. I admire anybody, including Carney, who goes in the process of serving the public into politics. It's a nasty business. My hands are full with the other projects I'm working on globally. I'm very happy with all of the various investments I'm making, including in the UAE, which I'm very excited about. And, it's sort of, it's great to have done it, but no thanks.
Noted, Kevin. So to move on to the record surge of Bitcoin, is this a sign of strength of crypto or a weakness in traditional finance?
The reason this is occurring, in my view, is that I don't know if you're watching what's happened in the last 48 hours, the advancement of what's called the Genius Act in the United States, which was the old Stablecoin Act. This passed the Senate with 66 votes 48 hours ago and is now being debated on the House floor. Elizabeth Warren is very much against it, but even last night they picked up 6 more advocates, 6 more representatives that are now not listening to her. I mean, she's gone into a rant saying that the Stablecoin Act or the Genius Bill is actually going to enrich the Trump family, which has nothing to do with Trump at all. It's about digital payment systems, but it's a good way for her to try and stop the act because she has an unusual case of Trump derangement syndrome, and that is making her vision a little cloudy right now. And other people have the same syndrome, but you have to avoid the noise with Trump. You have to look at the signal, and it looks right now that the administration is going to pass this Stablecoin Act, which will allow the U.S. currency to become a form of digital payment system globally, which is a good thing for the U.S. dollar in the view of most senators and representatives. And so if this passes, and the reason it affected Bitcoin is it leads to the next bill, which is called the Markets Structure Act. And the Structure Act determines whether Bitcoin is a commodity or a security. And once that's decided, institutional wealth and sovereign wealth can now go into Bitcoin and allocate it as an asset. And that is very, very positive for price discovery on Bitcoin. And as a result, the coin has moved past $100,000 in value. And there's a fair amount of interest in it because if they anticipate that the Stablecoin Act will pass and that eventually both the House and Senate will look at the Market Structure Act and determine what Bitcoin is as an asset, and it will become an alternative asset class for institutional investing.
And how do you respond to the likes of Warren Buffett, who said, obviously, Bitcoin has no intrinsic value? Obviously, there's a lot of the traditional investors. Are they being left behind in the past?
Well, Jamie Dimon has the same view. There are many who don't agree, and they are certainly entitled to their opinion. But clearly, there's a market for Bitcoin. It's a volatile asset, and had you invested in it 24 months ago, it was probably one of the best performing assets you could have invested in vis-a-vis the US dollar or any other currency. So while I respect Warren's view, and certainly Jamie Dimon's a successful executive in the money center banking industry, the market doesn't care, and they'll make their own decisions and they'll take their own risks. Everybody has an opinion, and that's how markets are made, and that's absolutely fair. But I think the market has spoken on Bitcoin. I think it's here to stay.
With US debt being downgraded and inflation cooling, is Bitcoin finally acting like digital gold?
That's speculation that many are making, that there's only 21 million eventually Bitcoin, a piece of information on scarcity, and therefore there's no government that can print any more of it. That's not the case for any currency like the US dollar or any other currency for that matter. So on that aspect, maybe it's attractive, and some people are big believers in that. We'll see, but it just, at the end of the day, I think what will have more impact on the dollar is the passage of the Stablecoin Act, because in order to issue a stablecoin, you have to back it with treasuries shorter than 92-day duration. So demand for treasuries is going to be huge. In fact, right now, the stats show that Tether, another stablecoin, USDC is the two that are big, USDC and Tether, has more treasury holdings than Germany does, U.S. Treasury holdings. So you can see that the trend towards digitization of the American currency will really increase demand for Treasury itself, Treasury bills. Very interesting development in digital currency.
I wonder how much of this Bitcoin rally is tied to the US-China trade de-escalation. How fragile is that link?
It's not clear that it's tied to any one thing. For quite a while, it was tied to the NASDAQ and tech, but it seems to have decoupled from that. Now the concern is around the printing of American money, American dollars, to pay back debt and interest. And so if you're concerned about that, and there's an unlimited supply of money you can print, you may want to take a position in Bitcoin because it's not something that's unlimited. It has scarcity. And that seems to be what's driving its latest price appreciation.
With Trump and yourself, obviously, you're pushing for crypto regulation. This is really the future of crypto. When it becomes a stable coin, then you're going to see, obviously, governments, all sorts of financial institutions putting billions and billions of dollars, as Trump, he likes to say. Do you think, or what is the ceiling at which the price of Bitcoin might reach?
Anybody's guess. There's another conference coming up in Las Vegas shortly. There was a lot of speculation it would be at 100,000 by then. In fact, it is past that. Nobody really knows about the demand metrics at any one time. One thing is certain, though, about the price of Bitcoin, it's volatile. And so if you're going to own it in a portfolio, you probably need diversification, because the volatility in Bitcoin is, in some ways, more volatile than any other market. And so I think it will remain highly volatile until the institutional investor is allowed to allocate to it, because institutional investors put generally a 1% to 5% weighting in any one asset class, and they hold those positions often for extremely long periods of time. And so when they come into the market, they'll be buying and selling and making markets for Bitcoin that don't exist today. And I think that's when things stabilize for Bitcoin. And I think we're a little ways off, maybe a year or two. But I know that if the Stablecoin Act passes, I, along with many others, will be working on clearing the Market Structure Act that will determine Bitcoin's place in the institutional cap table.
And speaking of asset classes, ETFs, what does Coinbase joining the S&P 500 say about crypto's mainstream legitimacy?
Well, I'm a shareholder of Coinbase, and I'm a shareholder of Robinhood, and I was a shareholder of WonderFi, which was just acquired, or at least the announcement pending regulatory approval happened last week. I'm a believer that you should own the infrastructure, and these are the places for price discovery. They're exchanges. In the case of Robinhood, a full broker dealer, so you can actually hold securities, ETFs, Robinhood stock, and crypto, all in the same platform. So there's a lot of digitization is occurring, a lot of excitement about this. But the fact that Coinbase has made it into the index is a reaffirmation that crypto will eventually, in my view, it's my opinion, will become the 12th sector of the S&P. It's got too much productivity associated with it, and I think cost reduction and opportunity on chain and a lot of other attributes that are interesting. And the fact that institutional investors are willing to own the picks and shovels through ownership of Robinhood and Coinbase just gives you that idea of how much farther we've come in just the last 4 years.
I've got time for just one more short question. I can't have Mr. Wonderful on the show and to not ask, obviously, for people who don't know, he probably is or has one of the finest watch collections in the world. What's on your wrist today, Kevin?
Well, funny you should ask that, because I have on my left wrist, New York time, a classic Rolex Steel Daytona, issued in 2015, discontinued in 2019, so it's a vintage. But on my, sorry, that was my left. My left hand has New York time. On my right, this is a Siddiqui watch. It was, I got just a couple of weeks ago when I met with the Siddiqui family. As you know, Siddiqui is one of the most important dealers in the world. But Siddiqui's done something else. Because they support horology, and even Hind Siddiqui, who has Watch Week in Dubai coming up in November. The watch collectors like me understand Siddiqui brings new watchmakers into the world by showcasing them, and they often bring them there first. But the Siddiqui family themselves are master watch designers. There's hundreds of watchmakers working for Siddiqui, and this design, this beautiful, it's called a vintage, is made of tantalum. Only 24 of them made. This is number 19, with a really interesting band. Stretch band. And
of course, a red band.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Siddiqui himself knew I would only wear it with a red band. And I think it looks beautiful, this black onyx style. It's a stunning piece. I've worn it around the world in the last 2 weeks. Everybody stops me and says, "What is that?" So Siddiqui started the conversation. He's certainly not ending it. This watch is going to make its way onto Shark Tank. They love it in wardrobe. I just think what the Siddiquis are doing is spectacular. I love the fact they support young, new watchmakers, and they bring them to the world and they showcase them. And of course, they service all the royal families in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, and certainly in the UAE. I'm a huge fan. And other collectors have seen this. It's been on television on several U.S. shows in the last few days. People just can't stop asking me about it. So sorry, Siddiqui, you're going to have to sell a lot more of these.
Of course, and we look forward to seeing that watch on the upcoming season of Shark Tank. Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, thanks so much for your time.
Take care. Bye-bye.
And now for a roundup on all of the major US political stories of the week. I'm joined by Republican strategist Amanda Mackey. Thanks so much for your time, Amanda. First of all, I'd like to get your reaction on the news that 2 Israeli embassy staff have been shot dead leaving an event at the Capital Jewish Museum in Washington.
This is a huge tragedy. Of course, we are all stunned. I think this town is really grieving because it really hit close to home when it happens in our nation's capital. We have multiple police forces here, whether it's the Capitol Police, the U.S. Park Police, the Metro Police for Washington, D.C., and for this to happen so close to the Capitol, to two young individuals, it's just such a heinous thing that's happened. I think we're all just trying to grapple with this. It's horrific because it was done in the name of, a Hamas protester. I mean, in essence, that's what it was. And so it's really been tough for us to really understand all of this. But then you see it happening at commencement ceremonies, that they're continuing to chant this, free Palestine. And it's just really unnerving. And I think for this town in particular, we're all a little bit on edge that someone could come in such close proximity and really execution style murder two young individuals.
You're in Washington. What is the mood like, and how are people reacting to the news?
I think people are just in shock. Again, like I said, with as much police presence as we have in a very small town like Washington, D.C., we just think, well, we're glad this happened a few blocks from the FBI building. So you had federal police presence very quickly on the scene, which is a good thing. But how did this happen? And I think that's the shock. It's a reception. It was a reception for peace, of all things. And it was a reception like many of the receptions that happen in Washington, D.C. every night when Congress is in town. Congress is about to leave, obviously, for the Memorial Day break, so they'll be gone all of next week. So I think everyone's just trying to wrap their head around, how did this happen? And why did this happen? And that's really the shocking part of all of this. We're going to have graduation ceremonies of the major universities in Washington, D.C. George Washington University, for example, does this on the Mall. There's no metal detectors there. I mean, these are very scary things for a small town, a political town like this to be grappling with right now. And of course, on the heels of Memorial Day weekend, where tens of thousands will pour into this city to honor those who served.
Moving on to President Biden, who obviously had very sad news this week in regards to his cancer diagnosis. What has the reaction been on the Hill?
Well, again, I think that there is a lot of people, there's a lot of shock that this was able to go on for as long as it was and that it was covered up. I think that's the most the most hard thing to grapple with is how his staff, his family, really his wife, allowed this to be covered up and the American public to potentially re-elect a president who was in demise. I mean, we all saw it, we all knew it, but they kept pulling the wool over our eyes, if you will, and just saying that that's not the case, and he's healthy, he's in good spirits, just like anyone his age. It's not just like anyone his age. And what I don't understand is I have a father who's a physician, and he struggles actually with this very same issue with prostate issues, and they check their PSA levels every year. How was it that he wasn't checking his PSA levels, and all of a sudden it's this major cancer that's spreading? I mean, that just seems very out of the ordinary.
There's been a new book out about President Biden called Original Sin. President Biden's decline, its cover-up, and his disastrous choice to run again, authored by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. It's raised concerns on how fit Biden was to be president. Is this any surprise to you?
Well, it's not a surprise. I don't think it's really a surprise to the American people. But what is surprising, and I think what Jake Tapper in particular is being called out on, was that he allowed this to happen, and he allowed for kind of a cover-up, if you will. I mean, they did not ask the tough questions. And when reporters were in the White House asking the tough questions, they all pushed back and they all said, these are bad reporters and they're crazy. Why are they doing this? They're attacking him. They're not attacking him. They were seeing the physical and mental decline of a president. They were calling it like they saw it. And Jake Tapper and the likes of Jake Tapper in the liberal media were covering it up, to the point that Jake Tapper has even admitted he should have been probing more. He didn't do enough. And he in essence, covered up as a reporter and as much as a reporter could do. And of course, he's blaming it on the staff. Some of the staff are blaming it on the family, including the First Lady, Jill Biden. And so, everyone's just pointing fingers at this point. But the media absolutely should be to blame if they were not reporting on the mental and physical decline of a president who was up for re-election. It's different if he was term limited and he was not running for re-election. That would be different. But he was actively seeking this position up until July. It's amazing that they just covered this up because of their hatred for President Trump.
And political strategy has always been something that's deeply interested me. Even myself, I couldn't help think that the strategy around pushing Biden up until the very end, replacing him with Kamala Harris, not having a primary, they essentially left the door wide open for Trump.
Well, I think that they thought that Kamala Harris could, get enough funds. She was a woman of color. They really played the identity card game, thinking that identity politics is what this election was going to be about, when really it was about pushing back on the woke culture, the extremes we have in our culture right now, and the culture wars that they seemed to think, the Democrats seemed to think would help them. President Trump pushed back on that. He pushed back on immigration and making sure that the border would be secure. And he said he would strengthen our economy. And that's what people voted for. I think the biggest single issue was immigration. And what the Biden administration did was criminal. Up until December of 2024, we had 25 to 30,000 migrants coming through our borders a day. And the Trump administration quickly reversed course on that. And they have really gotten high marks from independents, Republicans, and Democrats on that issue. And that's what President Trump focused on, and Kamala Harris did not.
Moving on to South Africa, the world has been talking about this. There's been a meeting between South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa and the US President Donald Trump. It ended with the president confronting the South African leader with a video of claims of white genocide in South Africa. What have you made of this row?
Well, I look at this as President Trump speaking up, giving a voice to the voiceless. And these are white farmers in South Africa where they are outnumbered, and they have been basically murdered. And these crosses and him showing the visual of this, kind of taking a little bit of the president by surprise, the president of South Africa by surprise doing this. But I think this is exactly why people voted for President Trump, because he's not a diplomat in any way, shape, or form, and doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to have glad handing and, backslapping. That's not who he is. He's going to take world leaders to task. He doesn't care. And that's where I think a lot of American people think that that's why they wanted to vote for him, because he was willing to do those things. And that's exactly what he did to the South African president yesterday. There are multiple speeches you can find online of the South African president saying that we need to take back our lands, we need to take them from those people. He is saying exactly what President Trump confronted him with. He gave a voice to the voiceless yesterday, and that was something that I think the world were taken by surprise, but it was a good thing for those who don't have a voice in South Africa, the white farmers.
President Donald Trump has said he's going to cut all future funding to South Africa over the allegations that it has been confiscating land, as he puts it, treating certain classes of people very badly.
Well, I think he's going to do everything that he can. I mean, certainly he's not in charge of South Africa, but if there's aid that they are giving our tax dollars to, he will certainly stop that. He's going to use every lever to make sure that he can do what he can to stop a genocide. And that's what he's going to do because he thinks it's the right thing. And again, I think President Trump has really stood for the American worker, and now he's standing for those who have been marginalized throughout the world. When their world leaders come to ask him for, business negotiations, to eliminate tariffs, whatever the issue might be, That's, I think, why, if you go back to the tariffs, why President Trump felt these are so important, because it gives him leverage. And if it gives him leverage to stop a genocide from happening in South Africa, he's going to use it.
Moving on to tax and what Trump has called his big, beautiful bill. The US House of Representatives has passed a wide-ranging tax bill backed by President Trump. It still needs the Senate approval. What's your reaction?
Well, this is, I think, kudos to the Speaker Mike Johnson, for really being able to push through a very challenging tax bill that, you know, the majority is so slim of Republicans. It passed by one vote. This is like miraculous type work that the Speaker of the House was able to pull off. But, you know, we were butting up against a Memorial Day recess. That's always an incentive for people to want to get out of town. So I think these members of Congress held out as long as they could. The uber conservatives held out as long as they could. But President Trump came in and he lobbied. And that lobbying effort really paid off. And so here we are with a bill that has passed in the House. It goes to the Senate now, and I don't think anyone doubts that the Senate will pass it, likely before the August recess, the next big recess that will be 5 weeks long.
How concerned are you about the US economy? The Democrats are saying it's going to cost working families absolute millions.
It's actually not. It's going to help middle class, upper class, and the low-income individuals in this country. I think what they're focused on are Medicaid requirements. And for those of you who don't know what Medicaid is, it's basically a government insurance program for the needy and the poor. The Democrats over the years had expanded this program significantly under Obamacare, and this was a way to rein that in. So I think the Democrats are targeting that Medicaid is being reined in, which it should be. Medicaid is not meant for people to stay on Medicaid for the rest of their lives. There are work requirements now that come into place sooner. In other words, we expect you to go back to work, and that's by the end of 2026. And that's why you saw the House Democrat leader, Hakeem Jeffries, he really didn't put up a fight on this bill. They didn't vote for it, but they didn't put up a fight either, because the tax cuts do actually help millions of Americans in all tax brackets.
Donald Trump, in a social media post, has called it arguably the most significant piece of legislation that will ever be signed in the history of the country. What's your take on that?
Well, the no tax on tips, for example, that's something new. They've also created incentive programs to put money away for your child's future. And so there are some new things in this, but also the tax extenders that help businesses, that help small business owners, the tax cuts that stay in place, the highest bracket at 37%. These are all just things that are common, make sense things. And I think President Trump's view is they've been in place since 2017 when this bill was originally enacted, and they'll go into, for the next 10 years. And he's very proud of that accomplishment, as he should be. So, again, kudos to Speaker Mike Johnson for everything that he was able to accomplish with the slimmest of majorities. This bill passed by one vote.
Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Has Donald Trump met his match in Vladimir Putin? Is the president heading for a constitutional crisis with the Supreme Court? And how much economic pain can Republicans endure before the midterm elections? Hi, I'm Riz Khan. Welcome to the show. With the administration's first 100 days in the rearview mirror, let's look ahead to a new chapter which began with a presidential visit to the Gulf. Hands were shaken, deals were signed, gifts were offered, but the path ahead is littered with obstacles on both domestic and international fronts. Donald Trump's already faced a tricky time pushing his big, beautiful bill through Congress and will face further battles with the Supreme Court over a number of his executive orders. Meanwhile, the path to a Nobel Peace Prize seems obscured by the latest developments in Gaza and Ukraine. Well, I've turned to the senior Republican strategist and Washington insider, Adolfo Franco, for his take on prospects for Donald Trump's next 100 days. Adolfo Franco, great to speak with you again.
Delighted to be here.
I'm going to start by asking you, what have you liked the most and perhaps disliked the most about Donald Trump's presidency so far?
Well, I think what I've liked the most is what most Americans expected was to fulfill his promises. I don't think whether one agrees or disagrees with President Trump that one can say he's not doing what he promised. I've yet to see someone say, well, he never said that during the campaign. So I think I am delighted that most politicians make promises and they don't keep those promises. I think the slogan that's being used by the White House is the right one. Promises made, promises kept. What the criticisms, if I may, although I support President Trump, have been that some of them have been the shock and awe, which I understand, is a little bit the awe before the shock, meaning people are stunned at some of the things that are being done regarding, for example, immigration and the deportation and the issues regarding the First Amendment issues of students and the rest of it, which has been the judicial issues that have involved. It's so great to implement those policies, or whether it's the appropriations issues and so forth. And I understand them, but it's been we have a system that we have to respect and work within that system. I think one can accomplish both. And the president, I think, is coming to realize that after about 100 days that maybe the gas off the pedal. People got the message, is delivering, but now it has to be done in a way that's within our system.
So I'm going to flesh out some of those issues you raised as we talk. But talking of the 100 days, President Trump celebrated it as the most successful 100 days in history. Whereas, of course, the polls have shown something very different, and he's had record low approval ratings. Even Fox News reported widespread disapproval of his economic policies. Who should we believe?
Well, one has to understand President Trump is not a conventional politician. So people who follow President Trump, and I'm one of them that did since the 1980s, has been an individual that is always promoting himself and his agenda. And I mean that in the good sense of the word. So this is an individual that looks at polls and the rest of it. When you hear President Trump, it's always going to be the greatest thing that's ever happened. It's going to be the greatest thing. I know we'll talk about tariffs and other issues. It's going to be fantastic. So it's just his style. And that, of course, has been the pluses and minuses. And I'm not ducking the question here. The pluses and minuses of the American people, they feel it's refreshing to have someone speak candidly, sometimes in a very brash way. But by the same token, those individuals, when they try to put those things in the traditional paradigm, it doesn't seem to fit. And what I mean by all of those words is, depends, this 100 days might indeed be the greatest 100 days of many of these policies ultimately, whether they be the immigration, the economic policies, the tariffs, if they actually bear fruit. In the longer term, people will look back at these 100 days as when things were set in motion and they needed to be set in motion. If they don't, it will not be the greatest 100 days. Taking polls, and I'm a big believer in polls, so I'm not going to cherry pick here, is a little bit like taking your blood pressure. It changes daily, and it changes on the stress that one is under, whether it be economic stress or other stress. So they're valid, but you have to have the long game here.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. You know, having had such a high rate of popularity to get him elected, it seems like quite a massive fall in just a matter of months, couple of months.
Well, I think most of the fall has been because of the economic policies and the economic uncertainty that's been certainly caused, at least short term, by the tariff policies. The president has said that you're going to have at least short term, sometimes even midterm pain. And the threshold of pain the American people have today is very, very low. I mean, they're just not, this isn't the 1940s and 50s where people endured pain or the Great Depression. I think Americans have gotten used to a very affluent lifestyle, and they're unwilling to make any type of sacrifices. I would say the same thing if it were President Biden or a Democrat. So the situation and the dramatic change has been that people have not seen, as he promised, that prices would come down day one, for example, be there for staples or even energy. I think these things are on the right trajectory, but the fact that the particularly economic news has been mixed with respect to stock market performance and the like, people see their 401ks and the rest of it. The expectation, and part of it was set by the president, was that things would change immediately. And they obviously have not changed immediately. I think they are the right policies, but he's right. They're going to be painful at first.
So you're calling for patience, basically, in terms of judging it?
I am. I'm trying to be as candid here. I support the policies. I support what the president is doing. But I don't think that turning around a ship like this is going to be pain-free. It just isn't. I understand in a campaign making a promise, and he made that promise that on day one he would have inflation under control and so forth, has not come to fruition. He can't control that. No president can actually control that. The policies are always going to be mid or longer term. And I do think patience is required. I think the messaging now, I understand it's different than the messaging during the campaign, has been one calling for patience. The president has said we're going to suffer for a period of time. In fact, more recently, he said that there's too much consumerism. People have to stop at what he thinks not $30, but $3, and you don't have to have all these gadgets and so forth. That's a message of some austerity, meaning he expects prices to go up, at least in the short term.
So, Mr. Franco, what would you expect his priorities to be for the next 100 days?
I think the next 100 days are going to be focused largely on domestically on two issues. The first is, and we've seen the first indications are of making trade deals as we have with the UK. It's not a complete cancellation of the tariffs, as you know. There's still 10% tariffs on some items and so forth, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. The stock market reacted as such, investors, and of course, that's been the message as well for the United Kingdom. So if we move on the economic front, when I say that in terms of international tariffs and so forth, talks in China that are taking place, and so forth, and moving in that right direction, I think we're going to see the next 100 days move, I think, significantly better for the American people. The other, of course, is the agenda in Congress, which is a big, beautiful bill, which the president has referred to, which is a reduction in taxes beyond the extension of the 2017 Trump tax cuts. And he delivers on no tax on tips and no tax on overtime for middle and lower income Americans particularly. That will be a big boom.
Now, of course, politics involves a lot of show.
Sure.
And the media is a big factor in that. But there are some who felt uncomfortable watching the televised cabinet meetings where many of the secretaries that have been appointed by President Trump have made kind of fawning statements expressing awe and amazement about how, the president's been handling everything. Has it felt like that at all to you?
It hasn't. And I think what the president has learned in the first term is he came to Washington as an outsider. He still is an outsider, but now he's an outsider that has some insights. And the insights were learned the hard way. I think Newt Gingrich, our former speaker, wrote a book saying lessons learned the hard way. The lessons in the hard way is that in the first go around, the first administration, he relied on a lot of establishment figures who were not loyalists. I think he has turned to loyalist. I believe that fawning that you refer to is genuine. I believe many of the individuals that the president has selected to serve in the cabinet are individuals that admired him, have been his friends and allies for a very, very long period of time. And I think sending that message that there is loyalty is important within the administration, including individuals such as Secretary Rubio now, of State Rubio, who's differed with him in the past. I think the message is clear, and that is there's a Trump agenda, and if you believe in it and are part of it, you have to demonstrate it.
So then how important is it to have strong voices in the cabinet who'd be ready to advise President Trump if they disagreed with any of his executive orders? Now, are there any voices like that around?
Well, I've been here for a long time, and I do have White House sources, and I am tied to it. There's a big difference between the public show and what's going on behind closed doors. The fact of the matter is, for example, there are differences of opinion within the team currently, particularly on the trade side, for example, and you see it's manifested on who has the greater voice, who is sent to Switzerland to negotiate with the Chinese, who isn't. I'm referring to, of course, people like Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, and Mr. Navarro, the trade representative, and so forth. The same thing holds true with the recent change of the National Security Advisor. I think the president liked Mike Waltz very much, and I'm going to continue to serve in a lesser capacity, being UN ambassador. However, it wasn't just the signal scandal that happened, the signal issue that happened. There were differences of opinion within the security team. I know that the White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles had some differences. So these things are not publicly shown. So there are differences of opinion. And the reason I say that is, had it been in just a uniform message, you wouldn't see this personnel changes. I don't necessarily think you have to have personnel changes when there are differences of opinion, but there are different voices and different opinions that are being voiced within the administration.
Publicly, President Trump doesn't like to be contradicted. Do you think he actually listens to these voices? Is it a proper engagement?
Oh, I think so. I think the president, I know so, the president likes to hear, sometimes I think the president likes to hear arguments among the different members of the cabinet. He does not like disloyalty, but I don't think any president has. I really don't recall. I've been involved in a number of administrations, and I served in the Bush administration. I don't remember anyone coming out and contradicting or the president or having a different point of view that lasted very long. So I think this is consistent. I think in the terms of the Trump administration, why the press makes and its heightened scrutiny of this is because he's not an establishment figure. There's always a level of, I think, trust that the president is looking for, that other presidents maybe took for granted because they had been part of the establishment, had worked with these individuals, have been part of it for a very long time. I worked for George W. Bush. He'd been around for a long time, including in his father's administration. So all the figures that he was engaged with and who he worked in the administration at the key positions, he knew well. President Trump did not, or does not necessarily. So that is the difference. But I don't think in any shape, way, or form that he operates any differently than any other president that demands complete loyalty.
How do you assess Elon Musk's time working in the administration? Is it a job well done or perhaps a chaotic misadventure?
Oh, I think it's a job well done, but a job not finished. Of course, he has said that he will continue on working on these issues, not, of course, to the degree that he's in the past. That was always the plan. That had always been the plan to set these things in motion. I think he's shaken up Washington. Here's what's different. Every president has said exactly what Donald Trump has said. In fact, you should do a collage sometime where you can take words from Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, that have talked about government being too big, too bloated, and that things have to change, and government spending and fraud, waste, and abuse. This has been said repeatedly. In the past, how presidents dealt with this is they have commissions and blue ribbon commissions and studies and the rest of it. The most significant one was President Clinton when he appointed former Vice President Gore to lead a commission to reinvent government. Well, all the reinventions and all the commissions led to very little. The difference here is there is really now not only serious action has been taken with respect to some agencies, but really concrete plans in very, very short period of time identifying real abuse, real fraud, and spending that's unnecessary, and proposals to either eliminate it or the president taking executive actions that are in some cases being called into question in the courts to address these issues. In that regard, it has been a phenomenal success. No one can point to me to a former commission that ever did anything but study the issue. This administration is actually taking action on recommendations that were made within weeks.
Well, as a Washington insider, how do you rate Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's time? Would he still be around another 100 days?
I think he will be around in the next 100 days. He has been the subject, the president has said it, of the scalp that I think the left has wanted for a period of time. And not only the left, but others, and maybe the establishment as well. Many individuals believe he was not up to the job. This is, of course, very different than Secretary Rubio's position. And Secretary Rubio has, in the State Department, the challenge that many conservative Republicans question his foreign policy views, whether they're consistent, considering what he said in the past with the presidents. They are, of course, now. But Pete Hegseth's situation is sort of the opposite, which is there's no question about his loyalty, his commitment, in broad strokes to what the president stands for and wants to do with respect to the Pentagon. Question is he the most capable or capable person or has the credentials to lead the department? So he's been under an enormous amount of scrutiny in that regard. I think he will be around. I think the president, starting your first questions, which were excellent, the president values loyalty above everything. At the end of the day, if someone's not loyal to you, it doesn't matter how capable they are in terms of furthering your agenda. And I think Pete Hegseth scores 100 when it comes to the loyalty test, and that's what's most important to President Trump.
So were you surprised at the dismissal of Mike Waltz as National Security Advisor? That came as a shock to a lot of people, especially considering the short period of time he'd been in the job. Of course, it gives Mr. Rubio that much more work to do.
Right.
And in terms of Mike Waltz's departure, what does it say about President Trump's, the stability of his cabinet?
Well, I think it's stable. Every administration has some changes. There was a reason, a catalyst, which was this Signal controversy with this app. But there were rumblings before, and there were issues that were being raised, I can tell you, within the White House about some disappointment with Mike Waltz from key individuals on the team. So there were questions already. I think this became a reason to do it. I think the president wisely delayed it. He didn't want to have a knee-jerk reaction to the Signalgate situation, which Mike Waltz took full responsibility for. And also, yes, he was removed from that position, but he's also been given or nominated to serve as UN ambassador. So he wasn't shown the door for disloyalty or significant differences of opinion with respect to the president's broader agenda. His views have traditionally been, with respect particularly to Middle East issues and so forth, a little more far supporting of Israel than some of the others in the administration thought should be the case. So I think that was the debate that was going on. I think, again, had the Signal app controversy not been present, I believe Mike Waltz would probably still be in the job, but his days probably would have been numbered anyway.
On that note, Signal is obviously a secure app. A lot of people use it for communications of sensitive nature. Here, of course, information was inadvertently put into the messaging. Do you think that, just again, from the inside, do you think that will affect the way the administration communicates? Do you think it'll have an impact on that? Or is it just simply a case of, again, like with any app, be careful?
I think be careful. Of course, the app has been used in the past. The app has been used in the Biden administration. I'm not the expert on technology. I'm not sure whether that's the right thing to do. I don't think it was a totally careless thing. It wasn't something on just an ordinary app. The big controversy, of course, is how did Jeff Goldberg get invited, a journalist from The Atlantic, or any journalist for that matter, get invited into the chat. I think that was we can debate whether those were war plans and not war plans and so forth. I certainly think that app is not going to be used moving forward significantly or in the same fashion. I don't believe that will happen. But the legitimate question that's raised by Republicans and Democrats is, how does an individual like this reporter get invited onto the app? And that is really careless. And that is something that Mike Waltz took responsibility for, and I think rightly so. In terms of the app, I think there's been some defense of its use, but that's just, I think, covering people's actions for what now will be probably a complete revision of it. Of course, the president has called for that of review of what to do with respect to secure communications.
Of course, I mean, I guess more human error than tech error, in theory.
In theory, that is correct. Had the Atlantic's editor not been invited, I don't think we'd be talking about this issue, in all likelihood.
Now, I'd like to get your take on some of the administration policies that were central to President Trump's election campaign. Immigration and the border is an area where he scored highest. And there are some people who support the policy and are very pleased with the results in reducing the number of immigrants and the actions taken. But they're not necessarily happy in the way that the actions have been carried out. Some have described them as kind of cruel and chaotic. What's your take on that?
Well, again, I'm not one to criticize polls because I use them when I've been on campaigns, and I've used them defensively and offensively. So I'm not going to attack the polls. But there are a couple of things about the polls, since you began this conversation with the polls. All the polls indicate that's where the president continues to score the highest in terms of his approval, with the majority of the American people supporting mass deportations, the majority of the American people supporting, of course, what's been a very, very successful control of the border and bring security to the border, although it's not being reported by the mainstream press in the United States the way it should be. It's been a dramatic change. Talk about the first 100 days in that regard, since arguably there were two issues that got Donald Trump elected, the economy and immigration. And you can debate which was the greatest of the two. Immigration, he has delivered. Now, it depends how the questions are asked regarding specifics. And that is, I don't think the American people, depending how the polling questions are asked, like to see the idea of people just being picked up or deported and not having, if you will, broad strokes. And we can debate what due process means and how much due process is necessary. But overall, the president receives very, very high marks for what he's done on immigration and what he's doing on immigration. No one's questioning border security, mass deportations, or the need to get criminals out of the country. Now, you can cherry pick specific cases on how this is done and whether the processes have been followed and so forth. And depending how the polling is asked, then people can say it appears cruel or it doesn't appear just. It depends. But when people know the facts of each of these individual so-called cruel cases, the polling data also indicates the other. Yes, we want these people out of the country.
Well, polls aside, of course, it's a very emotional issue, and people are, seeing the stories that do get highlighted, as you say. The media has maybe cherry picks. But as someone yourself, with Cuban roots, and you've climbed up to be a Washington insider, you're right up there. How do you regard some of the stories you see and how they're being handled?
Well, I'll take it more than that. I'm more than Cuban roots. I'm actually an immigrant, so I can understand the concern of people involved in here. But the fact of the matter is, who's being targeted here? There are two broad strokes of individuals, but the focus of this administration is to remove people who are here illegally. And the priority of those that are here illegally are those that are committing crimes, criminal elements, and the rest of it. We can talk about due process in a moment, but those are the targets. They're not targeting people who are here legally or people here on visas and green cards, except on the other, when you're talking about the individuals who are here legally, those are usually students or individuals that are here temporarily as guests, in most cases. And Secretary Rubio, who is not Donald Trump, has said, you're here as a guest of the United States, you come under the conditions for which you have stated in your visa application that you wished to come to the United States. I can assure you, since I've been in government, and I've been in many, many consular offices around the world, is that if you were to state on your application, I'm coming to the United States as a student and to join an anti-Israel, pro-Hamas activist movement at NYU, your visa application would be denied. That is the discretion of a consular office. And to make sure that the policies and the foreign policy objectives of the United States are not interfered with by foreigners. So it depends what that is in terms of free speech. And that is views versus activism. And those are all going to be judgment calls. And I think on a case-by-case basis, and I understand back to the cherry-picking situation as the thousands and thousands of cases that are involved across the board, be they illegal immigrants, criminals, or those so-called activists, you'd be hard-pressed to just show me a case where somebody just expressed a view and their visas were yanked. These are people who are organizing, who are carrying on activities that I think, as an American citizen, I would not be allowed in Europe or other countries to do.
There are people worried that it's effectively now a weaponized tool and that it can be used to just silence people, even if they are just expressing an opinion. That's the fear.
Well, might be the fear, but the fear, I think, doesn't match the reality. I don't think that matches the reality. And the question is about visas and those that are here as guests of the United States is subjective. Under our law, we have absolutely no obligation to let anybody into the country to study, to work, or do anything else subject to independent review. And the government that's in power at the time can make those judgments. So it's important to understand that. I do not believe people expressing a view has been the problem. It's people who are expressing the views and have turned them into activism and organization and disruption, which of course doesn't get the same coverage, harassing Jewish students, occupying buildings, or fomenting and supporting those activities. Yes, those are legitimate targets for deportation.
So I'll ask you in a line, Mr. Franco, how would you assess the state of freedom of speech in America right now then?
I think it's greater than it ever has been. I think under this administration, and when we started some conversations on Elon Musk, I think the greatest thing is X. Just to listen to the testimony of individuals like Mr. Zuckerberg from Facebook. He's no conservative. He's millions of dollars to get Democrats elected, and he said he was being censored in the Biden administration. The Biden administration set up an office of misinformation. Who is the judge of misinformation? You're in the journalistic field. Who decides what misinformation is? Who decides what points of view are hate speech, and who decides that? There's more free speech today than ever. Now, that does not apply to individuals that are here as guests of the United States who are involved in activism. And there are laws that really impede those individuals from doing so if the Secretary of State, as he has done, certifies that they're impeding the foreign policy objectives of the United States.
So on that note, there have been a number of legal challenges over the deportations, and there are circumstances, are there any circumstances in which you think it's okay to ignore the Supreme Court's decision-making? Isn't that going to present a constitutional crisis if that happens?
Well, I hope the dictates and the instructions of the Supreme Court are never challenged by President Trump or any president if there's a clear ruling. We can talk about specifics if you like. So that would be more than a constitutional crisis. That would be a situation where our system would be really taxed, and it would be a crisis, obviously. But I do not believe that's the case that we have today. Today it's a case of, which is, again, cherry picking, to use that term, where district judges across the country are being shopped. There's a shopping for these people. And the most liberal jurisdictions, typically Washington, D.C., Obama appointed or Biden appointed, Clinton appointed judges who will order injunctions and all kinds of relief on individual cases that are legitimately brought before them. So that's the test that I think we're facing in the country, is that ultimately the Supreme Court, I think, hasn't really fully decided on how to handle that. And there are divisions on the Supreme Court as to who conducts policy for this government, foreign or other policy. So that's going to be the real test. But in terms of the narrow question that you had about the Supreme Court, you can ask me about an individual case. If it decides something, that's the decision of the Supreme Court. It's not because it's right, it's because it's final.
How supportive are you of President Trump's tariff policy?
Well, I am completely supportive of tariffs in two fronts. As an instrument to get what the president has said is necessary, which is a fair deal for the United States across the board. Tariffs per se, we've lived it through Smoot-Hawley in the 1920s and 30s, are a recipe for disaster. They were a recipe in disaster before there was a global economy, and now today it would be catastrophic if that would be the policy of the United States to impose these tariffs permanently. The president was recently asked, actually at the Oval Office, are these permanent? His answer was, of course not. So it's to get people to the table as it's happening today. But why it's important to impose these tariffs are for two reasons. I worked on the Central America Free Trade Agreement, and it took years and years and years to resolve the smallest of issues involving agricultural products and a host of other things. What's happened is the system has been manipulated, particularly by China, by others, have been manipulated to give an unfair advantage to many of our trading partners. And that's just, I think anybody objectively looking at that, Democrats included, agree with that. Their solution is to study, to get into negotiations that are prolonged and prolonged and prolonged. It's a little bit like Iran with its nuclear deal, which we might talk about. And that is continuing to prolong discussions. Well, of course, refinement is, and they're refining uranium and things are moving along nicely. Same thing with China. You know, China sent it to the World Trade Organization, the World Trade Order, over 20 years ago. And things are being under study and things have taken whatever, and then nothing changes. All this time, there's an unfair advantage. So there are instruments to get the level playing field. That does not mean to give the United States an advantage, but I think the president is absolutely right. And again, you go back, just as I said about government being too large, too inefficient, and too wasteful. You could hear those same comments about trade made by President Obama, by President Clinton, and President Bush. The exact same comments that President Trump has said. The difference, again, like these first 100 days, the president has acted on them. That's part of the shock and awe, and that is what I think world leaders fear about President Trump. They don't know what he'll do. They don't know when he's kidding. They don't know when he's serious. They don't know when he has an agenda. And frankly, a couple of times he has said, I don't even know. So therefore, you have an unpredictable player in the White House. And I think that can work to the advantage of the United States.
Isn't there a danger, though, of simplifying the way global trade is conducted? It's such a web now. It's so intricately broken up and then yet connected that to kind of label products in a single way. I mean, cars are a prime example where parts come from different countries, they go through different routes. There's no single vehicle that's made in one place that comes in and can just be labeled as a foreign vehicle anymore.
Well, that's true. In fact, automobiles, as you use that as an example, as a case in point, there isn't an American-made car. And Ford will tell you that, or General Motors, because if you have an American-made car, they're going to be parts that are coming from someplace else. That's absolutely true. In the past, though, I can turn the question around, has been, oh, that's an American-made car, either because it was assembled here, or the little tiff that Mr. Navarro had with Elon Musk. It's not an American car. Either they're assembled with parts from overseas, they're either foreign or they're not. So yes, there are complexities, but there's some bottom line issues, and they have to do with particular barriers to our products, and they're barriers to entry, and they're not limited to China. China, I think, is the worst offender in terms of how it manipulates the trade rules, and I think there's bipartisan view on that. But we try to export rice to Japan, or until recently, even beef or products to Britain until recently. So these issues, how many American cars are being driven in South Korea or in Japan, or these are barriers. These are barriers that have existed. And for a long time, just the largeness of the American economy, for other complex reasons as well, permitted other countries, as the president has said, to get rich while we slowly got poorer. Ultimately, this was why Asia and large parts of Europe developed very nicely, is because we were playing at a disadvantage. There's no question about that. Those are airlines, the subsidies that foreigners give to their industries, and the protectionism that exists. It just doesn't exist in the United States. So there's a point here, there's a breaking point where that's nice that these countries became rich largely at rules that favored them. He's just straightening and making the rules fair, not give us an advantage, but make them more fair.
Now, you've more or less answered this, but I've got to put it to you this way as well. Views on Donald Trump's tariff trade policy range from suggestions that he's a tactical genius playing four-dimensional chess to the totally opposite view. One quote described it as his team simply trying to stop him eating.
Well, I think he's a tactical genius. The question I have is, how long the American people will have patience for this, and that is a question. To rectify and change the rules is going to be painful. There's no question. There is absolutely no question. If people think they felt it now, if these tariffs come into they haven't. There are pauses and there have been delays and all kinds of signals of deals coming and so forth. But if these things come into pass over a long period of time, over any significant period of time, it would be extraordinarily painful on the American people. It's a little bit like a diet or exercise. The results are down the pike. There's no easy fix. I don't know of anybody. I worked on Capitol Hill for a long time on the Ways and Means Committee and so forth. I don't know anybody who's ever told me that the trade rules were fair for the United States. They recognized all kinds of geopolitical reasons that we had to make accommodations to countries like Vietnam and so forth, and of course our allies. And I understand that, but the bottom line is American workers suffer, and ultimately the country is going to be poorer if we don't rectify them.
I was saying, Mr. Franco, several business leaders have warned President Trump's ambition to bring manufacturing jobs back into the USA on a large scale won't happen because Americans won't want to do them and because the supply chains don't exist in the US to support them. So do you feel that the goal of manufacturing jobs coming back to home is really a visible ambition of the policy?
It's a long-term one, and I think it is visible. I mean, many of the countries that have, there's a notion that somehow Americans don't want to do this type of work, and some 1950s idea of someone in a very large plant or so forth. Of course, today it's a much more automated, it's a much more sophisticated type of worker, and many of the individuals carrying out this work are living in first world countries that are our competitors. So if Japanese workers are willing to do this, if South Korean workers are willing to do this, Canadians and others in Europe are willing to do it, I believe Americans are as well. So, but the issue, again, this is very long term. The President has said that it's going to be $8 trillion of investment in factories in the U.S. and businesses returning home. I think that's true, but we're not going to see the fruits of those endeavors for many years. In the interim, there will be pain as well.
Well, that's the thing. I'm wondering, you've said that it's been a very unlevel playing field up to now. And I wonder how you feel that these measures will actually have an impact on America's trading partners, how that relationship might evolve or devolve.
Well, I think they will adapt as well. I think it will, it's hard for me to say exactly how. I think it will be very hard on the Chinese economy. But in terms of the trading partners of Japan and the EU and others, I think it will be a challenge. There's no question about that in terms of the U.S. market. There will be challenges involved in that. I think, frankly, looking for new markets and emerging in other markets. Life's constant change. There are other markets that beyond the U.S. that our trading partners can look for if it's a more level playing field. Also, when we level the playing field, and I think we're doing that with the UK, for example, that's just leveling it. That doesn't mean that people won't continue to buy BMWs and Volkswagen and other agricultural products from other countries. It's just that we'll be more competitive. Unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember when the only foreign car, other than luxury sports cars and Rolls-Royce, was a Volkswagen. And that was a very niche market for people who really couldn't afford anything else. And every car was an American car. So somehow, we've gone way in the other extreme. Does that mean that Japan and South Korea will go into some separate depression? I don't think so. I think China is now the world's largest car manufacturer, and they're not selling cars in the U.S.
If the argument that tariffs will lead to higher prices for Americans and then lead to increased inflation do appear, what is the plan? What is the solution for trying to make it manageable? I know you said there's a painful period ahead, but still, it has to be manageable because policies go on, politics go on election cycles, and we've got the midterms coming. I'll ask more about that in a moment, but what's the solution? Well,
that's an excellent question. The solution is, which we haven't talked about, is tax reform and fiscal reform in the government. Not necessarily just cutting government spending, which people don't see in their pocketbooks directly overnight, but actual tax cuts. And I mean tax cuts across the board significantly, particularly for lower income Americans. As I said, he's mentioned Social Security. He's as a possibility. That's a little more complicated to get the tax off Social Security. 85% of Social Security is taxed currently at the federal level. That's a little more difficult to do. But tax on tips, tax on overtime, and greater tax cuts across the board for middle income Americans. That would ease things. People will see that quite immediately. Of course, whether we touch the corporate tax rates and bring them down as well, it's a way to incentivize the U.S. economy. I think Wall Street and Main Street would both react very favorably to that, and that would ease some of the pressures that will be coming from tariffs and inflation as a result of that.
Do you think the Federal Reserve should be able to make interest rates policies without interference from the president?
Well, they have that authority, of course, and the President Trump's voicing of his opinions on, of course, he has said recently he's not going to fire the Federal Reserve Chairman, whom he appointed. But there is question whether he has that authority. He has pushed the limits on some other federal independent agencies in that regard. There's a question whether he has it. So president can do what they call the bully pulpit. He can speak all the time he wishes. The discourse in the country is very different than it was 30 or 40 years ago. People will not say the things so directly about the Federal Reserve, but presidents would voice concerns that they would wish interest rates would go down, that interest rates need to come down. They wouldn't target individuals or the Federal Reserve per se. But the national discourse and politics and the rest of it is very different today than it was 30 years ago or 40 years ago. But it is independent. It has that authority. It does act independently. President cannot influence it, will not be able to influence it.
Every president coming in, and I think almost everywhere in the world, points to the foibles of the predecessor for what they've inherited. Is this, in your opinion, Biden's economy or Trump's economy?
Well, it's Biden's economy now, and for this reason. And I'm not going to say this the next time we have an interview in 6 months or hopefully sooner, but and certainly in a year. But you cannot say, the president recently spoke last week when there was just reports on some issues that came, economic data that came out on inflation, for example. You can't be in office 6 or 7 weeks and say that it's all because of Donald Trump, particularly things such as inflation and the jobs numbers and the rest of it. That's just in the pipeline. So it's just it's going to take a few months. What is his is the policies that are moving forward, and that is, for example, stock market and so forth. Reaction is in large part related to what the president says or does not say, for example, about tariffs. But the underlying economic data and what's happening in the economy, it just takes a period of time to move away from the previous policy. So it is still Biden's for a short period of time.
I was going to say, people do comment on how remarkable the swings have been based on what President Trump says when it comes to stocks.
Well, yes,
stock markets.
It depends. It depends on the date and where it is and the circumstances. But increasingly, I think this will certainly within 6 months of this presidency, halfway through the year, it will be Donald Trump's, as it was Joe Biden's. It wasn't Joe Biden's on day one either.
Economics and tariffs apart, Mr. Franco, how do you regard America's relationship with its allies? Have they been strengthened or have they been weakened under President Trump?
I think they've been strengthened in a private way, not in a public way, because, of course, the president's strategy is make America great and America first policy. And I don't think that can be embraced in Europe and most other places in the world. I just don't think that they can say this is what we want. It sounds as though we're moving away from our allies. But ultimately, the objectives, and many of the foreign leaders that have been not necessarily Trump supporters in Europe and elsewhere have said as much. What the president is trying to accomplish with respect to a solution with the Ukraine-Russia conflict, I think they applaud. And the same thing with respect to what's going on in the Middle East and even in Iran. I think allies do want the United States to stand up to China, for example, and be prepared to take a leadership role. Is the president going to do this through these United Nations efforts or these formal alliances and so forth? No. I think there was probably disappointment on the climate issue That's legitimate. That is a change in policy. There's no question about that. But ultimately, I think there's a sense that the United States is embarked upon flexing its influence overseas and certainly increase military spending, which he has pledged to do. And I think allies welcome that.
There are those who feel America's muscles have flexed a bit too hard, perhaps. The most northern neighbour you've got here, the ally Canada, a bit of friction with the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. In fact, he got elected on essentially an anti-Trump stance.
Yes.
He kind of turned everything upside down very quickly, and he managed to get in. How do you regard what happened up there?
Well, the president said, thank God that I was elected. You wouldn't be here, Mark, when he went to Prime Minister Carney. So he's probably right on that. I think the president, again, feels, and that I think he has felt this, if you listen to interviews with Donald Trump from even the 1980s and 90s, that, what does he say, Canada's gotten a free ride and others. And I think whether it was, in the past has been more of a focus on Europe and NATO particularly in terms of military spending, that they're, which by the way is accurate, and every president has complained about it, they don't honor necessarily all their pledges, all the member states, that Canada has been, as the president has said, protected by the United States, benefited from the United States, and yet feels that Canada, with respect to trade and other issues, has taken advantage of the United States. I think that course correction will be short. The president said he had a very positive meeting. They both characterized it as positive, despite some colorful comments that were made. But the president's position, again, you can't view him through the prism of a conventional politician. What conventional politician says they're going to buy Greenland or they're going to have the U.S., Canada be the 51st state? It's just not, it's not in the cards. Ultimately, these sort of statements that everybody is, I guess, a little accustomed to now, but they're unconventional, ultimately lead to some arrangements that were better than what existed previously. So this is the kind of person that goes for the gold, so to speak, and settles for the bronze.
Well, I was going to ask you how serious President Trump is about his plans for Greenland, Gaza, Panama.
Well, I think with respect to Greenland, I think you'll see heightened U.S. military cooperation, maybe U.S. military bases established in Greenland, expanded. And I think you'll see a larger role for the U.S. in Greenland as a consequence of that. I think in Panama, Secretary Rubio was in Panama, making very, very clear that China's influence on the canal and its use of the canal and priority even in terms of some of the commercial shipping, much less any military use of it, is curtailed if it's going on. And certainly there's been a warning flag from the U.S. that this needs to stop. Again, these are the types of things that I think are positive, and that by taking these steps that are viewed by these states, understandably, as threatening, that ultimately an accommodation is made. And I think that's how Donald Trump, in his entire career, has negotiated his art of the deal, is not the art of diplomacy, but the art of the deal.
Well, there's many who'd agree with you that he's not a conventional politician,
No, of course
not
not.
having had a politician background either, but that he does actually deliver on what he says, or at least tries to. Now, he did say he could end the Russia-Ukraine war in a day. That obviously hasn't happened. But the interesting dynamics taking place on that front with Russia and Ukraine are really confusing a lot of people. How did you regard that scene in the White House with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky?
Well, I think it was a clear signal to Russia that he was not going to be in Zelensky's pocket, or Ukraine was. That was the perception in the Biden administration. I think very clearly that it was all Ukraine. By the same token, and that was harsh, of course, that exchange. Same token, within 2 weeks, he was criticizing President Putin. Very strongly, which people said he was in his pocket and he was a Putin fan and so forth. And he said Putin had to step up to it. Fact of the matter now, there are serious discussions and talks, how it's all shaking out again. I mean, when was there serious talk about a ceasefire or calling for a complete ceasefire, as Ukraine has called for, complete ceasefire? And when have we seen this type of serious negotiation during the entirety of the Biden administration? We didn't see it. It was one of just arming Ukraine and, in many cases, defeating Russia and the Western alliance and so forth. I understood all that, but it certainly wasn't one to bring about peace. Did it happen on day one? No. Did inflation end on day one? No. Is this a work in progress? I think so. I think there's more. No one can point to the degree of progress regarding certainly a ceasing of hostilities That was never on the table, seriously, during the Biden administration.
Did you get a sense that the relationship with Volodymyr Zelensky was patched up at the Pope's funeral, Pope Francis's funeral?
I think it was patched up before. I think much of this is for, when I use the word posturing, I think it's a signal to the world of the United States being willing to take a dramatic change, but at the same time, ultimately, not going to abandon Ukraine. So I'm not dismissing it as hot and cold. I calculated, but it wasn't as harsh as it seemed. I think it was just a question, again, of Donald Trump saying, I mean business, and we need to get this done. And this isn't going to be prolonged, and you can't count on the United States. I think President Zelensky said it. We want an honest broker, but want you to be more on our side. I understand what he was saying by that. His answer was, no, I want a deal on this. And that is a change in policy. So I don't think the Pope's funeral is where they patched it up. I think it was patched up even before.
Actually, a lot of people are surprised at J.D. Vance's intervention there at the White House. That was the one I think surprised a lot of people. So,
all right. Yes, it was a curious one. It was I think J.D. Vance, of course, is seen by many in the Trump movement as not only the vice president, but will inherit the MAGA movement.
We'll get on to that in a second. But when it comes to Vladimir Putin, as you indicated, President Trump wasn't necessarily so happy with the lack of response from President Putin. In fact, the suggestion he was played has come up, and I think he used the term tapped along, by President Putin. Who has the upper hand at this stage, do you think? And how will President Trump react if it's Vladimir Putin who seems to be holding the cards?
Well, I think ultimately the Ukraine has the upper hand. I really believe that, because at some point, despite the signals that have been sent by the United States, it can be back on again, to use that expression, meaning there's an eagerness, particularly in Europe, to make sure that Ukraine has strong support, to say the least. And I think the United States is prepared, if there isn't movement from Russia, to simply say, you will see the same harsh rhetoric directed more harshly toward Putin, and say they're not serious about it, and the only way they're going to be serious about it is if Ukraine is now strengthened and the position has become hardened. So I think ultimately, I think the advantage is with Ukraine. I really believe that.
Although President Trump did get to the stage where he said, look, we'll just walk away from this if we have to.
Yes, he has said that, but the United States will not walk away from it. Even that is a threat, really, to both sides. Obviously, the Russian side is, despite everything they've made, I know it's a war of attrition, it remains very, very difficult for them to actually seal the deal with respect to Ukraine. They would have done it long ago.
As someone who obviously knows Donald Trump and how strong he is as a character, what chance is there he's met his match with people like Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and Mark Carney in Canada?
I don't think he's met his match. I think, of course, those countries, particularly China, to some extent Russia as well, is those economies and their military powers is really we have to take into account more than the personalities involved in it. I don't think he's met his match. I don't think he's worried about that. Certainly with the Prime Minister of Canada, he is not. With Prime Minister Carney, I don't think he is. However, I do believe that President Trump, and I do know him in this regard, is if he feels that he's not being taken seriously, or people have gotten the upper hand, or they're willing to not take what he said as something that they need to engage negotiations with, then he will up the ante significantly. And I think he has with China, of course. We haven't talked about China, what's going on internally in China, but I don't believe the Chinese economy, despite what they're saying, is growing by 5%. I just don't believe it. I don't believe anything coming from China, period. So 145% tariffs on China, idle factories and so forth. We don't talk much about their pain because it's a closed society. And the same thing with respect to Canada. Ultimately, Canada's the biggest loser. Canada has 40 million people. We have nearly, not quite, but nearly 9 times the size of the population, and the economy is greater. They need the United States more than we need them. Keep in mind that the size of the Russian economy is the size of the economy of Texas. So at the end of the day, the leverage isn't just the personality. I think President Trump's personality and his willingness to use power in an unconventional way or to threaten its use, I think, is an important component, and that's factored in. But ultimately, it's the United States of America today still remains the superpower.
Could a nuclear deal with Iran actually be easier than getting the peace deal for Ukraine?
I'm not certain about that, and it will depend. These next few days, next weeks, will be very, very critical. The problem with the Iran deal is trust but verify, and I'm sorry, I don't believe that the previous agreement by the Obama administration was the kind of verification that I think is satisfactory to President Trump of the United States, despite what was being said. So with Iran, I think the fear is delay. Again, I've mentioned that before. Indirect talks, direct talks. These talks have been fruitful today, but remember, Iran just a few weeks ago had said it would only engage in indirect talks. And then, of course, direct talks took place. So it's a question of not only talking, but action. We keep hearing Iran is just a few weeks away from the development of nuclear arms. The people have been saying that for years. So you have to start assuming that they either have them or about to have them. So time is running out. And that is why I don't think it's necessarily as easy, because any deal, a real deal with Iran, a real deal will require Iran to cease refinement. And the Iranian positions have been hard on that to date.
Well, Donald Trump has talked about wanting to serve a third term. Would you like to see that?
Well, he said he wouldn't. He just recently said that it looks like we'll be over in 4 years. Obviously, Constitution impedes that. I think.
I was wondering whether you'd like to.
Oh, well, yeah, I would like to see that. But I think there are those, you mentioned the vice president, those that are now have genuinely in the last 8 years, I wouldn't have thought this 8 years ago, but because they've seen what's happened to the Republican Party, I think it's very difficult to see how a Republican can win the nomination and support the majority of Republicans without being a Donald Trump MAGA supporter. Not a Trump look-alike or act-alike, but in terms of the policies, they have to be very similar.
And you see J.D. Vance as a worthy successor?
I do see J.D. Vance, and I know that Donald Trump Jr. was critical in selecting then Senator Vance, who many people believed was the wrong choice. They were looking for diversity of women, minorities, and so forth. And that was even true to Donald Trump not being hypocritical and putting a woman on the ticket, or a great person, Senator Scott, who's African American from South Carolina. So that in and of itself was an indication that a loyalty test to the MAGA movement was paramount.
Well, there's been a lot of wrangling internally with the Democrats in how to deal with the Trump presidency. Could you see them actually getting their act together and putting forward a sort of cohesive plan to challenge the Republicans?
They could, but I don't think they will. Every indication is that the party tends to want to move more to the left. The leading voices, at least speaking right now, are again Senator Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The more extreme views in the Democratic Party seem to be what is dominant at this time. I believe the Democratic Party could be quite viable if it were a centrist party. I really do believe that many of the things, if it were genuinely were embraced, such as immigration policy, things that are important to the American people, this broadly speaking, wokeism and cultural issues, if those were tempered in many ways, I think the Democratic Party would be very viable. I just don't see in the primaries the Democrats doing so.
What do you expect to happen in the midterm elections?
Well, the midterms, of course, are always terrible for the party in power. And I say always, I should take that back. I was involved in midterms in 2002 when they weren't. We picked up seats, but that was after 9/11. And there are times where one can do well. President Biden did fairly well on his midterms. But the margins are close in the House, particularly. And they will hinge totally on tax policy and tariff. It will all be economic issues, barring a catastrophic terrorist attack or a type of conventional war we haven't seen in many decades. Foreign policy issues never dominate on our elections unless it's a catastrophic event.
But you have the issue of the pain, of
pain,
the economy.
yes.
And I wonder, you might reach a stage where the Republicans start to say, hey, we're going to lose our seats unless there's a change in course.
I think there's already sentiment in that regard. And you see it without getting into the weeds here. You see it with respect to the SALT tax, which are taxes that are imposed on real estate and so forth on certain key states to hold on to key districts in New York, for example, and in New Jersey. And so that is a fear for the elections. That pain window for Republicans in the House is short, much shorter than President Trump. And we'll see how that shakes out. That's why tax policy and tax reform is going to be critical. They need to deliver.
To wrap this up, I'm going to bring it full circle to where we
Sure.
started.
Sure.
And I wonder how you regard the fact that so many people are surprised that Donald Trump did actually deliver or tried to deliver on the promises he made in the campaigns.
Well, I think they're surprised because they don't, even though they see him as a non-politician, they still don't expect politicians to deliver. And he did deliver on these things. Now, there are two types of reactions to it. To those of us who support President Trump, we're delighted. True to his word, this is what he said. He has not retreated in any shape, way, or form. In fact, more so than he promised when he talked about tariffs and so forth, but he didn't waffle on these issues. To Democrats, and that's why the country continues to be polarized, that's that shock value is this is why we opposed him, and this is now very fearful. They're very fearful of what it means for the country, and they had wished he had not and didn't expect him to do so. So again, it's back to almost November of last year, the country being quite divided. Either this is the course we want to go on and he's delivering, or this is exactly what we feared.
Adolfo Franco, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you. Interesting insights there from the senior Republican strategist and Washington insider, Adolfo Franco. And that's it for this episode. I'm Riz Khan. Please do subscribe to the show and leave us any comments and feedback. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Amsterdam. Trust us, there are many reasons to see Amsterdam other than the things the city is notoriously known for. A few walks into Amsterdam and you'll certainly fall in love with it. The Dutch city is unique and amazing, and there's definitely so much to do. First, you can just enjoy the weather, take in the magnificent views, and ride a bike around the city. You can easily rent one. There are so many bikes, hundreds and thousands on the streets. It's definitely a great way to see the city, enjoy the scenery, and mingle with the locals. You must also visit the Dam Square for a dose of the city's history. You can check out the Royal Palace, the Nieuwe Kerk or New Church, and the National Monument. Aside from seeing the sights, you can also shop or try the local delicacies. One of Amsterdam's specialties are its waffles. These sweet treats are excessively popular. Their famous Stroop waffle is made from 2 thin layers of grilled waffles stuck together with syrup. You can eat it however you like, with more sweets or fruits, such as strawberries. You'll also love Amsterdam for its local beer. It's a must for those who love beer. After all, the city is considered home of Heineken International Headquarters. Not much of a beer drinker? No problem, as there are many cafes you'll surely stroll by. What's best about these cafes are their seats that face the streets, the perfect way to people watch. Aside from that, there's also the Fashion and Museum District. Notable museums are the Rich Museum, the Van Gogh Museum, and the Stedelijk. Definitely not to be missed. The city is also a place to shop high-end luxury brands. Amsterdam is also known for its great shopping malls, housed in historic buildings, such as an old post office. The buildings are of great design and are luxurious sights to see. Inside it are the top-tiered brands for both men and women, beauty finds, and more. Indeed, the city's got everything you'll need.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world, Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island, dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Bangkok. It's the city of angels and the Venice of the East. Bangkok is one of the most visited cities in Southeast Asia. Thailand's capital city brings hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over the world each year. The largest and most developed city in Thailand, Bangkok offers tourists a mix of modern and upscale sights and sounds while maintaining its old charm from its historical architecture and traditions that date back to hundreds of years. One of the most famous is Wat Arun, located on the west bank of Chao Phraya River opposite the Grand Palace. This is a must-see site in Bangkok, as the architectural design is completely unique to that of other temples in Thailand's capital. You can even climb its steep 70-meter high spire, which boasts the best views of Bangkok's skyline. While it is also known as the Temple of Dawn, Wat Arun is best at night when lit up, as it gives off a golden beam of light over the Chao Phraya River. The Grand Palace is the capital's most glorified and world-renowned structure. It was once the home of the Thai king, the royal court, and the administrative seat of government, and was built back in 1782. Marvel at its ancient designs, from the diverse array of Buddhist sculptures and temples that flow through the vicinity. Most popular is the Wat Prakil, or the Temple of the Emerald Buddha. Bangkok is also well known for its busy market scene. Anchored on either side of the river are boats stocked with fresh tropical fruits and veggies, coconut juice, and local food being cooked on open grills. Also popular are the floating markets Damnon Sadwak, Ampawa, and Klong Lat Mayom. Likewise, Bangkok's mall scene is alive and kicking, with enough shops stretching from Siam along Sukhumvit Road to last a lifetime. Also within Bangkok's cosmopolitan urban jungle are the expert tailors that can be seen on almost every street. You can get a tailor-made suit together for just about a week or two at a very reasonable price. Despite the city's known busyness, Bangkok also offers experiences for rest and recluse. Massage parlors can be found all over Bangkok, offering a Thai oil massage, head, neck and back massage, foot massage, and many more. One can also opt for a nature respite from the sprawling concrete jungle nearby within the city. It is known for its lush tropical trees, lakes, and raised embankments that pass unique houses on stilts built along the Chao Phraya River's edge.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Berlin. For its exuberant urban life and vibrant art scene, visit Berlin. The German capital features a cultural scene and unique lifestyle that's both fast-paced and relaxed. Also known as the hipster city of Europe, Berlin keeps alive with its alternative cultures and styles. In neighborhoods like Kreuzberg, Neukölln, and Friedrichshain are vibrant places where locals simply chill and enjoy the relaxed open spaces and fresh air. No city in Germany is, in fact, greener than Berlin, with its forests, lakes, and sprawling parks. Berlin is also a city full of history. The World War II, after all, began and ended in the city of Berlin. Most popular are the Brandenburg Gate and the Federal Chancellery, which are reflective of the nation's rich stories. Germany's capital is also home to its major government buildings, such as the historic Reichstag or the seat of the German parliament. Of course, most remarkable are the Berlin Wall, the East Side Gallery, and the Holocaust Memorial. Historical feats aside, Berlin is also hip and happening with its streets of bars and clubs. The city has an active nightlife that guarantees massive parties and events practically every night. But the city is friendly to non-party goers too. It has relaxed beer gardens, small bars, hostels, and art galleries to suit different tastes. Famous as a city of art, Berlin has over 170 museums, including the famous Museum Island that puts treasures of the world on public display. Tourists often visit Berlin to attend ballets and operas at the city's major opera houses, as well as witness live performances by talented orchestras such as the world-class Berlin Philharmonic. And when it comes to food, Berlin has a lot to offer too. It's a great place for vegans. It has Turkish restaurants and supermarkets everywhere, and Italian, Mexican, and Asian food spots too. Food markets offering snacks, German wine and cheese, among others, will satisfy your palate as well. The neighborhoods in Kreuzberg and Neukölln are great for finding fine restaurants and quiet lounge bars, as well as dozens of coffee bars to enjoy. When it comes to shopping, there are well-known mainstream malls to visit, alongside independent boutiques nearby that offer endless choices for your lifestyle needs. One will also find small vintage stores within Berlin, some even selling second-hand books as well as high-end designer clothing.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.